Morning team and welcome to Combox. Sharvin and I are here. I'm a little bit late.
Hola,
Sharvin
hola. Yeah.
Oh
my goodness. We have got one more wicket.
They do, and it's a interesting wicket too. His head has sort of played that ball in front of him. I think he was done by the slow ball Shami. We'll get to it in a minute. But he played that an absolute mile in front of his body there. And he's ended up just coughing that up to Mark. Was it Markram, I think?
Yes, it is Markram. Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of who went out there like that the other day. With was it Tilak Varma? Exactly similar, where his bat was just miles in front of his body. And so another big wicket. So Abhishek Sharma gone. Travis Head gone.
Gone. And both the balls were slower ones in the sense they were in 120 odds, and then he didn't present the seam, by the way. What Shami usually does. Shami rolled his fingers with his what do we call, like kind of a off cutter already. It was very surprising for his new over, which is taking away the pace and also the ball away from the batsmen. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful setup.
Very rare to bowl off cutters this early on. But we've seen it a lot in this tournament so far. Teams have really gone to slower balls earlier. And just as surprising, less surprising, more surprising, Liam Livingston in at number 4.
Oh, whoa.
It's all happening. Bang,
by the way, first 5 balls of the Mohammad Shami are like absolutely pleasure to eyes to watch those in-swingers to the left-handers. He targeted for the leg stump, and then suddenly he came up with this slower off cutter out of off stump. That's superb planning, to be honest. That's what senior experience.
This is the hat trick ball. Mohammad Shami's on a hat trick. He's got a slip in place as well, and this is left alone outside off stump safely.
Which we won't associate with Livingston, by the way, in T20s specifically. But yeah, situation make things people do.
No, exactly. It's that kind of period of the game. 8 for 2. So let's just have a look at the market and see where we've been, because I'm obviously scrambling to catch up. So obviously Lucknow are massive favourites.
Massively ahead. Yeah.
As I'll just call this ball actually is. Shami is coming into Livingston again. Still got that slip there. Oh, lovely swing. Just moving away. So at the moment, he says, those 2 wickets have changed things quite. So Sunrisers were a 60% chance of winning, and they're currently a 32% chance. Those 2 wickets have halved their value according to the market, which is fair, but still dramatic.
So. Yeah.
And is this out? Has he bowled him? Oh, no, that was a replay. I was going to say, that doesn't make any sense. It's a left-hander on strike. So I got done by the replay there. Trying to do 20 things at once. And we'll just have a look at the predicted scores. So the predicted score is now 175. And it was 210. So it's come down quite a bit, as you would expect.
40 odd runs already.
Plenty of batting to come. Oh yeah, did he show in the Shami wicket?
Now the sun has brightened up a little bit. There was a day was started with bit gloomy.
It was, wasn't it? You're right.
Yeah.
I should have noticed that in the replay actually. And this one is just pushed into the covers. So is that the last ball?
LSG was paid dividends for choosing to bowl first, but I was a little surprised with this decision, considering this is a day game and the pitch will slow down eventually. That's what has been reported by the pitch reporters. So what do you think, Jared?
I need to know more about the pitch to make it 100%.
Oh, it's a poor field. Sorry, carry on.
Accurate at the moment. So, last ball of Shami's over. Let's just get us through this for a second.
Look at the first 5 balls, what he presented to the left-handers. I mean, whether it is Abhishek Sharma or Travis Head, those were like proper seam-up balls. That's actually, he's expecting the seam to pitch on the seam, the ball to pitch on the seam on the track. But then that's what we won't associate with Shami with to change with a cross seam and then off cutter. Beautiful setup. I'm like, still I have to move on from that. It's really, really beautiful.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on everything at the moment. So have we got, was there anything else fun? So Dignesh Rafi's already bowled and bowled well. I just saw the end of his over while I was setting up. So he bowled the second over. So Shami's bowled 2.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Harshal Patel is back. Wow. Imagine that.
And M. Siddharth is also back, who is a left-arm orthodox spin bowler for LSG. He is kind of a Jaddu, kind of a mold of player, where even Jaddu tries to turn the ball a bit, but he doesn't turn the ball. He just tries to drift it. So he's
Who's that? Today. Sorry, who did you say then? I missed it when you said it.
M. Siddharth.
Oh, there he is. Yep, number 7 for LSG. You're right. I was trying to find him in the list. I missed him. Okay, so yeah, we've got. So both teams have 3 frontline overseas players in at the moment, but they've got obviously the ability to bring in overseas players later on as well if they want. So Britsky can come in and Payne can come in, if I'm reading this correctly, unless I'm missing someone. Okay. Yeah. So I would say very, sorry.
By the way, not to forget, Avesh Khan is in today.
Yeah, I was going to say very Indian heavy bowling attacks for both teams, really.
I loved it, to be honest. They're going for the, where do they strengthen up? Looking at the bowling options, what they have from the foreign slots, it fair enough to bring in Avesh Khan to manage that 11 to 18 overs or even for the death also. What do you think, Jared? Is like, can they do something different? Should have done.
I think both of the teams just don't have a lot of bowling options, so maybe going with the local options is not the worst way of doing this. I'm just trying to find the preview.
As expected, LSG is fired up in the field. Prince Yadav, let's not forget what he has done in the previous match. He is one of their strike bowlers who can crack up to 140, 145 odd.
Yeah. Preview, that's what I was looking for. So I'm just trying to get the information in. And,
this is
hello.
Bowl.
Hello again, Ishan Kishan. Well, the top 3 is gone, everyone. So there's something to have a look at.
Now you're talking, fellas. Come on.
That is a good ball, by the way. It's angling across him, and it just gently swings back in, and it knocks out off stump. Beautiful delivery there by Prince Yadav. Ishan Kishan is gone. He's only faced 4 balls. So probably not a bad day to bring in Liam Livingston, all things considered, because they might need someone to make a few more runs for them at the moment. But
100%.
Wow, this is
what a start.
This is huge. What a start to the game this has been.
And LSG owner is bringing divine energy by praying a God's photo, which is there in his pocket. He has already on the camera once. Now he's so happy. I can understand why he's a so much happy man. They have removed all 3 big hitters who take the game away from them.
11 for 3. So I'm just having a look at who they've got left. So they've had to send in Klaasen. I was just waiting to see if Klaasen was coming in. I wonder if this isn't really a time for Nitesh Kumar Reddy. And just get him to block out the rest of the power play and then let Klaasen come in later. But they've gone with the big man.
Spot on, Jared.
Beautiful delivery. Beautiful delivery to Klaasen first up as well. So Prince Yadav is on it. There's a little. It's funny, they've got wickets with slow balls, but their spinners have bowled well, and they've got some swing. There's a little bit in this surface. I can see why they chose to bowl first.
Now it makes more sense. That's what I could say. But the moment, oh man, that felt like it took a nick of Klaasen's bat. That's the only reason why I wanted Nitish Kumar Reddy to be batting at this position in this kind of situations where you know that you have Klaasen who can cover up later when the ball stops moving.
Yeah. So someone just said NKR can't play the new ball. I know he can't, but what I'm saying is at this stage, what you really want. It may not even be him. I'm trying to think of who else they have. Even sending out someone like Shivam Kumar at the moment or Harsh Dubey, just to get them past this section. What they don't really want is to lose another wicket straight away. While the opposition is this much on top of them, and they can't really afford to lose either of these guys now.
Yeah. This is their engine room. By the way, looking at the way all the left-handers struggled here with the new ball, they wouldn't have thought of sending Aniket Verma also just to take them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Any of those sorts of other guys, they've got a couple of guys who can hold bats from further down the order, just to get them out of the power play.
Look, this is what exactly the teams like CSK, old Memai used to do. Bring up Kunal Pandya, bring in Jaddu.
You have to be flexible. If especially when Prince Yadav bowling well, and they'll probably go with Shami for another over here. The last thing you want is just another cheap wicket, and then suddenly you're in a position where it's very hard for everyone else to actually go in it. Anyway, the end of the 4th over, it's 11 for 3. And if anyone predicted that, good on them.
Yeah.
They've done very, very well. Just have a look here. Last time an afternoon game happened on this surface, pitch number 2, Sunrisers made 286. I don't think they're going to score 286 today. Yeah, so there's certainly something in this surface. There's also been a little bit in the air. We're just having a look at that Prince Yadav ball. Didn't move a lot, but it moved enough at pace, and it was just perfectly pitched. And Isham was obviously trying to play the drive, and so maybe a little bit looser than he would normally be in that situation.
And I love the mindset of the captain of LSG, Rishabh Pant, to be honest. Like, he had this attacking mindset. Bringing in Digvesh Tati in the second over is a little surprising, but it's good. It's nice to see he wants to go for the wickets.
He's just bowled a slow ball here, Shami, to Livingston, and it's just stopped in the wicket. So much so that even Rishabh Pant has struggled with this as the keeper, but again, Liam Livingston's bat is miles out ahead of his body. Exactly what we saw with Travis Head. And doesn't miss the stumps by that much. It wouldn't have carried anyway, even if he got an edge. But there was always a chance of him nicking that back on. Really good delivery there.
How did it miss off stump? My goodness. And look at the balls when he's pitching it up at 120s. The ball is doing every sort of thing. We have seen 2 wickets with 120 odd speeds.
This could go anywhere here. He tries to flick this across the line on the leg side, and I think it's just got a leading edge. Originally, I thought it might have even hit the pad, but it's ballooned out on the offside, and they're going to get runs there. But absolutely, Liam Livingston was looking one way, the ball went the other way, which is really how Sunrisers' day has started.
Oh, my goodness.
Man watching it on a potato catches up. So that was almost a KP-like shot. Anyway, Livingston facing up again. Mohammad Shami bowling beautifully at the moment. Certainly looking in some kind of form. And he comes in, this hits the pad. And again, Livingston's playing these huge shots. This is not the time for huge shots, Liam Livingston.
But that's how Livingston goes for about his business, right?
Yeah, but not when it's 11 for 3. You play different cricket when it's 11 for 3.
I don't think there are a few players like who doesn't care about like what situation they are in. He is one of them. I understand it's not game.
I've seen him. I've seen him before. Slow down.
Okay.
I mean, he just played that. He's played the last 2 balls with one hand on the bat and with his head up in the air. If he wants to hit the ball hard, that's fine. But maybe he needs to change a little bit how he's doing that. Anyway, this one is scooped up again, and it's just going to get over the fielder. So it's all happening here at the moment, as the great man might say. But it's they're looking very lucky right now.
I love what Prithvi has said here. Can you guys bring up the chat?
There you go.
Prithvi is saying that it's a wish. Being an SRH fan, I know the result of the match within 4 hours of our batting usually.
I do like that. I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, but there is an element of like, go hard or go home, right? Are we going to win? No, we're not going to win. Are we going to win? Yes, we've already won the game. Those are our 2 options, and we've already gone through them. Great comment. Remember, you can send us super chats throughout the day. We've got a couple others. Yeah. Sorry, we've been trying to catch up with this cricket.
And he is saying that is Vibo on De Villiers' level of processing info?
No. I mean, I think he has other skills. I think at the moment he's probably more. I think if I was going to compare him to anyone, it'd probably be more Viv Richards, in that he clearly sees the ball really early. But he's actually probably more. He's got a method that then destroys it, right? Whereas AB de Villiers is probably a much more all-round kind of player. In that sort. So I'd say they're slightly different. I think Viv Richards is kind of an outlier. If you look at the history of cricket, there aren't that many attacking batters who are really good when the ball's seaming or spinning, and Viv Richards also does that. So even Victor Trumper and Matt Hayden and Sehwag, they all struggle a little bit more in those situations. So yeah, if I was comparing Vibe to anyone just on the ability to hit the ball where you want to hit it, and having your key zones, and seeing the ball early, it'd probably be Viv Richards, not AB de Villiers. I mean, none of these are bad players to be compared to, by the way.
Come on, you're comparing him with View, Sir View.
Yeah.
How can that would be a
all good
upgrade.
players. Yeah. Well, as far as all-time, all-format batters, they're two of the best we've ever seen.
Oh, when was the last time we read the score as is about 5 overs done and 15 for 3 in a T20
We read
game?
We read the score 4 balls ago. They haven't moved on much, mate. I said 11 for 3. It's now 15 for 3. So yeah, they're still going at 3 runs and over. Siddharth is coming on. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
He's got a slip in place to Klaasen, who just turns this to square leg for 1. The
If I'm
expected
not wrong,
score
he played with CSK before once.
Ooh, I know I've seen him before. I'm trying to think. The expected score at the moment is 148. So that's just how low so it's gone down 60 runs. And it's gone down about 7 runs without a wicket here. So the market is looking at what's going on and just going, we don't back these two guys to handle it.
Again, a brave captaincy move from Rishabh Pant, bringing on a spinner when Klaasen is on strike and where he's trying to get out of jail. It's beautiful. I want to see this fiery contest. Nice. He's keeping the ball onto the stumps. As of now, everything looks controlled from the bowler's end. But let's see. We never know what Klaasen does next.
Says LSG has the most exciting bowling attack this year. Exciting. Is it an exciting bowling attack? I don't know if I'd call it an exciting one. I don't mind their bowling attack. Shami, Digvesh. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's the most exciting.
By the way, thanks to bring it up, Asmit. Yeah, this guy had taken the Kohli's wicket in 2016, by the way. M. Siddharth.
Was that for CSK?
Yeah. That's what I could remember of last time.
I'm trying to have a look. Let me have a look. Oh, he comes down the wicket. There's Livingston. I don't mind this because if you're going to bring the spinner on when the pace bowlers are bowling this well and the ball's in the right area, and he's whacked this an absolute mile over long on. That is a big hit.
Come on, guys. Bring in all your excitement and some fun stories, fun banter to the comments. Oh, my goodness. That's sent out of the park. See, that's why Livingston is Livingston. He does some things very simply. It's like, bash the ball.
Yeah, well, he just hit 2 balls straight up in the air, dude.
I know.
No, I think, I don't mind this because if you've got the spinner, I think it makes a little bit more sense. I'm just having a look here. I've only got Oh, wait a minute. So left arm orthodox. The Siddharth I've got here has only played for LSG. He played 2 games last year and 3 games in 2024. I'd have to go through my notes to see if I've got anything on him. This over it's gone for the equal most runs in the innings so far, 7. So the 2 overs from spin have gone for 7. And not one seam over has gone for more than 4 so far. That's what choose who you're attacking is basically what we're saying at the moment.
Okay, by the way, interesting to know, is this the lowest power play score ever? I don't think so it's ever because RCB got bundled out for 49.
Oh.
And we have got, while chasing, even KKR got bundled out for 75 odd. So we have to see. Is it this the that's interesting to know.
First
Come
over
on,
after
guys,
the power
pitching.
play is Avesh Khan, and this is at the top of off stump and hit out to a backward point for no run. Yeah, I'm assuming there would be lower ones, but I mean, wow, it's been incredibly low, especially considering now considering the 5 players who've been batting so far. It's probably the lowest one for expected runs. In fact, what are we up to? Yeah, so even after that 6, it's still only expected 151-ish. Siddharth says, where can I get a faster stream? I don't think you can publicly. I don't think it's something that exists. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's and we talked about this at the start of the of all the watch-alongs as well. It's not even that the public streams are the same delay every day. So the first day I did a public stream, and I was still ahead of most other people in the chat. And the next day I came back with the same 2 streams, and I was suddenly 5 seconds behind everyone else. So there's all sorts of things going on. But yeah, there are streams that you can get that broadcasters sometimes give, and friends of friends, and here we go. That's why I'm watching it very fast, and Shavan is watching it on a potato.
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like I'm watching the match after 2 light years.
Well, what is interesting is before you were very close to my stream, and then something happened to your stream and my TV at the same time, because I noticed my TV was like really close to this stream, and then suddenly my TV was like a ball and a half behind out of nowhere. So that's what I mean. It's really inconsistent, and I'm someone who knows much more about technology and how these things happen. But there is a delay in all broadcasts around the world, which is done intentionally to stop swear words going out and everything. In fact, you like this, Shavan. I think it was, so the first time, this is a fascinating story. The first time they put a stump mic in, the only way they could get the stump mic to work was to wrap it in a condom. Because otherwise there was too much moisture and the stump mic kept getting wet, right? So they wrapped the stump mic up in a condom. This is true story. This is Kerry Packer when they were doing it, right?
Oh
And then they hired people whose job it was to make sure that the wrong words didn't go out. And if you have a look, you might even be able to find this online. The first year, something like 45 swear words went out, broadcast on Channel 9, as this one is pushed into a point for no run. Something like 40 to 50 swear, and I'm talking proper swear words, went out on broadcast in 1979 or 1978, whatever it was, when swear words were not broadcast on TV, especially not in the middle of the day, especially not in sport. So it was fascinating just how many errors they made, and then obviously over the years we've got fewer and fewer. But yeah, it's a really tricky one. Obviously different countries have different rulings, but if you're on BBC or Sky or any English broadcast, TalkSport, when I'm on TalkSport, we have to apologize for the swear words.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we have to apologize. So sorry about that. Obviously that one went through. And the funny thing is, if you're on BBC or Sky, you're not actually muting it. The TV do it. So you're actually apologizing for someone else's error. There you go.
So if someone uses a curse word, then you need to apologize at being a broadcaster.
Yeah, because we're the ones broadcasting the swear word out, right?
Then...
Yeah, so we haven't done anything wrong. All I'm doing is commentating the game, and I'm like, oh, Liam Livingston's been hit in the nuts. I'd just like to apologize in case you or your family heard anything there, but Liam Livingston obviously not happy at being hit in the nuts. Yeah, so I don't know what I don't know what the rules are for other countries. Is Digvesh coming back on? Is his hair even longer this year? I think he's got 1.5 inches on last year. So we just saw Avesh. Again, we have not had a seamer in this game go for more than 4 runs and over so far.
By the way, the game is absolutely jam-packed with Orange Army.
Yeah, well, they might be going home early at this point. He's tried to scoop this up in the air. And is he walking? I think he walked. I think he's out. He tries to scoop this. Does Liam Livingston. And he's hit it absolutely nowhere. I don't know if it hit his shoulder. But he tried to lap it over. And it just lobbed up. And it was an excellent effort by Rishabh Pant, who had to fling himself forward. And Livingston didn't wait. So obviously it was very obvious. Let's have a look here. He laps this. Oh,
What
might have hit
effort
his
is this?
shoulder. So Rishabh Pant's going to the other side, and then he has to jump back. And I think what's happened is he's lapped it perfectly, Livingston, but it's just clipped his left shoulder, which has stopped the ball. And then Rishabh Pant, like Spider-Man, has changed directions in midair to come back. That is the Spider-Man catch, if you'll ever see it. Just changing directions as you're flinging yourself between buildings. And he's come back in. What an effort, and what another wicket.
What? Seriously, you should give it this wicket into Rishabh Pant's credit. We shouldn't give it to a bowler. I agree to the point where
Digvesh had very little to do with this wicket. That's probably 4 runs. There's 4 runs for 2 reasons. One, Liam Livingston has big gun arms because it really went into the big sticks that he has. And 2, it was well done because Rishabh Pant did everything right there. He was trying to cover the ramp, but there's probably very little chance he would have stopped it, but he was trying to cover it. And then the ability to change directions and go back, just a fantastic effort there. But another wicket. And now we have Nitesh Kumar Reddy in. And it's 26 for 4. And as Pratik says, Pune was 14 for 3 by Sunrisers, and I was there, unfortunately. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a fun time.
Okay, we can
Oops,
get a
wrong one.
passes
Sorry,
team,
I've already done that one.
Listen.
Will Sunrisers beat RCB's 49? Okay, so we are at 26 for 4. Now, I will say, as a man who spent a lot of time trying to see the what is it? What was New Zealand's? Is it 26 all out in Test cricket? And so many times you think a team's going to beat it, and they don't. Was it? I think Nathan Lyon put on a huge 20-run partnership for Australia to beat it at one stage. And
Let's
straight
say
away,
SRH.
yeah, that last wicket was a little bit fluky. Everything else has been very, very good bowling.
Yeah.
But that last one, it really does hit his shoulder. I hit it a lot harder than I thought, actually. It goes in. I thought it clipped his shoulder, but it goes into the middle of the shoulder and just stops.
Shoulder part, yeah.
Yeah. It almost hit his shoulder so much that it didn't carry to Rishabh.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It sucked
Rishabh
out
almost
all
had
the
to
energy
run
from the
through
ball.
the stumps to get it as well. It's great effort to not just impale himself on the stumps there.
Man.
Yeah, Siddharth,
From the
that was
side
the
angle,
joke,
it
the
looks
huge 20-run partnership.
By the way, if we are going to lose Klaasen here, what would be your predicted score? Jared, do they cross 120 odd?
48.
148?
No, 48.
Ah, you're still 40. Oh my goodness! Come on! Don't be so harsh on them.
Well, if we're going to lose Klaasen now, the only other option is for them to play towards the record, right? Otherwise, they're just wasting our time. Because they're probably, if they lose Klaasen now, they're going to lose the game. So they might as well go for the record. All records are good, says the man.
Oh, have you seen this ball? It just passed away the outside edge. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Nitesh had looked okay after the first couple of balls, but that was a good one. Digvesh doing well here. 95 kilometers an hour, getting some purchase off the wicket. Decent bounce as well. Can I just read you through? So every couple of minutes, I'm looking at the projected scores, right? So I think it was 202 when it started. It was just over 200 anyway. It went to 210, 175, 155, 150, 148, 134 we're at the moment. Which, to be fair, 134 looks a long way away.
Jared,
That's 100 runs in 12 overs from here. Sorry, go.
We lost you for a second over there.
Oh.
Is it only me or is the entire? Can you give me that evolution again? Like what was
202?
the initial score?
Yeah, 202, 210, 175, 155, 150, 148, 134.
Are we going to see less than 100 now?
Well, I mean, so the market thinks they're going to score 134. That's 100 runs in 12 overs. They don't look like they're about to score 100 runs in 12 overs, do they?
Yeah, no, doesn't look like, to be honest, no. But then you never know with Klaasen.
No, I mean, that's the big difference, isn't it, of course? Siddharth says that punt catch looked like Sangar's diving stumping. Yeah. Incredible effort. Did you ever wicket keep, Shava?
No, I did once, and then I understood like how difficult it is to judge a ball when it moves, when it seriously moves. And on top of that, in India, what we do, no, we usually do it on sand surfaces when you don't have a proper ground and all. Then you have zero predictability. It's like if the ball pitches on the sand, you are going to see the ball touching your toe rather than your knees. So yeah, absolutely.
Shami's back on, by the way. So they're going for the absolute kill at the moment, which I love. So my favorite catches were always the ones where you had to dive forward. So I didn't, because I was the spinner when I was wicket keeping, it was usually the seamers. But in indoor cricket, you would get them quite a lot because you're always keeping up at the stumps. I absolutely love that. The idea that you could jump around the stumps and the batter to try and steal a catch was my favorite thing to do. I did pull many off. What's incredible about the Rishabh Pant one also is he's in midair when the ball changes direction and he has to get back on the ground and dive over. They talk about this in basketball, and I think in volleyball as well, the ability to do your second jump really quickly if the first jump hasn't worked. So it's not that you're jumping through the air quicker than another person; it's that you can launch. So if you have a look, there's an NBA player called Zion Williamson who, when he was fit, his ability to do 2 jumps at the same time that a normal person hasn't even got ready for their second jump is next level.
And that's what the difference which makes for a wicketkeeper who stays on his toes. When he landed on the left, when he moved to his left, I think he was on his toes to jump quickly onto his right.
Yeah, if he lands on his flat feet there, you're right, he wouldn't have been able to do that, would he? Yeah. And that wouldn't have been his fault either, right? Because he wasn't expecting a second jump. Like everything that happens to him after, as I said, he made all the right decisions. He should never have been expecting to do a second jump. So it's incredible to be able to do that.
Yeah, any day. By the way, just to relate to this, there was a catch taken by Riddhiman Saha in Test cricket. This is that's a notch higher than this because he jumped near to the third shotman, the wicketkeeper. That's beautiful. But then I can articulate a bit of it, what I can relate to it. What Rishabh Pant did is absolutely similar to it. But then Rishabh Pant still have the luxury to jump near to his stumps. Not in front of the stumps.
But that said, jumping from the angle he was on across the stumps is also quite tricky.
Yeah.
Siddharth says, a fit Zion is basically a pogo stick. Yeah. Dennis Rodman was another guy who, if you go back and watch Dennis Rodman, his ability, like everyone else, it took an age to do that second jump. It's really hard to jump twice in a row. Like what Rishabh's just done there. That's not a normal thing. And it usually takes a little bit of your Achilles and your calves to reload. Right. And so people who can sort of jump off their toes that quickly. And I would assume this might have something to do with Rishabh did he do gymnastics when he was a kid?
Yeah, he is a freak in doing gymnastics and all. And trust me, when we used to play table tennis, usually people ask us to stay on toes just because of this reason. You would expect the ball on a forehand, but it had come to backhand at any point of time. So there's no free agility for you to move towards the backhand and then make some space and room to hit the ball. So yeah, just to making a drawing. Some
might have been why I wasn't very good at table tennis. I don't ever remember being on my toes.
Is it?
But it's similar in tennis, isn't it? In tennis, you're supposed to be on the balls of your feet the whole time. So Shami's finished for the day. Shami's finished the day with 2 for 9 from 4. So I still don't believe. Wait, I'm just going to go check that and make sure I'm right. I still don't believe that we have seen a fast bowler go for more than 4 runs. Am I right in saying that? What was Avish's last over?
I think.
Yeah, his went for 4, didn't it? Yeah, we have still not seen a seam bowler go for more than 4 runs.
True that, and I think now LSG can do a RCB. Ask Shami to go and relax. Chill, guys. Chill. Your job is done for the day.
Singer says, why is India not considering Shami for the 2027 ODI World Cup? Isn't he the best ODI World Cup bowler ever? I did a piece on it. So, yeah, he's pretty close. I think it's just that they've decided on more all-round players, right? I think it's as much as that as anything else. I'd be shocked if he doesn't make the squad just because you're going to South Africa, and unless Prashid Krishna or Arshdeep has completely moved above him, I would be pretty surprised if he doesn't go over there. But if it was me, I'd be taking... who's the guy that's injured at the moment? The big fella? The Indian bowler.
Harshit Rana.
Harshit Rana. So, I mean, if you're looking at it, you would try and you want to take, obviously, Bumrah, probably Arshdeep, and then you've got Siraj, Harshit Rana,
Shami.
Prashid Krishna
All
and
the-
Shami.
yeah.
So I would probably, if it's me, I'd probably take Shami. But yeah, I think there is, and we can
Looking at
understand
the
why.
batting depth, looking at the batting depth, what Harshit Rana provides, the team
Yeah.
might incline towards Harshit Rana. That's how they.
And if you look at Gambia, that's kind of his thing, right? He does sort of like that. So,
He likes
but yeah, if you're talking to the wrong person here, because obviously I'm 100% on your side, because I think he's just been incredible. And specifically with Mohammad Shami, why I think he's so incredible in World Cups is the ability to take wickets early. Maybe outside of Glenn McGrath, we've never had a bowler who has consistently taken wickets as early as he does. Trent Bolt's had some great work, great stuff in World Cup as well. Obviously, Mitchell Starc is a great bowler, but I think even considering all those things, I think Shami and McGrath are probably the ones who have the biggest impact on games.
And Jared, we would love to hear from you that there was a time when Mohammad Shami could easily beat the batsmen continuously. Okay, but then he couldn't get that nick or the wickets.
I think that was more
What was the
Test cricket,
change?
though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think that's just
that
Test
is
cricket.
more of Test cricket. Even in
Yeah.
ODI World Cup. I
Oh,
don't know
inside
whether
edge,
you're
just back past the stumps by Heinrich Klaasen. Well, they take the runs any way they can get them. It still doesn't go for 4. They can't even take a break here in any way. Yeah, I think I think in Test cricket he bowled a little bit shorter, but if you have a look, not just him, every bowler in the world, because of DRS and because bowling coaches kept pushing to pitch the ball up, everyone's pitched it up a little bit more, and that's just helped Mohammad Shami quite a lot. Weirdly enough, he's one of the few bowlers who doesn't rely on the wobble ball either. And a lot of people ask me why, and I was like, because he doesn't need to. Like he's so good at, he can swing and seam the ball, and so I think he's much more comfortable just bowling that way. He can bowl the wobble ball, but it's not. Most guys by this stage in their career are almost exclusively wobble ball bowlers, and we're not seeing that from him.
Was this underaged by Klaasen? No.
Yes.
No. Is it?
Yeah.
Did you hear 2 sounds over there?
I don't have the sound on, but I'd be shocked if. It was given runs. Yeah, he definitely hit it.
Okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't a drop. It's a drop catch technically, but that would have been an incredible catch.
Yeah. Then he would be seriously named as Spider-Man for today.
Then he becomes.
Oh, it looks plumb.
They didn't review it.
Is it going with the arm? Is it going out towards?
I
the
think
leg
it was
stump or
just
leg?
drifting down leg. Yeah, wait, I've just got. Oh, I thought they were going to show me the Hawkeye, but they haven't yet. It comes down the wicket, flicks this to the fielder. There's no run. It's incredible just how hard it is for them to score. You can see why the big reverse sweep or switch. It might have even been a switch hit, that last one. Is coming up. They're just stuck in every single way at the moment.
No, it's a good decision. Yeah.
It's just a bit of an optical illusion because of the way he went.
Yeah. Because batter has exposed all his stumps. The moment you saw the ball hitting his pads, it looks like plump.
Oh, just hitting the outside corner of the top of leg stump. So if he was given out, it would have stayed out, I believe. So it's a little bit closer. That's what I mean. It's a hard one. When the batter switches like that, it's hard for you to get your eye in. Sanjeet says, what's the best 4-over spell in IPL history? Surely this isn't far away. Statistically, it's pretty good, but I think we've had better ones statistically than this, haven't we?
Yeah. I could remember one by what's his name? I'm forgetting. Jared, help me with this. Like, there's a Caribbean spinner, West Indies spinner who played for RCB.
Samuel Badri.
Samuel Badri. Samuel Badri. Is it Samuel? Yeah.
The leg
What
spinner.
a spell he has bowled. Yeah, the leg spinner. He bowled for 4 overs, some 4 5 wickets, 4 wickets if I'm not wrong, 4 or 5 wickets for 9 odd runs. So that's tough to beat. That's what I could remember right away on top of my mind. And also Dale Steyn's over versus Mumbai Indians when he played for RCB, where Rohit struggled to even touch a single ball. It kept on beating his bat, left, right, center.
I'll tell you one thing that's just happened, by the way. I didn't call it at the time, as Prince Yadav is coming back into bowl again. Is he's coming on to bowl here. The last delivery was a left arm finger spin ball just outside off stump that straightened to miss the stumps, and Heinrich Klaasen left it. He didn't even try and hit it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone leave a ball in T20 cricket that close to their stumps. But you're right. Samuel Badri took 4 for 9 is the spell you're talking about.
Is it?
Incredible.
Is it?
Samuel Badri was the best T20 bowler in the world for well, not the best. He was a great T20 bowler in the top 5 or 10 best bowlers in the world consistently, and somehow only ended up playing 12 T20 IPL games. Lovely man too, very intelligent.
Yeah. Because coming from that part of the world, being a successful spinner itself is a mystery for me. Yeah, sorry, Jared. Please continue.
No. His whole thing was really interesting. I've interviewed him about it a few times, and he said he started opening the bowling by accident because he's a leg spinner, right? Leg spinners don't open the bowling even now, right? And there was a game he was playing. I think it was a club game, and they were like, "What? If you want to do it, do it." And he did it, and no one could hit him. And he was better when he was bowling with the new ball than he was with the older ball, which is very rare for a wrist spinner. In fact, most wrist spinners don't even like using the new ball at all. What's happened here? There's something going on. I'm not sure what the delay is.
Why is it that they cannot go for a impact sub? I think Shami is asking about that.
Yeah, it is about the impact sub. I think you're right. Did they not? I think maybe they're saying he just walked off the field and they didn't see the impact sub. It's funny. There's like 4 conversations going on here as well. I think they're all saying anyway. We'll get back to it. Prince Yadav is on. This is a length ball outside off stump, and I don't know. Why don't you just whack it over long off for 6? Nitesh Kumar Reddy. I mean, what?
Did he? Wait. Let me.
Incredible strike this. Yeah, just a length ball outside off stump, frees his arms and just goes, okay. We've just seen Heinrich Klaasen leave a ball outside off stump, and now Nitesh Kumar Reddy's humping one.
Jesus, that's some start. That's
80
beautiful.
meters. 80 meters, that last one. Just a big hit there.
It's seriously a handsome hit.
Handsome. That's a good name. I like that. Handsome. It was certainly a handsome hit. We should have a Combok handsome hit of the day. And then we just need some sort of hair gel product or grooming product to go with it. The handsome hit. I don't know if we've put this up yet, but Siddharth said before, Sunrisers strike rate, run rate is 3.44. England's test team play faster than this. I actually think quite a few test teams play faster than 3.44, by the way, at the moment. But they're up now to 4.06. So now they're up at the Bazball era level, I should say. This is Prince Yadav's just got this wrong in this over. He's got away with this one, but it was a full toss on off stump going for the Yorker. And Klaasen is so defensive minded at the moment that he doesn't get it away for a boundary.
I'm feeling a little bad that I want to hear what Justin Langer is saying, to be honest. I could only see him.
It's very rare that a human being will say that out loud.
Come on, Josh. Good one, though. Oh.
So did we get to the... I'm just having a look now. Mohamed Shami's gone off the field.
By the way...
okay. I think what they're saying is that Britsky isn't the impact player. And so that he can't come on to field. I think that's what the umpires were saying. So you can't just take Shami off and then bring on a good fielder unless he's the impact sub. So I believe that's what the conversation is, as best we can understand it.
Also one more rule, Jared, over here. Though when you already had 4 overseas players in your team, you cannot bring any subs, as in fielder subs, as in foreigner, because you're using service of 5 foreign players. That's the violation.
But they're not though, because they only have 3 on the field, don't they? Didn't we work that out before?
1 second, let me work it out.
I thought we counted that earlier, but you might be right. But I thought we counted that one earlier, unless I've miscounted. Marsh, Markram, Puran. Yeah, so they can bring another one on.
They can.
Yeah.
Mate.
By the way, just another 6. And another great clip as well. I'm in the middle of doing a piece about how players go against pace versus spin. And in Heinrich Klaasen's case, we all go on about how good he is against spin, and he's almost as good against pace. That was an incredible hit. So interesting. Prince Yadav had 1 over 1 for 1. He's come back on, and he's gone for, what's the score at the moment? 50 runs. He's gone for
Solid
about a
14.
quarter of their runs in this over.
True.
Is that right? 12? Yeah. How many runs has he gone
Yeah.
for in this over so far?
16 already.
He's gone for more than a quarter of their runs.
Yeah.
This is a
That's-
stupid
that's-
game of cricket, and I love every moment of it.
Yeah. We love the uncertainty, aren't we? Oh, that's a good shot, but good for a single.
Good news
so-
if you're a Sunrisers fan. For the first time in a very long time, the expected runs has gone up significantly to 138.
Serious fan Brat is saying that I would really love to see Abhishek and Head play under the lights against pink ball on a green top. Come on, mate.
I think Travis Head's I think Travis Head has the best average in the world against the pink ball, and he's played on a lot of green tops on it. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. It's either Travis Head or Marnus. They're both incredible against the pink ball. And Travis Head is still scoring at ridiculous rates against it as well. This is another beautiful shot off Digvesh. They might come back for a couple. Yeah, they only get one, but it was really well played by Klaasen. Klaasen has suddenly just started to look like Klaasen again. So we have now 9 overs. The problem is the tightrope that they have to walk is they can't lose another wicket in the next 2 to 3 overs, but they also want to start to score again.
Especially not Klaasen's at any cost. Oh, come on, mate. Feel, for the God's sake.
So
Hey,
Nitesh is facing Digvesh, and he thumps this back down the ground. Again, they're going to look for 2. Oh, it's gone for 4. Wow, that's incredible timing. Back foot, a strapple, a straight pull, really. Almost forcing this one back down the ground, but incredible power. I thought long on might get around, they'd get 2, but he hit it so well. Beautiful shot. So we've seen 2 6s and a 4 in the last 2 overs, and in the entire innings... in the entire innings before this, let's have a look. We had 3 6s and 2 4s. So we have had more than half of our boundaries come up in the last, 8 balls?
8 balls. Yeah, 8 balls. Yeah, fair enough. And then, what do you think, like, what score could give SRS back their confidence of, like, yeah, they can fight from here?
205.
160 odd? No, come on, Jared. It's like, let's be realistic. It's 4
Yeah, I think you want another boundary. Nitesh again. Oh, it's a boundary smorgasbord. He cuts this away and picks up another one. I think you're going to have to be in a situation where 165 is the absolute minimum you can score. Don't you think?
I feel so, but the quality of the bowling what SRH have, it doesn't help them by any stretch of means.
Yeah.
But then,
No. But if the
yeah.
pitch is playing up, 145, 165 is your best chance. But probably 185. I mean, with their bowling lineup, what 205 might be what they need.
Ideally, yeah.
But yeah, they're going at 5 runs and over here, everyone. So
He just knocked off to this long on. Yeah. Are
And
they
they've
going for
just-
second? Yes. Oh. It's a bit poor fielding, to be honest. That's a bad throw from Puran.
So last 10 balls has been 27 runs. We've had 2 6s, 2 4s, a couple of 2s as well. So it's not just one method. And Heinrich Klaasen, that one you're talking about, it was just put in the pocket at mid-wicket, and Heinrich just forced his way through for 2. Almost ran himself out, by the way, because he jumped over the crease a little bit, but he didn't have
I was
to.
about to say that.
So Heinrich Klaasen's facing the last ball of Digvesh. I wonder if he goes for this.
Yeah.
Oh, he hammers this back down the ground. They're probably only going to get 2. Do they come back for the second again? Yeah, I think they come back for another 2. So really good over. 1, 4, 4, 2, 1, 2. So Digvesh, it's the first time they've really scored off him, but they have scored a lot easier off the spinners than they have the quicks today. So Digvesh is going at 8. Siddharth is going at 5.5. But Shami went at 2.25. Avesh Khan's only gone for 4 runs in his over. And Prince Yadav's gone for 1 big over, but his other over went for 1 as well. So still not a great death bowling lineup here. So we've already seen Prince Yadav get hit. Avesh Khan's going to have to bowl a lot of overs from here on in at the end. Do they have someone else who can bowl another over? So Mitch Marsh probably won't bowl. Yeah, so they're going to have to ride these 5 bowlers out. So there is a chance. Now, Siddharth is bowling again. He's gone for 11 runs in his 2 overs. I am assuming here, Shavan, that this is an over where you try and score some runs.
I was about to say that. I was thinking in the same. I was just making a calculations in my mind, like who is that bowler whom they are going to target. I don't think they are going to look at the bowler who is bowling and what. I think they are going to go for everyone from here on, looking at what pitch is doing currently at this point of time. Do you think the ball is doing
Comes
much now?
down the wicket and he hits this over, covers for 4. So yeah, they have decided this is an over that they are going for. Beautiful batting actually by Nitesh. Gets sort of inside the line here and chips this over the top, and he picks up a 4. 69 for 4 after 12.1. Sorry, mate, what were you saying?
Yeah. Do you think like will they target to? I mean, like, sorry. Do you think like the ball is doing a bit now? Still, I don't see it.
No, I think you're right. I think this certainly looks like the best time to bat in this innings so far. He's got a full toss outside off stump. He'd be disappointed with that. Could have whacked that one away for 4.
By the way, that's also a worrying sign. A worrying sign for SRH.
Well, it depends. Maybe the new ball might still act a little bit differently, but you're right. I mean, it's not a good sign so far. A slow 150-ish chase is tailor-made for Markram, to be fair. So can't say 150 gives Sunrisers a chance. Maybe 200 is the only hope. Yeah, I think anything under 165 with their bowling, unless the wicket is absolutely devious, it's just so hard. They just don't have the bowlers, Sunrisers. And they would need something quite special. So what's the best they can do from here? What's if they go, what? As Klaasen goes for another big hit, and he's dropped at deep mid wicket.
Ah, man.
So he tried to get rid of Siddharth there. He didn't get much of it, and it has trickled away for a boundary. Sorry, for a single. If they score at 15 runs and over from here, after this over anyway,
which would be
which is the absolute best case scenario.
Oh,
that's 175. I say best case scenario, but that should be a realistic ceiling. Yeah, probably should have caught that, shouldn't he?
Through. Yeah, he should, because he had already reached the ball, almost reached the ball. He jumped at the wrong time.
Yeah, he got his angle wrong, didn't he? Might have jumped maybe too early. Anyway, don't want to drop Klaasen on 19. He's set now, and once he gets to about 20, he can basically hit a 6 every second ball. Now, this may not be the wicket, may not be the situation, but you don't want to test him. You don't want to see if it's the wicket or the situation.
By the way, we'd love to know, Jared, like there was a stat regarding Phil Salt, right? When RCB has released their, behind the scenes, when they plan for a player, they look at like how devastating they are, like when they go for about their business. So Phil Salt had this strike rate of like he would go for 15 runs for every odd over. I mean, like for every alternate over. So do we have any stats like associated with Klaasen, like how many boundaries he would hit for every? Oh man, how did Klaasen left that alone?
He's left a couple. He's left I think he's left at least 4 balls today, right? But that one he thought was going to be a wide, to be fair, and he was just wrong. No, I don't have anything. I don't think he's quite at the Phil Salt's level, but the difference is, so what you would have to look at with Klaasen, and I don't think I have the ability to do that while we're on the live, but what you would look at Klaasen is what his strike rate becomes once he's faced 20 balls. And I'm not sure that in the last couple of years there's anyone who would be quicker after 20 balls than Klaasen. I could be wrong. But guys like Phil Salt and Abhishek Sharma are quick from the start. Travis Head would be another one that's a bit more, even though he starts pretty quick himself. He quite often will need a ball or two, 3 or 4 balls to get started. Whereas Klaasen will take a little bit longer even, just because he knows he can hit 6s after this. It looks very, very hot out there. Nitesh Kumar Reddy look desperate for a drink, as the batters are just having a short break. Klaasen looks actually like he's got energy to spare. So if you're looking for positive signs, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Oh, they've just changed bats, so they have to recheck the bat and make sure it goes through. I would check every one of Klaasen's bats, because when he hits the ball, it does feel like they're all illegal. 73 for 4 after 13. And what do we say? So if we add that to... so 178 if they score at 15 runs and over from here. It's still a big ask, but there's not a lot of great death bowling to come. Avesh Khan is on. He bowls a wide one outside off stump, and Klaasen has whacked this away for 4. New bat, new boundary. Maybe they should have just kept bringing new bats out the whole inning so far.
We are still seeing the advertisement here. Wait.
Don't worry, it'll come. Your potato will catch up.
Yeah. I'm a light year behind now. From 2 light years, I had come 1 light year ahead. So it takes some time.
Yeah, he's gone for the slow ball bouncer wide of off stump. And it just, in this case, he just had plenty of time to wait for that. Partnership 51 off 36, which is a great partnership considering everything that came before them. And they brought up mid along off, and he's timed this incredibly. Another boundary. This is just a push. I think this tells you how much better the wicket is now than at any other time in the game. This was a pace on ball, I think. And he's just pushed this into the gap. And hold the presses, everyone. For the first time today, they're scoring at more than a runner ball. More than a runner ball.
He just touched it.
Yep.
Just looked like he touched it.
It's funny, actually, because mid-off thought he was a chance of chasing that, and the ball got further away from him the whole time. 2 boundaries to start this over. He goes for a big slog on the leg side. Might think of 2 here. And they stroll back for a second, in fact.
Now, what does the market say, Jared? Like in CricBuzz, it shows still 78% LSG and 22% SRH.
Yeah, I don't think that will change on mine. Let's have a look. The market says 80% for Lucknow from here. I think you'd need a couple of 20-run overs before the market would switch it. Because the market's thinking, yeah, well, if the pitch is this good now, your bowlers have to bowl on it. He's hit this through the offside again. This is going to be another boundary. So they've moved the field twice, I think, in this over. I think they had the long off out first ball. I'm not 100% sure because I couldn't see it. I think they brought the long off in. Now they put the long off back out, and he still hit the ball through covers for 4. Again, big hit like this. And like a powerful hit from a good ball, too. There was nothing wrong with the delivery. It was full and wide. Siddharth says, Bazball could only dream of playing like Sunrisers. 87 for 4. I would actually argue that England are quite often 87 for 4. I mean, Livingston was certainly playing like he was playing Bazball. He was playing like he wanted to get back in that side. Just misses his length on that last one, Avesh Khan. And have we got another boundary?
Hard welcome.
Oh, another one. Another 4. Wow. Klaasen, new bat, new man. He suddenly looks like an absolute beast. As I said, when they had the drinks break, that quick drinks break a moment ago, he just didn't look like there was any issue. This one should have been fielded. Who's that out there? Is that Markram? Markram's dived over this. Yeah. But again, it's the timing. He doesn't try to hit that hard. He's hitting them. They're just coming off the middle. Look, I have no idea about bats, Siobhan, but that's the bat I would use all the time.
By the way, did you get a chance to watch what one of the Kevin Peterson show with Yuvraj Singh when he checked all the bats from the old age to till date, how they evolved? And then he seriously says like, man, how did they bat with the old bats? That's the only reason why people never used to go for that lofted shots and all. And the difference was huge.
Yeah, so you got to remember, if you've batted with a modern bat, playing with an old bat is very tough because it doesn't make any sense to you, right? Whereas actually, what players used to do is make sure they middled the ball a lot more, right? Now players are looking for contact. In the old days, you were looking for middling. So the middle of the bats hasn't changed, right? Like when the MCC did a test a few years ago, and the middle of the bats hasn't changed. The bat that changes everything in cricket is the Gray Nichols scoop, because it's the first bat that you don't have to hit the middle of all the time. And from that point forward, that's what bat makers try and do. So before, you had to be a bit more of a surgeon when you were playing, whereas now it suits a lot more of the middle is so much. I've got a couple of old bats here that are really good old bats. If I hit the middle of them, the ball disappears. The difference is that I don't have to hit the middle with my new bat. it just has to go anywhere slightly near the middle and the ball disappears. Anyway, 92 for 4 after 14. They scored 22 for 3 after the first 6 overs and 70 for 1 off the next 8.
By the way, already after the drop catch, Klaasen has scored 21 odd runs in the span of 6 balls. No, not even 6 balls. Is it? Yeah, 6 balls. I'm not wrong. 6 to 5 balls.
Yeah. It's a big one.
LSG.
Worth mentioning for sure. The run rate in the last 5 overs is 12.4. So what was I looking at? I was looking at 15 runs and over. They scored 19 off that last one. And he's gone for a big hit here as Nitesh Reddy, and that should clear the ropes as well. And by clear the ropes, I mean by 30 meters. He's cleared the rope by 30 meters. It's a slog sweep. It was maybe slightly over-pitched by Digvesh. I'd have to have a look again, but huge hit. They'll be over 7 runs and over soon. I mean, it's, a little bit too full on that one, I think. Beautiful
This
strike.
seriously says how good this pitch turning out to be to bat.
Yeah.
Not a good sign for SRH fans or the...
No, but remember, this is against the old ball. The new ball might still have a little bit of juice. But yeah, I think you're right. Overall, this is not a good sign for SRH, but they're also probably happy to see it. Another big hit. And it's just over long off for 6. So 2 sixes in a row. The boys are back in town. The Orange Army. It's coming back from the death throes. And that brings up the... or was it the last one that brought up the 100? No, that one brings up the 100. 105 for 4 now. And Reddy, who looked gassed a minute ago, which might be why he's hitting, he's moved on to 41 from 25. And Klaasen is 41 from 28. And is he going to go again? No. He wanted to hit that one hard, but he mashed that one a little bit into the ground. As usual.
Last ball was 100 kph.
So Reddy has hit a 6 off a seamer in this match, and he still has a strike rate of 112 against seam and 188 against spin, which I'm really happy with, Shavan, because I've written a whole piece about this, which will be out, which will be out sometime next week.
Which will see the timing of it.
Yeah, reverse sweep by Heinrich Klaasen, and it's been given a wide. Why is it being given a wide?
It would be nice to see what was the last 5 overs were scored. Oh, last 5 overs were scored for 72 runs.
Yeah, 14.4 runs and over. Oh, that's an unfair wide. I don't know about that. They're going to review it. I think that's fair. The problem for Digvesh and Rishabh is that what happens is the ball does spin just outside the blue line, but Heinrich Klaasen has moved so much around the crease to play the reverse sweep. I think he might be okay. I certainly would have reviewed that. Partnership is now 80 of 45. And they've both got, it's not like they've both been attacking massively. So we said expected, we thought the best case scenario is about 178. Even the market thinks 168 at the moment. So everyone's in on them. Let's have a look. He moves across. Does he move? No, he moves after the ball is bowled. I think that is going to be a wide. It's very close though. But yeah, I thought if he moved beforehand, that definitely wasn't one. We got a super chat from Yash Vignesh, if you could find that. I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. Decision upheld. Yeah. Worth reviewing that. That's not that was not a terrible one at all. I think that was very, very fair. They're unlucky there to lose that. I could see why they went for it. Digvesh is trying to bowl so wide now to Heinrich Klaasen. Every ball's right out there on that line. Yash says, removing regulars like Bumrah, Arshdeep, Krishna, Siraj, Varun, Akshar, what could be India's bowling attack be for a hypothetical second team and how good they could be? Yeah, I've said this before, the second lineup, and we saw this, if you go back to the great Australian teams, it's exactly the same thing. It's really hard to have a great second 11 bowling lineup. Even the West Indies, when you would have had, Wayne Daniels and Eldon Baptiste and Roddy Eswick and Sylvester Clark, it's probably still, it's a good attack, but is it a better attack than what New Zealand or Pakistan had? Probably not, right? No. So it's very rare. And then if you look at the second tier of West Indies batting, that was actually a bit of a step down. As Reddy goes again off Digvesh. Oh my, it was the quicker one. And it's gone very quickly into the stand. And again, these sixes, a lot of these from Reddy today, these sixes have gone back 10, 20 meters,
why is that Digvish is bowling at 100 kph? He's bowling too quick. It's too quick for a spinner.
I
And
don't
that too
mind
in
his
slot.
pace. But to be fair, I don't think that's a bad delivery. I just think it's a fantastic shot. Because I think that spins as well. And it's not overpitched. The first one was probably overpitched. Is Nitesh having words with someone? Hello. He's 48 of 27. Klaasen is 42 of 29. Yeah, so I think that limits their bowling if you have a look at that sort of second 11, Yash. But that's the same as if you go back and have a look at some of the great Australian teams. Even their second 11s would have been pretty poor when it comes to bowling. And with the West Indies, their second 11 of their bowling was pretty good, but not as good. And their batting would have dropped off quite a bit. So yeah. It's very hard to be strong all the way through for a second 11 at any one time. And this ball is in the slot. It's by the Prince, and it's been hit by the King, Klaasen, for another 6. It is raining sixes. I said their best case scenario was 15 runs and over from here on in. The last 5 overs, they have scored at 17 runs and over. I told you they would go for 205.
They are on course. They can do it.
Yeah, length ball on the
16
stumps,
and over.
paid on. The ease at which he hit this for a 6 as well. These guys, and again, it's another 80-meter one. These guys are beating these boundaries by 15, 20 meters. What a bizarre innings. Prince Yadav went for 1 run in his first over, and he has gone for 22 runs in his following 7 balls. And he's just pulled out. He's come into bowl here and pulled up. And can I tell you something, Shavan? We are almost at 8 runs and over. Crazy.
From below, from 4. They started when the run rate was 4, right? No, 3 it was.
3.44, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. By the end of power play, they scored, 22 odd runs?
22 for 3, yeah.
Yeah. So, credit, guys.
Liam Livingston
By the way,
played a shot a ball and ended up on 14 of 20. And they are now, these two guys are both about to pick up their 50s. Klaasen just got a single off a ball that he could barely reach then. He probably should have left that. That
could have been a wide.
Yeah. The last 30 balls, 79 runs, 7 fours, 5 sixes, I think. I think I read that correctly. Nitesh is trying to flay this away on the offside. I think Nitesh's best bet at the moment is just to try and get a single every ball off pace and let Klaasen do the pace. And Klaasen and him can attack if there's any more spinners. But remember that Klaasen was dropped on 19.
Now, man, they are going after everyone. I think that drop is proving very costly for LSG. Let's see. Will it cost them the match or not?
It shouldn't cost them the match, should it? Okay, good batting by Nitesh here. Good bowling, actually, by Avish Khan. And so we get a single. So we've had 6-1.1, and Klaasen has walked over to the square leg umpire to ask how many balls are left. I think if I'm Klaasen here, I'm thinking 2. I'm thinking 6-4-2.
2.
I don't really want a single here.
Oh, it's a good ball. It's a beautiful ball.
Yeah. So let's just see how he goes about it. Long off and mid wicket, as fairly normal for Klaasen, have been sort of his zones today. A great Yorker. And as I said, he just happily pushes this back to the bowler. He's like, okay, that one's yours. That's a good delivery. I think off this next ball, because we've still got, if I'm not mistaken, let me just bring the scorecard back up. We've still got 1 over of spin left that they have to bowl.
Oh, Jesus. It's good. It's beautiful Yorker. Into the block hole.
Klaasen will assume that he can't bowl 2 of these Yorkers in a row. Is Heinrich Klaasen correct on this? It's a slow up bouncer. And to be fair, he's just knocked this around for a single. So I think that brings up his 50. He's 50 off 33. Reddy will bring up his 50 in a moment. And we might just be having a timeout here, are we? Not sure.
I think so.
It's hard to tell because people run on the field after every ball. Avish Khan's done well, though, to get out of that over. And we are going to have a quick break here. So, just to give you an update on this wild and wacky. This is the way that my cricket club used to do this back in the old days. It was 1 for 1, 2 for 8, 3 for 11, 4 for 26. And that was at the 7.1 over mark when these two came together. Since then, they have put on just a fantastic partnership. And the last couple of overs, or last 5 overs, they're going at just under 15 and over. They're going at 14.4 and over. And Shami's bowled out. So to finish off here, the two best bowlers, I would say, are Digvesh Rathi and Shami. Both of them are bowled out. So they now have Prince Yadav has 1. Avesh Khan has 2. He just bowled a good over, so hopefully he can get 2 good ones out of him. But they do have another over out of Prince Yadav and another over out of M. Siddharth. So there's a lot going on.
By the way,
Triple
someone
Stroke
needs
says...
to do a...
Oh, sorry. Go.
Someone needs to do a Mohammad Shami from SRH's point of view. And do you see anyone doing that? Or like, who are their options to do that?
It's a very good point. I mean, it's the bowling lineup is very, very different. I suppose Junaid Unadkat can maybe take some wickets early on. Who's their bowling sub? So David Payne or Malinga?
Malinga with the new ball, because the ball is moving a bit much in the starting phase of the innings with the hard new ball. So let's give it to Malinga and see if he could move the ball. But then does he have a only single pony trick? Like he keeps on bowling those in-swinging Yorkers and all.
Yeah, it's a good trick. Yeah, I think you either go Payne or Malinga with the new ball with Unadkat, and you hope that works. And then there has been a pitch where early on slower balls worked. So when the ball was hard, slower balls did well on this one. So it might be worth getting Harshal Patel on a little bit earlier. But essentially, I think they need a lot out of Harsh Dubey and Shivam Kumar. I think when it comes down to it, I'm not sure they're going to get enough out of the new ball. So they really have to hope that their spinners do well. We just had a super chat from Triple Stroke, who says, if Klaasen plays ODI regularly, geez, the potential. So Klaasen played 60 of them. And he averaged 43.5 at a strike rate of 117. And I'll be honest, I've done a lot of research on this. I actually think South Africa held him back. I think in another team, he would have had a strike rate of about 125. He was an absolute beast in that little period where he played a lot of ODIs. So yeah, it's a shame. I mean, the big shame with Heinrich Klaasen is he's a late developer. It would have been great if he'd developed 3 or 4 years earlier. We didn't quite get the best out of him. But yeah, fascinating player. Do you know how he got good against spin?
He is really good against spin.
No, but do you know how he got good against spin?
No. I want to know the story from you.
He went to a new cricket academy. It wasn't like one of the big fancy ones. And it was starting out. And because they didn't have a lot of money, all the players had to learn how to roll the pitches themselves. And Klaasen had a couple of friends who were spinners. And they kept complaining that all the pitches were for pace bowlers and for batting. And so he literally he started making decks that spun more for his friends, right? Wow. And then he would face them on these wickets, and he got really good on turning wickets against spinning ball in a way that obviously most South African players do not. And that was his big advantage that he had. Anyway, Avesh Khan, 123 for 4 in what has been a split personality T20 innings so far. One of the most bizarre ones we have seen in a very, very long time.
Absolutely, we can say that. It's no wrong in saying that. It looks like a split personality innings. Someone cannot relate the first 10 overs. Okay, can we remember what exactly happened? First 10 overs, the score was at 35. If I'm not wrong, 38, 35, 38 odd.
Oh, I can go back and have a look at that in a minute. But I think I caught the last over as Avesh Khan, so it was Prince Yadav. I forgot that over. I was calling him to start, and then I just switched over. Where were they? They were 35. They were 35 for 4 after 10 overs. And that's when the drop came. Or is that a different drop? That might have been the inside edge. That was the first drop, which was the tougher one. So they have dropped Klaasen twice, technically.
Oh, that would be a little harsh on Rishabh Pant.
Okay, just throwing it out there. If Rob Barron was on, he would say they've dropped him twice.
Barron is very obsessed with catch.
Reddy has brought up his 50 as well. So just the last couple of balls, some good bowling here, just slowed them back down. I wonder if also they're just thinking to themselves, we want to go all out at the death. Let's just...
Here we go. Pushpa celebrations over here. Nice.
Is that what their slit in your throat celebration was?
Yeah. That's actually a movie. It got very popular. That's a South Indian movie basically where I come from actually. So there's an actor called as Allu Arjun. He does it just to show his swag, and then like when he accomplished something, he just shows the swag by doing this or something. So Reddy got it from there.
Just
fun to watch.
Two there from Heinrich Klaasen. So 1-1-2, and he's whacked this. Oh, should have been stopped at cover. I don't think it would have saved them a run anyway. But they have let a couple go in the field, and he's just saying this. I think the slower balls have just started to grip a little bit more on the surface. So they gripped early, and then in the middle overs we didn't see that much from the slower balls. But just looking back, he's just saying that one held up a little bit. So,
Jared, that sounds pretty weird, to be honest. Like, how is that even possible? The ball is getting gripped when it is hard and new, and then the middle phase, it got flattened out there. Again, now, how is it working out there?
So there's lots of different reasons why a ball grips on a pitch, right? So one of those reasons is that the ball gets rough and it's scuffed, and that's the most logical one, and that's the one we see at the end. Sometimes when the ball gets soft, it kind of hits the surface and just stays on the surface a little bit longer, and so it doesn't come on in the same way. So there's two different ways. Another one might be that it's just the amount of revolutions that a bowler can put on the ball sometimes can change that. But early on, you have two ways that the slower balls can work. One is if you can hit the seam, you will get actual purchase off the seam. Right? And we know that there was a little bit in this wicket early on as Nitesh Reddy goes up and over cover. Oh, that's a lovely strike again. Good power there. And they needed that. The last 10 balls or so, they just started to pull them back a little bit, and they needed that hit. So really good batting by Nitesh Reddy, who struggled against the seamers as usual today, but with two big hits amongst those. And that one went for 6, I think. Yeah, just over the top of the rope, if I'm not mistaken.
That just spoiled his over. That's really good over.
It's still a good over. Considering that they were going at 17 runs and over not that long ago, I would take this.
Yeah.
And so early on, you could do that. The other thing is, if there's a little bit of moisture sometimes, there's more grip on the surface. Right? So if the wicket has anything in it. So there isn't one time where slower balls are better. Sometimes it's better to have a hard ball to bowl slower balls. Sometimes it's better to have a soft ball. Sometimes it's better to have a hard seam. Sometimes the seam doesn't make any difference. So all the way through an innings. But yeah, certainly in the middle overs, it felt like that. Remember he bowled that short, wide one. It might have been Avesh Khan bowled that to Klaasen, and Klaasen just waited 5 minutes. Now here's the big one. They needed one more over of spin. M. Siddharth. He's gone for 19 off 3 today. He's bowled well. And this one is belted back over his head. It's only 4. One bounce 4, but it was hit very, very hard.
And by the way, I'm giving a wicket alert this over.
Wicket alert. There we go. Well, I tell you what it is. This over is what we would call very Sickett-like. It's going to be 6 or wicket because they're going to go absolutely for it. Lathy says, can Reddy be a right-handed Dubé, the specialist spin basher? I don't think he's quite as accomplished spin hitter. But he's definitely going to be someone, as this one is whacked wide of long off, but the fielder's back there. They come back for 2. Yeah, so I don't think he's quite going to be a Shivam Dubé type player, but he's certainly at this stage in his career looks like he's going to be a lot better against spin than pace. Shyam says, Jared, what's the most dangerous wicket you've seen for a batter? They used to play at the Wacker, and at one stage, the old Wacker surface just started cracking all the time. And you can find clips of it online of where there's just like cracks all the way up and down the wicket. And there's a game where someone bowls this one's 4 or 6. Oh no, it's hit straight to the fielder. Oh, that's unlucky for Sunrisers. Klaasen got the wide full toss, and I thought that was just going to go, but he's ended up hitting it straight out to the fielder. So there was a Wacker wicket that had cracks along the front, and it had cracks down the middle, and it meant that when the ball hit the crack, it would go straight up in the air. And so at one stage, the batters are batting 4 meters out of their crease to try and stop from being hit. You can find the footage of it online if you want to see it. That's probably the worst I've seen. And then the other wicket that I would say that is one of the worst is the one where they abandoned the game in the West Indies, where that pitch was absolutely unsafe. And those are probably the two that come to my mind. There's a few whacker wickets, though, when those cracks open up later on. Full toss, outside off stump. I'm not sure that bounced. That was like a baseball pitch. I think that went straight into Rishabh Pant's hands.
That was a little surprising.
But yeah, wide there.
Siddharth is going to say that, saying that SRH are going at 8 runs and over. Split persona max.
Oh, and Nitesh Reddy is out. Yeah, we knew this was the over. They were going to play all the big shots. He had to play this shot. It's good bowling by Siddharth. He's bowled very wide, but he's controlled himself. That was quick. That was at about 113 kilometers an hour. So almost medium pace there. And Siddharth just couldn't quite get the connection. And to be fair, he's had some great connections today. And he's ended up finding deep cover on that one. They've actually got the field set quite well for these guys. There's not a lot of gap between deep cover and long off. They're both covers a little bit straighter than normal, and long offs a little bit squarer than usual. And so that's well done. But a great innings by Reddy to bring them back into this, because at least he's given them, I don't know if it's a chance, but hope. He's given them some hope.
Hope for sure. Hope for sure. By the way, by the time when Prince Yadav was about to take the catch, he looked very confused whether should I go uppercut or should I go for a normal traditional catching style.
It's in that weird middle ground, isn't it, where you're not quite sure which way to go.
Good on him. He caught.
Just have a look.
By the way, it's 116 runs stand.
116 partnership. Absolutely huge. And they got them back to what about, where are we here? They got them back to a 33% chance, so 1 in 3 chance that partnership did. It's obviously dropped off a bit now. It's more 1 in 4. But the market is still saying, well, you guys have got to bat this good as well. As Aniket comes in and he gets the first ball. Now, this ball here, it's the last ball of spin.
This has Klaasen doesn't get out.
Yeah, but it's a huge percentage, a huge possibility here of a sicket again. It could be a double wicket over, or it's going to be a 6. There's also a chance of 2 or 3 wides here as he's going to try and bowl wide of the crease. Wide and fast is what he's going to bowl to Klaasen. And he goes for wide and fast, and Klaasen sweeps it for 1. That's a win. That's a massive win for Sunrisers. For
that's very weird
LSG.
To hear, to be honest.
But
when you said
only thing I would say about that is Heinrich Klaasen has kept the strike as well. So nothing's perfect in this world. But Siddharth, 1 for 28, considering, let's just have a look. Obviously, we take out Shami's spell of 2 for 9. But Siddharth, 1 for 29, 1 for 29. I was impressed with him. I liked the way he played against 2 of the best players of spin in the whole league. I thought he handled himself very, very well. Avesh Khan is going at 11s. Prince Yadav is going at 8.66 for the left arm finger spinner against these guys. Anyway, 12 balls to go. It reverse scoop into the hands of Rishabh Pant, and he is out. Heinrich Klaasen is gone.
You know what? Trust me, I didn't saw because your feed is much quicker than me.
Obviously.
On mine. But I was just about to say that I think I'm just suspecting that Klaasen might lose his wicket here.
Yeah, it's a good Yorker by Avesh Khan. And to be fair to Klaasen, he played the right shot. He just didn't get it far. And he probably didn't get high enough. And so it gave Rishabh Pant a good chance. It's a good diving catch, but he would have had a good view of that as well. So he knew it was coming a long way out. And it's going to be tough now. Who's the next? So we've got Aniket's already in. So... yeah, so they've got two guys in Harsh Dubey and Shivan Kumar and even Harshal Patel. They have a couple of guys who can whack the ball from here on in. So we'll see what pattern they go with.
By Rishabh Pant.
Yeah. You get a good view of that, don't you? And usually that's going to be wide or high, and it wasn't either. So that. Do you know what that is? That's more like catching practice from the wicket-keeping coach in the morning. Those are the
Yeah,
ones, if you
yeah.
go to a game, people like Rishabh Pant will take those all the time. It's very rare you get one of those in a game because it's very
But
rare you see that where the batter is going to hit the ball exactly beforehand. Most with wicket keepers, it's usually an edge, right?
true that. By the way, that slower one helps the pace too for
You
him to
think that
take
was
that
slower?
extra time. I felt like it's little slower.
I didn't
It's
see the
slower
pace.
than the usual.
I just thought it was a on-pace Yorker, but I didn't see.
Oh,
We'll have to
it's
have a-
131 clicks. No,
Yeah.
not slower by any stretch of means. But then it looked like just the visual appearance.
Harsh is in, and he's pulled the first ball back onto his stumps. Pulled is probably wrong. Poked, prodded. He's brought the ball back onto his stumps, and so Avesh Khan is on a hat trick, our second potential hat trick of this game. And suddenly, the third personality of this game has stood up. What a baffling, stupid game of cricket this has been. He bowls a slower ball outside off stump, and he's tried to walk at that and drag it away, and he's ended up just bringing it back onto his stumps. I'm trying to see
Jack-
which stump it hit.
Just imagine if Hyderabad gets bundled out before 150, below 150, the market will be in shambles. To be honest.
Yeah, it hit the top of off stump. The market, yeah, it's all over the place. A minute ago, what did we say? They had a 33% chance of winning about, 5 minutes ago, and it's now, he says, trying to find it. It is now a 16%. So they've lost. Those two guys have completely changed it. I might be distracted for the next couple of minutes as I see that we have an Easter egg hunt in our backyard. So also, if you hear screaming children, you'll know why that is as well. It's not that we're killing anyone. It's more that that's happening. But yeah. Well, that's changed things. They do have, as I said before, though, Harsh Dubey, Shivan Kumar, Harshal Patel. You know, we're only talking about the last 10 balls of the innings. If they're on 144, if they could somehow get a couple of boundaries here and make sure they score a run a ball off the rest, they could still get that 160 amount. But instead, there's a beautiful hat-trick ball. But I'm not sure, did it hit him? I'm not sure he picked the slow ball there. Anyway, he doesn't get the hat-trick.
To be fair, they are still at the right entry points for them. The last 10 balls. That's what you would expect on any given day for Shivang Kumar or Aniket Verma.
I will say this, though. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been a knuckleball by Avesh Khan. It was really good. If I'm not mistaken, though, mate, this is every game they've had over 7 wickets they've lost. They are losing wickets to Sunrisers at a rate that I'm not sure I've ever seen a T20 lose wickets this consistently. Anyway.
That's really, really good point, Jared.
9 balls to go. Yorker, dug out. They're going to look for 2. Short mid-wicket probably could have fielded that, but no. Anyway, he put some doubt in their mind, so they couldn't come back for the second one.
He should have gone for the Yorker to get his hat trick.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was a good ball.
Yeah, it's
to
a
be
good
fair.
ball, but if he didn't go for I didn't felt like he went for that kill. He went for a good.
I think he
solid
thought he
option
was
where
going to hit. He
would
was
get-
going to attack it. So he bowled a good ball in his hat trick. As a man who's bowled, I've been on a hat trick about 20 times in my life, and about 15 of them are bowled wide.
Wow.
So
Why is it so? How the mental thing works there? Like why?
I don't know. Obviously, I think I only bowl really well when I'm kind of like in a zone and not thinking. And once you get on a hat trick, you can't help but start to think about what you're doing. They're not all wides, but I reckon the first 8 times I was on a hat trick, I bowled the ball wide down the leg side or wide outside off stump. Like, if you know what I mean. Like, I just couldn't get it right. I have, of recent years, started to get that slightly better, but I still haven't managed to get a hat trick off any of them. This is a great over. Wicket, dot, 1, dot. And last ball of the over is a full toss. It should be whacked. But unfortunately, he's hit straight out to deep mid wicket. Single.
Earlier I was 1 ball behind. Now I'm 2 balls behind. The 5th ball is not yet bowled here. Yeah, now it does.
Yeah, whereas my TV is now only like 5 seconds behind my other stream. So these things are crazy how they work. As I said, 146 for 7. 19 overs. Aniket is in. He's 2 off 3. Shivang is 1 off 2. They really need a 20-run over here. And unfortunately, neither of these guys are set. It's very hard to believe that either of them are going to be able to do that. But That's where we're at. We had an incredible partner. We had the worst start that any team's had for 10 overs in a long time. Since then, we've had an incredible partnership between Heinrich Klaasen and Nitesh Kumar Reddy. And then both of them went out within a couple of balls of each other. And unfortunately, it's a bit of a collapse. They're going to get... Oh, brilliant. I tell you what, Rishabh Pant's had a great game here. This has gone through his legs. Maybe leg buys, maybe a little bit of bat. Prince Yadav. And somehow Rishabh Pant has managed to stop this ball from going for 4 leg buys.
By the way, credit to Avesh Khan for his last over. The before over is really seriously good. That's really good wicket keeping.
So
what's the pace here?
I don't know.
What's the pace on this? 135 odd. 135 clicks. Fine.
135 clicks. Crystal Palace in the field. And he goes for the scoop here, does young Shivang. And I like it. I like it a lot. I think it was a 4. Yeah, just a 4. 137 kilometers an hour. It's one thing that you can have a big advantage on in if you're new to the game. They wouldn't have a lot of notes on him. So if he's a scooper, they're going to find it out very quickly if they keep going for Yorkers. I would not be surprised if the next ball is the slower ball bouncer here into the pitch.
Oh,
just to see how they go. Oh, your potato's caught up. He did that well too. He got so far across there as well to give himself the right angle on that. They need a lot more of that though. They need 4 more of that really. 16 more runs off the end of this over is where I would be aiming. And
it's out.
It is out. So just as 137.4 kilometers, little bit of reverse tail into the base of off stump.
I was about to ask you that. Like, did you feel like there was a little bit of a tinge of reverse swing in it?
Yeah, not a lot. It was just a very accurate fast ball at the end, wasn't it? But yeah. So the young fella, they went for the other Yorker. I thought they might try something different. So good on them for trying the same thing again. And unfortunately, on this occasion, it just didn't work.
Oh, it just moved. It just moved a bit.
Yeah, fade. Just a fade.
Fade. Yeah, just a fade.
Or, as we might say in Australia, just a bee's dick.
What do we say?
A bee's dick.
A bee's dick. Okay.
A small amount is a bee's dick.
Oh.
There you go. You can take that with you forever.
To you.
We're very much
note this
we're an incredible culture. Harshal Patel is out to bat, as we said, missed on the previous game, and he slices this love. Oh, I say, he got a lot of power on this. He definitely sliced it. I think he was trying to hit straight, and he's ended up hitting it over cover's head, wide of long off for 4. That was a good hit. First ball coming in cold. Shivan Kumar and Harshal Patel have done really well. Yeah, I think he was trying to hit that to the leg side, and he somehow hit it so hard it didn't matter.
Oh my goodness. He seriously hit it very hard.
Yeah. Flew away. I think long off thought they had a chance and they just didn't. Here we go.
I'm suspecting this ball must be 140 odd.
I might go the slow ball again. Yeah, it was the slow ball bouncer. Oh, and Rishabh Pant, after having a great day, has finally made a mistake. And he's fumbled this and they've got a single. I think they're going to review this for a wide as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think Harshal might have done that. Yeah. So we'll have a quick break. Ashish says, are the pitches not as flat as last year? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. There's a couple of big scoring games. Most of the games, I would say so far, the wickets have actually had a little bit in them. Far more than we expected. I don't think that's going to be a wide. I think that's just under his helmet. Harshal, how tall would Harshal be?
You know what? Just know what happened. The umpire had put his hand as in like it's a no ball because he was about to raise his hand and about to say everyone that it's bice. It is, but he had kept for a long time aside of him the hand, So people anticipated that it's going to be a no ball. Then there was a
Yeah.
loud cheer in the stadium.
I thought the same, and then I realized what he was doing. Oh no, Harshal might have been run out by Rishabh. Yeah, he is. Oh, Rishabh Pant, can you be player of the match for your wicket keeping alone? There was a one-day game in the 90s where Mark Taylor makes 9 off 28 balls and was the man of the match. Do you know that?
No, it's
9 of
lovely to
28
hear.
balls. He took 4 catches at Slep, and also his captaincy was seen to be really good that day. It was a low-scoring game. Rishabh Pant's not far away from that. You put the Heinrich Klaasen catch in. You put the Liam Livingston catch in.
Livingston's catch in.
Some of these other stops as well. I know he did make a mistake a moment ago. Now this run out.
Even
Rishabh
the first ball,
Pant-
what Shami has bowled, it was just tailing in. So it went for the left-hander. It went out of the leg stump. So it was about to go for leg by 4 runs. It stopped it. Credit to him.
Even if do you know what? You know the catch that he gets Abhishek Sharma out on, right? Have a look at Rishabh Pant's dive there. He is going. Anyway, that's the end of the innings. So the final score is
156 for 9. And as of now, LSG is looking favorites, but you never know with this game of uncertainty. So
I mean, this has been one of the weirdest games I have ever covered. Certainly, there was something in the pitch early on. It seemed to completely disappear, but unfortunately for the Sunrisers, once they got their partnership going, they then had a bit of a collapse at the end. 156 on this surface, as it is currently playing, does seem absolutely impossible for Sunrisers to defend. But if there's any movement early on with the new ball, things might be able to change, but I would expect them to chase that fairly easily as we are. We're going to have a quick break here, but we're going to play you some podcasts, and then after the podcast, more of Com Box.
Yeah.
We love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on.
Hello and welcome to our. We are reaching the end of this series, but today we are going to pick another all-time IPL 11 team, and this is for the Lucknow Super Giants, who have a fairly small history in the IPL. The same history as the Gujarat Titans, but less of a legacy because Gujarat Titans have won a title and come within the ball of winning another title, and finished top of the table, joint top points wise at least last season. Lucknow haven't really had that. So it's just Shayan and me today. Shayan has come as the staunch Lucknow fan who lives in the city. So we are going to pick a 12 again. We are going to pick 11 and a 12th man. Only 4 overseas players. The only relaxation in rules that we have for this 11 as opposed to the others is that the minimum number of matches that people should have played is just 10 instead of the 15 that we have for the teams with greater number of years in the IPL. We did that for Gujarat also, so we'll give Lucknow the same consideration, and we don't know how this will go in a sense, but we also know how it will go because there's not too many ways it can go, right, Shayan?
Yeah, definitely. I think with Lucknow, I was a bit reluctant to do a live for the Lucknow all-time team simply because there is not enough history. Unlike the city, because Lucknow as a city, of course, now it is time for me to do some Lucknow propaganda and talk about Tunde Kababi and all of that, like how rich of a culture the city has. But of course, I mean, the Lucknow team is new, but I think they're doing some cool things. They've actually started this new membership thing that I've actually joined, and it's like you can get a season ticket for 5,000 rupees. And so I'm probably going to look more into what they're going to do and might even do a piece and all of that. I've been in talks with the Tarutura and all those guys. So let's see what happens, what comes out of it. So they're a new team, and obviously the biggest challenge for any new team is to get a fan base. And right now I feel the issue is that most of the people in Lucknow, they already have a team that they are rooting behind, right? Like obviously the ones that are pre-existing. Mostly you will find CSK fans, Dhoni fans, RCB Kohli fans, Mumbai Rohit fans, right? So these are the three most common ones whenever you even go to see the games. But especially the one that I went to watch, the CSK versus Lucknow game last year where Dhoni finished the match. That game was insane because if you see the videos of that game, it is just all yellow everywhere. And yellow also sticks out more, I think, a bit. So that also plays a part. But yeah, I think in due course of time, maybe if they have some star players, maybe if Rishabh Pant goes on a run, we might talk a bit about him later on, not in context of this team, but generally what it means for him to be a T20 cricketer right now, how he can, stake a claim back in the T20 squad and all of that. So I think those are my thoughts on Lucknow Super Giants in general at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just like you said, they don't have enough of a fan base right now, but
Yeah.
they are also young, and if they go on a run, the fan base will build itself.
I agree.
They just need to, they just need to do that. They look like they might do that last season, go on a very unexpected run when Nicholas Pooran was winning them matches single-handedly, and then they sort of just tailed off. Nicholas Pooran started like Gale, couldn't quite finish like Gale, one of Gale's peak seasons. But which is a nice segue into I'm making the first pick. So that is my first pick, Nicholas Pooran. I don't think there was any other candidate who stood out as much as he did.
Definitely.
His raw numbers for Lucknow are also quite outstanding. I'll just read them out here. He has 1,381 runs in 43 games, and his average is 43. His strike rate is 183, which even in the impact player era is quite amazing. So Nicholas Pooran was the obvious first pick for me. There was nobody who has done great things for Lucknow as consistently as he has, and with as much skill and talent. So yeah, that's mine. I think that would have been your first pick also, Shayan. So I have stolen that from you. So you can go ahead and make your next two picks.
Yeah, I think the next pick has to be Marcus Stoinis. I mean, I don't know if it's as obvious, but because he has pretty solid numbers for Lucknow, right? If you just look at his batting numbers, I think he averages 28 at a strike rate of 148 roughly. That's where he's at in average of 29, strike rate of 149 in T20s for Lucknow Super Giants, 952 runs. There was that epic innings against CSK as well, I think, in the 2024 IPL that you had gone to watch, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, I was there.
He has done a bit with the ball as well, though not enough. I mean, it's just 13 wickets from 40 matches, 17 innings. So I think when he is bowled, they have used him. So he bowls 32 overs in 17 innings roughly. So 2 overs a game when he is bowling, but obviously he's not a frontline bowler and you cannot bank on him per se. But I think he has had his moments for Lucknow Super Giants and he can easily slot in at, say, number 4 or maybe even number 5, depending upon how we go with it. If we go with Pooran 3 or Pooran 4 based on that combination. And the other thing is, like, obviously there is a very big name Indian player that, it is a bit hard to look beyond him, but also I don't want to pick him, if that makes sense, because somehow his best years haven't come for Lucknow. He actually has batted pretty slow. If you remember the 2024 season, he kept going at a pretty slow pace, so much so that we all remember the Goenka incident, right? Of course, that was not fair on Goenka. That was not fair from Goenka to treat KL Rahul like that.
This is like one of those Bollywood blinds, no, where everything is given except the name of the guy, so you can easily figure out who it is. But carry on.
Of course. Yeah, I know. I mean, it is kind of an obvious thing, right? But I just know, I don't know if I want to pick KL or not. I think we can consider him later on, but like I don't think he is just as obvious. I'm thinking if I should go for another bowler or an all-rounder. Yeah, dude, I think I'll just go for a bowler. I'll go with Ravi Bishnoi. I mean, he has been there. He has been there in every single season for them. He has played 54 matches, so I think he is also their second most capped player after Ayush Badoni, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he's their second most capped player. And since you have to pick a spinner in this team, you have to go with Ravi Bishnoi, I think, as at least one of the picks. I know there is another good spinner, but I would go with Ravi Bishnoi as one of them.
There are 2 other good spinners, actually.
Yeah, I know.
I would have...
There is an all-rounder spinner, which obviously I think we'll go ahead and pick him, but I think I'm happy with Bishnoi. Stoinis and Bishnoi as my first 2.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you are happy with Bishnoi. Lucknow Super Giants weren't, which is why they released him. So he doesn't make their team. He makes our all-time Lucknow team, but doesn't make their team.
And economy of 8.8. Yeah,
Huh.
which is not too bad in the impact sub era, I would say. He hasn't taken a lot of wickets. I think you probably be
Yeah.
critical of that for a leg spinner. 48 wickets in 53 innings, but I think he has the numbers in the sense of he has the volume. I know this might sound a bit ironic given I just snubbed KL Rahul for the same reason, but I still think if you're making a bowling attack, you have to pick. I mean, you have to pick one of the spinners, right? And I think you can pick both the spinners and the all-rounder spinner. In fact, I think the way the team shapes up. So, let's see how it goes.
I just wanted to tell you, Stoinis, just going back to Stoinis, his true strike rate is 11.8, which is pretty good. True average is
that's solid.
3.16, so he's slightly above par runs and decently above par
Strike rate.
strike rate. And Nicholas Pooran, his true strike rate is 31.25 and a true average of 21.4. That is just mental numbers, man. If you're scoring 31 runs quicker than the guys who are facing the same distribution of overs as you are, that is something. Yeah. So
And
yeah,
that might not even be the most crazy thing about Pooran, because I think at one point we were looking up his true strike rate versus spin last year, Varun and I don't remember the exact timeline or whatever it was, but I think his true strike rate versus spin was like 100 at some point, him and Abhishek, and we were like,
Wow.
dude, what are we seeing? This is just
100
like
versus
madness.
spin. Okay, yeah, that is just next
That
level.
was just hilarious to watch. Like seriously, sir. Like you
By
cannot
the
look
way-
beyond Nicholas Pooran. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Bishnoi has a negative true economy and true wickets. Almost neutral.
Yeah.
Actually, it's almost neutral.
Yeah,
but
all
it's
about
slightly in
neutral,
the
yeah.
negative. Slightly in the
Yeah.
negative. So, yeah. But yeah, he does have the volume. So I
Maybe I shouldn't have picked him that early, but I think
Maybe you should have.
the way we are constructing the team, I think he probably makes it. He should make it. I'm feeling less
Yeah.
and less confident. I don't know, for some reason. No, let's go ahead.
But we
We can
also
always
have-
make him 12th and the fielder.
Yeah. And we also have only 4 overseas picks, so we have to, I think Pooran and Stoinis were both straightforward. I mean, Pooran of course was, Stoinis was also straightforward for me.
Yeah,
The
fair
other 2 overseas picks are the ones. So I'm wondering whether I should stitch you up and pick both of them, or be nice and leave one for you. Maybe I'll pick one of them, because I don't know if you will pick this guy or not. But I'm going Mitchell Marsh to
I would have picked him.
open the innings. You would have picked him. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he has only that one season with them, but he did pretty well for them. So, and we don't have, it's not like we have like a huge sample size to choose from. So in that limited sample size, Mitchell Marsh was pretty good. He could, depending on how we go, he could even captain the team. He does captain Australia, so he could even captain this team. And I'll pick a pacer who I had great expectations from, but injuries have laid him low. It's not Mayank Yadav. Unfortunately, he has played only 6 games for Lucknow, so we can't pick him.
Yeah, we can't pick him.
Yeah, I mean, just to digress a little bit, I loved watching Mayank Yadav bowl.
Yeah, I went to his
the
debut
2
game.
You were,
You
that was
remember
quite
we were
something,
talking
right?
about it.
Yes,
at that
yes.
time. Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
absolutely insane.
You went to his debut game. I went to his next one in Bangalore.
Yeah,
against
where
RCB, where he
correct.
hurried Maxwell and all that, and
Cam
Maxwell was
Green.
having a good season
Yeah.
that time. No, not a bad
No,
season.
no,
that
24
time.
he was not. He
Yeah,
didn't do anything.
bad season. But he hurried Cam Green and Maxwell. As in, he hurried basically Australian players brought
Exactly.
up on Australian pitches.
Yeah.
He
And Cam Green is
disconcerted them
from
with
Western
bounce.
Australia, right? He's from
Exactly,
Perth, if I'm
yeah.
not wrong. Yeah.
And
So that is-
like the height of some buildings, and still he got hurried
correct.
up. So that was really good to see. But he has played only 6 games, so maybe this year he will play more and be eligible for whenever we do this exercise the next time. But Mayank Yadav, I really loved watching him. Unfortunately, can't pick him, but I will pick Mohsin Khan. I think Mohsin had the season that he had where he wasn't injured was outstanding for them.
2022,
He was
right?
he was actually 22 or 23, I forget, but he was actually part of the Mumbai Indians. So, this is back when the Mumbai Indians scouting factory was still one step ahead of all the other IPL franchises. So, if they generally, of course, they have also picked up people who have not been successful, but they have often picked up guys who have, been. I mean, I'm not even talking about the Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya sort of picks, which have been wildly successful. They have picked up. I mean, they picked up Mayank Markande, Rahul Chahar, all of these guys before they had, done anything worth noticing as such. So. Mohsin was with them. They had to let him go, of course, because you can't keep everyone and whatever thoughts they had. And then Lucknow picked him up and he had that outstanding season. I think he was a big part of them qualifying for the playoffs that year that they did. 22 and 23 they qualified. He was a big part of that. He showed, the trajectory he was on, he could have actually played for India. But then, of course, the injuries and all that have happened have laid him very, very low. He still has very decent numbers, I think, for... he has 27 wickets in 24 games. Is conceding runs at 8.5, which is pretty good, I think, in the impact sub era.
It's actually mainly because of 2022. So in 2022, he takes 14 wickets in 9 innings at an economy of 5.96. And then after that, the next two seasons, he goes for a few. But I think
he goes for a few. He doesn't even play that many
play
games,
as much,
right?
Plays 10 games in 24, economy of 10.1. 23 plays 5 games, economy of 10.7. So I think you can see a shift, but...
Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat. Welcome back to Combox. Jared and Shavan here for what has been a bizarre game at the moment. Although I say Shavan is here, he looks like he is not here. He looks like he's in a different world at the moment. It looks like someone has drawn a picture of him on my feed. I'm sure, hoping he gets fixed. There we go. He's been unlocked there.
Hello everyone. Sorry for a bit of delay.
A little single there to start the game. Markram and Mitch Marsh. Has Markram
Why did they
opened-
start with spin?
It's a good question. It's a interesting question. Maybe because I don't think any of the seamers are really good. I mean, they dropped Harsh Patel last game. David Payne may not get a game. Malinga they've been using really oddly. I don't know. Anyway, it could just be the matchup of Markram and Mitch Marsh. Maybe
Seems
try and
like
get both of them
that would
against
be the
left
only
arm finger
justification.
spin. Yeah. See if I can bring that up. You do not have access to this app, or it does not exist. That's not ideal. It's not what I was looking for. Anyway, it's a very subdued start so far. Just pushing the ball out. No big shots being played. Harsh comes in again. That one keeps a little low, actually. Aiden Markram got bowled by a similar ball in a previous game, and he goes out of his way to almost comically play it to prove to everyone that he's not going to get bowled off it this time. Has that kind of squat shot that you see occasionally from him.
Now I can match.
So if I bring up Markram, no. Usually I just go off to the toilet between innings and talk to my family. But I spent most of my time writing notes on this one because I had so many notes on that first innings. I haven't even finished them all yet, actually. Nitesh is bowling the other over. Okay. All right. It's not for me, but I just think that you've got to get wickets, and I'm not sure this is their best option. But if they think it is, let's see. You can always pull that off by butter.
That's a good hours to start with, by the way.
Yeah, 2 off the over, but I mean, if I'm pretty happy if I'm Sunrise, if I'm LSG in that first over. They didn't really look like getting out, other than maybe that one that kept a little bit low. Anyway, here's Nitesh. Kumar Reddy. He's made runs. And it's a
that was
beautiful
a beautiful
delivery
ball.
to start with, almost getting through the defense of Mitch Marsh.
Inside edge saved him here. That's a bit of nip backer. No,
Don't
not
even know if it
as
did
much.
nip back.
No,
Yeah, he just
no,
played
no, no,
outside the
no. It's
line,
just
didn't he? Have you
yeah.
updated your
It's
potato?
yes,
He's
sir.
updated his potato.
Now I can match.
I know you work.
Hopefully,
I know you work for a
hopefully.
casino, but that is a term that the bettors tell me as well. That's what they say when someone's watching a game on a really slow stream that they're watching on a potato. Nitesh comes in again. It's outside of stump. I thought it was in the air a little bit, but
He's
maybe not.
tad bit early on the start shot, I think.
Well,
Markham.
that's what we saw in the first innings, right? That's that purchase off this wicket that the balls are just holding up a little bit, and then later on that disappeared before we saw it come back at the end.
By the way, these are the sort of balls which gives you wickets. If they are not giving you wickets, that's not going to trouble LSJ in every which means, isn't it?
Yeah, long way to go. Let's just see how the first couple of overs play out. But only 3 runs off 8 balls so far. So you would take that.
Shot.
This is whipped up in the air just over the top of mid-wicket.
Just over big wicket.
So it's been an interesting start so far. So I'm just having a look at these two guys against left-arm finger spin. Markram averages 31 against left-arm finger spin at a strike rate of 127, and Marsh averages 53 at a strike rate of 130. So it slows them down, but I'm not sure that slowing them down is what you really want.
By the way, Nitish just rolled over his feet after bowling that ball.
Oh, I didn't see that. I think he's okay though again, isn't he? He's back.
Yeah, he is okay.
Yep.
Nothing in.
This one's
shot
outside
me.
of stump and slashed
Through the
away for
covers.
4. Yep.
By the way, they had an extra fielder in the extra cover region.
Yeah,
Though
they
it's
got the extra
inside the
fielder in
30
there.
net circle.
He hit that quite well though. It's a bit of a cross bat shot, but powered it away. So a couple of boundaries here. Again,
I think
hitting that a
these-
long way in front of his body. In fact,
These are
even
the
the one
sort
he
of
hit for 4 over mid-wicket was in front of his body. So I do think there's just a little bit of purchase that's just slowing the new ball down for whatever reason. And we saw Mohammad Shami bowl that beautifully as well. As Nitesh comes in again, and this one's drilled down the ground, but straight to mid-off and no run. Great start as far as LSG are concerned, because even though they haven't scored a lot of runs, it's much slower now. Much easier now. That if you lost an early wicket, you just open the game up a little bit.
Yeah, that will settle the dressing room for sure.
But let's see what happens in the next over as well. Be interesting to see who bowls the third one now. They don't have a lot of spin to offer. And this is lofted by Mitch Marsh. 1 bounce for 4. Almost takes someone out in the dugout, I think. That was a very, very good strike there. And this has been a good early start for them. So 3 4s in this over. I didn't like Nitesh bowling this over. To be fair, he bowled 1 good delivery and he had another sort of half chance with that catch on the leg side. But since then...
Jared, it's an interesting point actually. How is this Nitish Kumar role has been assigned from a team's point of view? One match he bowled first over.
Yep.
The other match he started bowling post 10 overs. Now again he started bowling in the power play. How mentally a player can adjust himself to do all this sort of things?
It's also hard when you're not a specialist, right? So they spent all this time telling him he was going to bowl the first over. And then that isn't... they've gone with Harsh Dubey again. Interesting. Anyway, I suppose he got away with the runs in the first over. But yeah, so I think you make a good point there. I mean, there's not much difference between the first over and the second over. But if you're going to use a guy who's not a specialist bowler, the first over you're going to get more movement with the ball, right? So he'd probably prefer to bowl with that new ball. Just a couple of singles here to start this
he's
over.
tucking down the batsmen. Actually, he's not giving any room to the batsmen, specifically kind of with the likes of Markram and Marsh. You don't want anyone to open up against spin. Having
This
said
is a big
that,
hit and 4. To be fair, he was still trying in that angle. Markram looks like he's in pretty good. In fact, both of these guys have timed balls pretty well early on. It was maybe floated up a little bit more. Wasn't a bad delivery, I don't think.
No.
Yeah, maybe a little bit overpitched. Maybe needed to be about 30, 40 centimeters shorter there. Did they? I thought they had a long off. Did he just take him on? Anyway, this is punched out. So good.
Now they
over
pushed
so far.
the long off back again.
I think they had long off back for the previous ball, though. I think he just hit it straight.
Oh.
Well, I could be wrong, but I didn't see the ball go past mid-off. So,
Fair
unless
enough.
they made a change. Mitch Marsh defending. Mitch Marsh, I think, not quite a West Indian, but I do believe Mitch Marsh has a higher dot ball percentage than most guys around. He's more than willing to block out a couple of deliveries early on.
No.
Sometimes he can get stuck.
Look at that Mitch Marsh's feet movement. He just wants to pounce on the bowlers. It's like he is mentally over there. Actually, how many batsmen does this? Like moving the feet helps them to focus a lot, and then like just to feel that we are on top of the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those. You're looking at a bunch of different things that make you feel comfortable, right? And that's probably one that you're looking for. You know, it's very hard sometimes to make your feet look. Like you can see, he's almost tapping his front foot. It's almost like he's trying to remind himself to move his feet, because I think with someone like Mitch Marsh, he can get a little bit lazy with his footwork at times. So he's always trying to remind himself, yep, come on, you need to be, he's doing it. You can see it's almost like a jittering at the moment. So it could be that he wants to attack. Now, I said before, I thought their best chance was either bringing in one of their overseas seamers or using Jaydev Unadkat. I'm not sure, as well as Unadkat has bowled this year, I'm not sure I want him bowling the fourth over fresh, but he is. And he sliced away with incredible power, but they're only going to get one, I think. Yeah, good fielding out on the boundary there.
Yeah, they have it covered over there. Thank God SRS didn't do what GT has done the other day, bringing in Prashid Krishna in the 11th or the 12th over.
Well, I think to be fair, Malinga or Payne is still their best option early on, and they haven't bowled them yet. So they kind of have done that. Maybe not. They did it with Malinga in a previous game. As Unadkat gets this one a lot straighter and it's
a good
just
ball.
forced back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of middle stump.
So Unadkat has 4 wickets so far this year. Good on him. He's always been such a talented player, and he's always been so bad at the IPL. It's just finding a
economy is also
method.
decent.
Sorry?
It's okay. It's decent. It's decent economy he is having right now. He's having
Well, compared to
8.05.
Oh, it may get worse after this ball.
shot.
Oh, what a shot. He's
Shot.
stood on one leg and flicked this over mid-wicket for 6. Incredible. His economy's always been his issue, right? He's not always been a good wicket taker, but it's really just some years he goes at 2 runs a ball, and it's almost like there's nothing he can do. A little bit too straight there, but that's just, you're not expecting someone to play a shot like that. I'll tell you what, these ball in this game, when we've seen a 6, they have generally gone a long way back. I feel like either the machine is broken or every 6 has been 80 meters.
How accurate are these?
Not at all. They're completely made up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! You broke
When
many
a cut
people's
comes
heart
around the
here,
wicket, yeah, I had a guy who he was trying to give me the data, but he's being really weird, and I eventually we ended ways. But he said that when he looked them up on using advanced measuring distances, they didn't make sense. But I've had lots of broadcasters tell me, because I had a team ask me to get the information for them because they wanted to use it, and when I talked to the guy who had the information, he's like, "Don't use this. This is just it's not right." He goes, "It looks good on TV." 31 without loss after 3.3. This is an almost match-winning start to this game, and it's about to get. I mean, it's
Properly
good, but
pulled,
it's straight out to
corrected
the.
by Harshal Patel.
Yeah, deep mid-wicket fielder. This is part of the problem with their attack, right? Is that Harshal Patel and Malinga are their two best bowlers, and they both probably want to be bowling later, slightly later in the innings. And not having that new ball specialist does cause them some issues. So they've tried Nitesh a little bit. They've tried spin a little bit. Yeah.
Having said that, who are the death over specialists? Do you think like Ishan Malinga?
Well, yeah, Malinga and Harshal Patel, I think, can help them at the death, right? The problem is that that only helps if they make any runs.
Also, it's always depending on the day how they perform, because you cannot completely, like give have a hope that they would perform day in day out. That's the issue over there with Harshal Patel along with Malinga and all. And also Harshal Patel you have to have that day like where he could have the dippers.
Well, Harshal Patel is a really good bowler on probably higher scoring wickets, or in games where the other team is chasing. It doesn't quite, or chasing a decent total. It doesn't make as much sense when he's not going to blast through people as much, right? That's not the kind of bowler he is.
This is nice math. After 4 overs, LSG is at 33 for no loss. SRH is at 11 for 3. So you just multiply that.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, after 4 overs, LSG is 33 runs, and after 10 overs, Sunrisers were 34.
Yes, sir. The 34 or 35 odd, yeah.
I think it was 10 for 34, wasn't it?
30. I remember it was as 35, but it's okay. It's like 1 run here and there.
It's close enough. I think I've got it here, actually. I did write it down in my notes, so I hope I got it right.
He started
Yeah,
slower.
35. You're right. It was 35. Let me go change my notes.
Straight away, he started with slower.
Yeah.
And rolled his fingers over the ball. Oh, man. He just bowls like an off spinner.
Mm-hmm. So, this is the impact sub, Malinga. And the next ball, he's good as well. Tucks him up a little bit there.
Wicket alert, guys.
10.
Can I call it a over where you might see a wicket?
A sicket, 6 or wicket over. Yeah, I think if I'm Lucknow at the moment,
No need of doing that.
well, he doesn't need to here. He just gives
Oh,
himself some
man.
room and bushes it through the covers for 4.
Man.
I think maybe with that 4, it's a little bit different. But I think there's an element of, I would actually think to myself, a big over here, and what do they do? Right? Whereas if you lose a wicket here, I don't think that suddenly means that LSG are done. But a big over here, let's say they get 12 off this over, that completely stuffs up their plans, right? They're in a bit of a shamble after that. He's going to come in again here, Malinga. And this is at the body of Mitch Marsh. And it is out.
Is it a wicket? Yo!
Yeah. So I said that I
is a
thought they
wicket.
might go for it a little bit more. You said you felt some sicket nature in this over as well. I don't think that changes the game all that much, but it keeps us slightly alive emotionally, if nothing else. But,
So my 2 wicket alerts had come good. Nice.
Yeah, good bowling here too. He bowled a ball earlier in this over, which again just cramped up Mitch Marsh a little bit, and then he bowled that one that was a little bit wide. If he can keep that sort of cramping up, I think players like Klaasen and Mitch Marsh, won't particularly like that as much.
True.
Having said that, it's not that often you get Mitch Marsh pulling and the ball falling that far short of the boundary. So they've done well. Anyway, 37 for 1 after 4.4 overs. So just a reminder, they have already scored more runs than the Sunrisers did in the first 10 overs. So there's no stress or anything from that perspective on the game. More just looking at whether they can keep themselves alive. But at the moment, I think after that start, let's have a look here. Yeah, after that start, Lucknow got to about a 92% chance of winning. It's come down to 87%. That's still
Just
quite
have
a
a
lot.
weird feeling that Rishabh Pant might score a 50 today. Let's see. I hope I won't jinx. I
I'm
haven't
right in
jinxed it.
saying though, hasn't Rishabh been opening?
Yeah, actually.
So him and Markram have flipped. We started to
Yes.
say it before and then I forgot. But so interesting that they've made that little micro change there. Brett says, is LSG going to do what SRH did to LSG in 2024? I don't remember that game at all.
Me too. Sorry.
I can barely remember the games I'm covering. As Rishabh punches the first ball out to point. Siddharth says, Mama, I'm scared of watching CSK today, my team. I haven't even looked at that
I
game
understand.
yet, actually.
I understand.
Who's your team?
RCB.
RCB. I've heard of them.
Let's see. But today's match is not going to be any one-sided by any which means. That's purely strongly my intention. I mean, like my prediction speaking. To be honest, like I feel that no, those games are always looks like one team is far ahead, but then it never works that way. The other team fights back for sure.
Pat timing the ball quite well as he's come out to the crease. Malingo sort of bowled a decent over here. He's got a bunch of dot balls, a wicket, a 4 and a single. He just having a look at that there. He just cramped up Mitch Marsh and I think it just hit a little higher on the blade than he was expecting. That's last ball of the over. They didn't put the speed up. I wonder how slow that was. That looked really, really slow. 111. It looked even slower than
They
that.
are
It looked
playing,
like
by the way, they are playing some nice Telugu songs over there in the stadium. Now I had turned on my, so I'm enjoying.
Unit cut again, and this is tucked into the leg side, and they take one. So this is the last over. They've lost a wicket in the previous one. I think they'll just look at punching a few balls. I'm not sure we'll see all-out attack, but be fascinating to see if that's where they went.
But they're fair enough for them to do that. They have enough time. No need to panic. If they lose 2 odd wickets here, I think then you will see a little bit of jitteriness in LSG dressing room. I understand they have a
Oh,
good
he does
batting
punch
lineup.
this in the air, actually. I mean, I think he just, again, the ball just getting stuck in the surface a little bit, but he picks the gap and it's gone for 4. So we've seen a couple of times here, his bat's just been miles ahead of his body and just punching it in the air, but getting away with it. And again, another boundary.
The timing was seriously good.
Yeah, nothing wrong
Though
with
it's
the
in
timing.
there.
I don't think he's mistimed one of those. He's just kind of hit them more in the air than he's meant to on occasions. So he's 27. No. Yeah, 27 off 17. And obviously, Rishabh Pant is new to the crease. Their current run rate's just over 8. They need 7.7. He's punched this beautifully.
He's punching the ball.
Yeah, that shot is what he tried to play the ball before and accidentally hit it in the air. This is fine. He's just testing the offside field. He's trying to get as many boundaries as he can in that area without taking massive risks.
By the way, just stats were showing up on the screen that Markram got out 6 times versus left arm seamer before today. Let's see if...
But he smashed this one back down the ground for 4. It's a full toss. Undercut's trying to get some hands on it. And
it would have been 7.
Burst through. Yeah, but didn't it say he averaged 40 against them though? I don't think it was saying it was a weakness. Anyway.
No.
Oh, that went so quickly. Undercut actually got himself into, I think, a decent position. But he hit it. He was just past him. It was just past him. Rob Barron won't be happy, but for any normal human being, I think the rest of us, we'd have to say just the power that came off the bat was ridiculous. As you said before, his timing today.
Yeah.
Big slower ball to finish the over. Oh, is that last ball? Or second last ball. Second
One more
last
ball left. Yeah.
Mohammed says,
Why-
with the long batting lineups we see nowadays, batting to number 8 plus impact player sub, are sides getting bundled out for 2-digit scores a thing of the past, or will we see it again this year? Well, as you saw today, teams still go really hard after they lose wickets. I know they slowed down a little bit, but you know, if that was a T20 from the old days, they would have waited to the 16th over to start hitting their 4s and 6s. So you're still seeing teams do that. So no, I still think there's a chance of that. But yeah, longer batting order makes it much less likely that you should make single figures, I would think, all things considered. Munad Cat finishing up the power play here. And this is whacked out on the leg side. That's 6, is it?
By the way, there was a fielder there, but the shot was so good, so well timed, and the ball speed was 110. So it's a slower ball for sure. Beautifully played.
Yeah, let me just have a look at that again. Yeah, it was definitely a slower ball. Yeah, you're right. It was directly. I was looking for the fielder when he hit that, and I wondered if the fielder was a bit squarer. But you're right. It's right over the head. So I think he did what we said to start the over. He was just looking at scoring when he had an opportunity, and then off that last one, having banked a couple of boundaries, he thought this is the last chance before the power play ends, and he certainly hit the hell out of that. So he is 37 of 21. Rishabh Pant, who he swapped positions with for this game, unless they did it for last game as well. But I know Rishabh Pant certainly opened at least one of the games I've watched. Rishabh Pant is 2 from 3, and he's just come to the crease. Of course, Mitch Marsh is already out for 14 off 12. And at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, they are about a 91% chance of winning this game. Something quite drastic would have to happen from here for that to change.
By the way, SRH bowling unit is bowling slower balls when they are bowling it short. But whereas the counterpart, Mohammad Shami, has bowled fuller balls when he bowled slower. That's
Yeah,
the
he did.
difference, what I observed. Yeah.
Well, Harshal Patel's come on, and he's bowled a slower ball, and he's bowled it fuller. And that one's mishit down to mid-off, and there's no run. Harshal Patel dropped last game for a spinner. This game has come back in for David Payne, who struggled. We may not see him again this tournament. As I said at the time, I thought he might have been a couple of years past his IPL best. One of those players who at his absolute best probably should have been picked for the IPL, and by the time he was, 35-year-old seamer, maybe just down half a yard from what he was at his absolute best. Harshal Patel, 120 Ks. And oh my God. He tried to hook this terrible ball from Harshal Patel down the leg side. And he's ended up getting an under edge back to third.
Yeah.
That is
Imagine
one
how
of.
wide it was.
Was that
How
off the
wide
back
it
of the
was.
bat?
Yeah.
I
it
think that
is.
might have hit the back of the bat. Let's have a look. It's one of the worst balls Harshal Patel's ever bowled. And it's hit the back of the bat.
Of the bat.
And it's ended up going to short third for what? 2 runs? Was it 2? I think it's 2. No, they only got 1. That is the luckiest ball of Harshal Patel's career, because that was about as bad a delivery as you could bowl. He got that horribly wrong. It's very hard to hit the ball off the back of the bat. Have you ever done that?
Only without any intention.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, I don't mean. I hope you didn't do it on purpose. I got
Just
caught.
happened.
I got caught at third slip once. A guy bowled this really a really wide ball down leg side, and I was batting really, really well. And I thought, oh, 3 runs here. So I threw my bat at it just to try and get something on it to get it past fine leg for 4. And when it happened, it's all I could get was the back of the bat, and somehow the ball went to third slip. And third slip out, wasn't expecting the ball to come to them, and suddenly just dived massively and took the catch. And everyone was looking at me. It was like, I don't know how you're out. Like the opposition team was almost feeling sorry for me.
That's the bad feeling, to be honest.
Oh, I was batting so well that day as well. I was smashing them. That was the first day of my life I played an on drive. I still remember it. It took me 18 years to play a proper on drive. This ball's a full toss from Harshal Patel. He's a bit all over the shop here. This one is hit out on the leg side.
He's not yet controlled his lengths yet. I mean, sorry, lines yet. Lengths are still decent. Lines are little erratic. at this point of time from Harshal.
Do you know what? He likes to bowl over the wicket to left-handers. I think he's much better bowling around the wicket to left-handers. And again, he's bowling over the wicket here. And I don't think it's his best move. I've seen him bowl quite a lot now. He's much better against right-handers than he is against left-handers. And I think if he bowled around the wicket, that would be his best option. This one again. So we're still seeing this little bit of purchase in the wicket. That was again, Markram's trying to hit this along the ground, and it's just popped up. It's nowhere near a fielder, and nowhere near Harshal Patel, although it wasn't that far from the pitch. But again, just seeing that ball popping up regularly. The problem is that they're going to have to get 2 or 3 quick wickets for it to be of any use to them.
That too, when you have likes of Markram, who loves these kind of situations to just
Yeah.
bat through the innings without any risk being taken. They love these kind of situations. So it's difficult for SRH to make any inroads. Let's see if they could create a miracle lore out of nowhere. It's seriously a miracle, to be honest. Like if SRH gets to
from
pull
here.
things back here.
It's about 1 in 10 chance the market's giving them, and I think that's well over the line. I mean, the thing is that they're going at 8.14 runs and over, and the expected runs are 7.69. So if you look at that, but we do know what happened in the first innings is this pitch just even out so much later on. So if that doesn't happen, you've got a chance. Anyway, Harshal Patel needs wickets, and unfortunately for them, he's given them a really good over, but without a wicket. So 4 runs. Who will we see? Will we see Shivang come on at the other end, perhaps? The left-arm wrist spinner?
I would love to see him now because they have the field spread already. It's a nice scenery to see sunset.
Yeah. It is Shivang Kumar. So in his T20 career, it's not his IPL career, he has 4 wickets so far. He's going to need about 3 today. And again, Markram just
decently.
lofting the ball a little while, but was a little way. What we saw in the first game from Shivang, I took a lot of notes on him, but I think I remember most of them, is essentially he spins his wrong in a long way, but not his traditional leg spinner all that much. But early on in his career, that's still going to be tough for people because they won't have seen him all that much at the moment. And I'm not sure that Markram realised that was going to spin as much as it was in the end. So he's now bowling to the lefty. Usually this is where your big ripping wrist spinner will come out. Yeah, it's a bit short and a bit wide. Didn't spin much. And they should get a couple out there.
Well,
is that
Nitesh?
Aniket,
no,
was it?
It was Aniket. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Aniket. You're right. I saw the bonce of hair, and I thought it had to be one of them.
Nitish is a little more taller than this guy, this lad.
Yeah, well, he was laying on the ground, to be fair, for half of that fielding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good hair. 1980s hair. It's almost a hairstyle that has gone away. There's a lot going on with it.
A
little bit too short.
Copy paste.
Yeah, a little bit too short here. He's got to get the ball up. It's on a normal T20 day, you can afford to be a little bit more short because you're trying to slow the runs down. They need wickets from their left arm wrist spinner. This is their chance of winning the game. He's just got to toss it up here.
Why the hell every spinner is trying to bowl so fast on this pitch?
I think that's just because every spinner bowls fast now, man. Oh, this is a great hit down. I'm not sure Markram picked this, but it was over pitched and he just decided to whack it. And I think he was thinking that he was going to hit it over the leg side. And instead, he's hit it basically over the non-striker's head for 4. That's the ball I was talking about, though, just tossing it up a little bit more. And yeah, I could be wrong, but I'm not sure Markram was trying to hit that to the offside.
Oh, he was in control, ain't he?
He'd hit the middle of the bat. Well, have you ever seen anyone play an off drive like that in that position before?
No.
It could have just been that he didn't pick the wrong and it was over pitched and he didn't care. But have a look at his front leg. It looks like he was clearing to the leg side. It looked like he was going to slog sweep it, and he ends up playing an off drive.
He did a last moment adjustment.
Yeah. Good batting. And next one, he's not as sure, and they steal a quick single. Yeah.
See, this ball he bowled at 88 Ks. That's where it's sticking. It's still sticking if you are bowling little slow.
Yeah, but spinners have been bowling quite quick this year. I've noticed that from a few guys. Siddharth bowled a ball at 113 Ks earlier.
I was that bit surprised, to be honest. And then he
That
went
like
for
even
runs.
Surab. Oh, this is a good ball, but it's fumbled by Ishan Kishan.
Again, it's 96 Ks. It's a
Yeah.
fast ball. I mean, like a quick ball.
I'm not sure Rishabh Pant picked that though. I'm not sure the wicketkeeper picked that either. Actually, fascinating. Really good delivery there.
He baffled
but-
both the keeper and the batsman.
He's end up going for a bye though. Geez, I tell you what, if he can bowl that ball his whole career, he's going to have a nice little one because he's got a nice biomechanical action. There's a lot of the wrist spinners that come in like Vipram Nagaj, where you look at them and you just go, Vipraj Nigam, sorry, I don't know what I called him the first time, where they just have a biomechanical flaw. Right. Whereas with Shivang, I think it looks quite repeatable what he's bowling. There's a lot there to like as well. I'm doing my power list later today where I'm having a look at which teams should be ranked higher or lower based this year. So far, who's the team that surprised you the most?
Surprised. I think I should say LSG on LSG. Though they lost, I was expecting even poorer performances from them. I mean, like, I don't want to be so harsh on them, but then
No, you can be. Rajasthan's the one. I had Rajasthan as a team that could win a lot of games, but also might go on a big losing streak. They've won 2 in a row, so I had them and LSG as my teams that I thought were going to come last. I rated the market thought CSK was third favorite. I had them basically in that bottom tier of groups, so they've gone where I've wanted. I'm trying to remember where I had KKR actually.
Actually, RR surprised me. Yeah, I just forgot about them. Like, sorry about that. RR fans, they always.
Everyone forgets them. It's fine. Let's have a look here. Where are we? Yeah, so just having a look at my map. Oops. Where did I have Delhi? I had Delhi as 4th, and they're 2 from 2. But I had Delhi and DC. And Gujarat very similar. So Gujarat have lost 2 games, and Delhi have won 2 games. So that's quite interesting. I had RCB and Mumbai as my favourites. So Mumbai's won 1 game, lost 1 game.
What about Punjab?
I had Punjab as my 5th favourites in the tournament.
Oh,
I had
your
them
3rd and 4th.
Gujarat was 3rd, 12%, and equal 3rd was Gujarat and Delhi. And Punjab was just that next tier below them. I had Sunrisers quite high. I wonder why. I think I thought that they would eventually come back and start making runs again. It turns out I'm wrong, and they're just going to lose 1 billion wickets all the way through.
No, the point is like when you did this power rankings, have you considered the bowling? You would have for sure considered the bowling strength and everything, right? I think I did do it about 5 or 6 days before the tournament, so there was a couple more withdrawals and injuries. So there might be a bit. I was very low. I'm just having a look here. I was very low on KKR, and so far that one's gone up. Rishabh Pant has sliced this up in the air, and Liam Livingston. He couldn't judge it.
No, is it Klaasen? No, Livingston. I was right the first time.
It's Livingston. He couldn't judge it.
Well, one thing I should say is the quality of the image on our fast stream is not quite as good as the one you get on TV. So occasionally, especially when players are moving, they can look a little bit more blurry. On my TV, it's definitely Livingston. Is that James Franklin in the I didn't realize he was with Sunrisers. This one's whipped in the air and dropped on the boundary and 4 runs. I think that was Aniket again, because that looks like magnificent 1980s hair. Is it Aniket?
By the way, it is. And by the way, it's really, really. Hey, is it Aniket or Shivang?
Oh,
Okay, it's a little confusing. Both the faces looks quite similar, to be honest.
there's some good hair.
Yeah.
Oh dear. It is
No,
Shivang, I think.
it's Shivang. Yeah, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it is Shivang.
Decent bonds there too as well. Similar hairstyles actually. Now I look at them too.
So, credit to Shivang.
Could have gone out in the first two deliveries of this over, Rishabh Pant, and instead he's 6 runs and he's fine. And poor James Franklin has had to live through both of those on the microphone. Slow ball short
Slower.
and doesn't really go through at all. Do you remember James Franklin as a player?
Yes, I do. But
So
not so
I've
much.
got- I've
Very
never
vague
commentated
memory.
with him. He's done quite a bit of work for TalkSport. He used to live in London. I'm not sure if he still lives in London, but for some reason we've never overlapped. But he's done a bit of work. But he retired from cricket, and then St. Lucia. When I was with St. Lucia as an analyst, they offered him a contract after he'd retired, and I said to them all, "But he's retired," and they were like, "No, he'll come back." And I was like, "Okay, but like." If he's retired and he retired like a couple of months back, he might not be ready to come back, guys. Like, what are you expecting Franklin's going to do for us in this situation? Anyway, great Yorker here from Malinga.
Yeah.
It's actually been a
think
really good
it's-
over from him. He just hasn't
Yeah,
got
yeah.
anything so far.
By the way, who is your not best player, but the player whom you loved working with most while
As a
commentating?
commentator,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a couple of weird ones actually. Jay Dernbach's a really good person to work with that I would never have thought someone like Jay Dernbach would be such a good commentator, but he's been fantastic to work with. Probably guys like Bumble and Jeremy Coney. I commentated a bit with NASA as well, NASA Hussain. Trying to think of others. As far as players go, most of the best broadcasters are not players though. So it's guys like, Harsha Bogle, Mark Pugach in the UK does a lot of football. He's absolutely brilliant to work with. A lot of those guys are really, really good. And then sometimes you just have I've only commentated like 3 times with Ian Bell, but we've actually, me and Belly, I've known Belly a long time and we have a really good rapport. And so on air, that works really, really well.
When you said Ian, I remembered about the other guy, Ian Bishop. Have you ever commented with him?
I have. Bish is great too. I don't think I've done much with Bish. I remember another misfield. Oh God.
Man, I love his voice.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I've commentated with Bish all that much, but enough. Yeah. No, he's really good. Samuel Badri, we mentioned before. He's one of the best commentators in the world. I've done some really good stints with Sean Pollock before. Back in the old days when I was first starting out, 2 guys, which was Peter Kirsten, which is Gary Kirsten's brother, who was a great player, but kind of, unfortunately, his career was mostly during apartheid, so we didn't get to see him at his best. And then Barry Richards. They were 2 guys that I love commentating with. As far as players go, I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. Oh, me and Gareth Batty have a really good relationship too. In fact, a lot of the TalkSport guys, Steve Harmison, Darren Goff, Gareth Batty, Alex Judick, just because I've worked with them so much, they kind of know which direction I'm going in and I know which direction they're going in. So you get used to the pattern a little bit more. Simon Dool I've commentated with before.
Simon Dool is a lovely commentator, true.
Yep. So I've been with a lot of them. I've probably forgotten a bunch too. Kate Cross. Kate Cross is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Kate a
Have
lot.
you worked with Ravi Shastri any time?
I don't think I've ever commentated with him. I've interviewed him
he
3
pulled
times, I want to say.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it was a bit
just
short.
landed before.
Yeah, they need a wicket quickly. Yeah, I reckon I've commentated with him 3 times. I've interviewed him 3 times. I don't think we have commentated on the same gigs, but I don't think we've ever commentated overlapping, if that makes sense.
Okay, together.
As far as I can remember, anyway. Oh,
But if
Damien
you would have to
Fleming's another
rate
good one. Damien Fleming's
Top
really good.
3? Who would be 3? I know I'd put you on spot.
Do you mean
but-
top 3 for me as a co-commentator?
Yeah.
It's probably me and Gareth Batty, just because we've worked together probably the most of anyone. We just completely know, and it works together. This is a big hit by Markram. He's
it's
got
in
under
there.
it. I think, just so you know, that when they go to that shot, that means they've lost the coverage for a minute. Because I was tricked by that before. It's a wicket. It's out. So It went very, very high, and suddenly we lost all coverage of that ball.
Coverage. Yeah.
Do you know what that was? Again, it's that wrong one. It's really full, and he's ended up slicing across it. It wasn't quite the same shot that he hit for 4 earlier, but it's the same kind of situation where he's not picking the wrong ones out of the hand, and so he's trying to punch through them. And this time, he tried to hit it for 6,
Caught
and
by
because of
Livingston.
that, he hit it straight up in the air and was caught. So probably hasn't
Okay.
changed the game, but good bowling again. This is what we wanted from Shivam. We wanted him. They've got to get wickets, even if he goes for runs today. They've got to get wickets.
Yeah. So who was your second one? Your
Gareth Batty would probably be the best. If does it have to be a player or could it be anyone?
anyone? I mean, like with you, where you felt
Okay,
very comfortable
so
of
it's with
working
me. It's Gareth Batty would be first. Sorry, Gareth Batty, Daniel Norcross, Neil Maxwell.
Okay.
Neil Maxwell. Neil Manthorpe. I've never done it with Neil Maxwell. Neil Manthorpe would be the two. So Daniel Norcross from the BBC and Neil Manthorpe from TV and everywhere else. Just because me and Norcross and Manthorpe are non-players, we see the game very similar. And we also are really like me and Norcross came up together in the industry, so we've known each. Me and Norcross learned to commentate together, right? So we know exactly where the other person wants to go at any stage, right? And we know how to set each other up. And with me and Neil Manthorpe was the first person I ever did a proper in-game, in-ground commentary with. And so again, we just know each other really well, and we know how to set each other up and everything else. So those are probably the 3 best ones. And Jeremy Coney would just be off the back end of that, I would say, as someone else who I really like. And I suppose Steve Harmison wouldn't be far away as well. Also, I've done a bit with Harsha. Me and Harsha is quite fun. The last time we did it with Harsha, I was doing ball by ball and he was doing co-coms. And it played with his mind so much, right? Because it's just not natural for him not to call the balls. And it was really weird because I'm calling the balls with like the master beside me. So that was a really weird one. But actually the last time we worked together, you might remember this. Do you remember when Harsha Bogle and Kevin Peterson had a big fight on air and it became a big viral moment?
Yeah,
So do you know who the third person was on?
Oh my goodness.
So if you go back and you listen to it, you only hear me speak like once or twice because they were in the middle of a conversation. There was nothing for me to add to it. But yeah, if you go back and it's about switch hits, I think, wasn't it? About LBW laws and switch hits.
Yeah.
And and I'm in that conversation while they're arguing, so it's quite funny. All right,
So,
Shivang's
is it all fine? These things happen in the com box? It's
yeah, it's just a
actually
difference of
not-
cricket
not-
opinion. Yeah. I have seen people fall out, but it's more if it becomes personal. It's very rare if it's over cricket, right? You're not supposed to agree with each other. I think in that case, what happened was KP wasn't really listening, right? And KP didn't realize that you can't run in and just bowl left arm if you're a right arm bowler, and that's what Harsh was trying to say. And what I was trying to say is, I've got no problem with someone playing reverse sweep and switch hit. I play both of those shots, right? Well, not the switch hit, but I play the reverse sweep quite regularly, right? No problem with those shots. But the LBW laws have to change. If you're no longer a right-hander, you no longer have a ball being pitched outside leg stump. You've now made both sides the off stump. If you want to make that choice, anyway.
Seriously, fair point. I had some similar thoughts. The moment batsman switches, your tool has to switch.
Badoni's in, so he was the impact sub, if I remember correctly. There were some issues earlier on the ground. So they are 78 for 2 here. Target is 157. And just a reminder that after 10 overs, Sunrisers were 35.
Yep.
So very different. Very, very different.
There is
Shivang.
no point comparing where Sunrisers were at this
You
point
can't
of time.
actually compare anything to that first innings because it was the stupidest innings you or I are ever going to have to commentate on. This ball is swept out to deep backward square leg, and they're going to take one. So Shivang has got 1 for 13 with 1 ball to come here. Rishabh Pant's just pottering along, really. He's on 18 off 18.
That's what exactly you need at this point of time, no?
Yeah, he might be waiting for the left arm finger spinner. Well, left arm finger spinner to come back on. Do you think?
I don't think he's waiting for any particular bowler, as in because Shivang does the similar part where he could take down Shivang. But then I'm thinking that Rishabh Pant making sure that the winning runs are below 50 or near to 50 or so that he can take down. Till that point, I don't think they are looking at the net run rate and all the calculations at this point of time. They are looking purely on win. Fair enough. For the initial games, try to grab as many points as you can.
Where are we here? Sid said Rob B would be screaming at Kisham for that drop. That was there. I mean, he should have stopped that ball before, to be fair. I think Isham, he might not agree with Rob on many things, as Harshal Patel's coming back on. Gaji says, I need Rob's rant for fielding. Rob, I believe, is doing the afternoon games. Me and Rob, it's Easter weekend here. And so he had something to do in the morning. I had something to do in the afternoon. So it was easier for us to split those games up between ourselves. But I'm hoping that there's a few people available for the afternoon game. Harshal coming back in, that sort of easy run up that he has. Slow ball bouncer. Turned around the corner for one.
LSU is playing with a calm head, which is the need of the hour at this point of time. It's fine. It makes more sensible. Imagine if this turns.
Sorry, go.
Yeah. Sorry. No, please, Jared.
No, I was just going to say, why do you think they moved Rishabh Pant to first drop again? Do you think that's for this game or?
No, I think Rishabh Pant, they're giving him a space where when the ball isn't doing too much, go and do what you are best in doing it. The other match, what I felt like the ball did a bit, then he just lost his shape while hitting the ball.
But he was run out in that game, wasn't he?
No,
so he's only.
But then, but even the
boundary here. Hey, if you want to rob Barron rant, this is a perfect case. This was a good ball. It was a decent strike by Bodoni out in the offside, but that should be one, maybe two. And the fielders got the angle wrong and also not kept the ball safely in their hands, and it's ended up going for four. You really shouldn't be allowing. Oh yeah, that should have been saved.
Yeah, my point is when you have players like Rishabh Pant or let's say Chris Gale or like I'm very sorry to associate these kind of players in one bucket, but then you want to feel the presence of the player. Oh, it's almost.
Yeah. It's still the slow balls are still gripping, aren't they?
Gripping, yeah. So my point is you need to feel the presence. Whereas the first three overs. Also, we need to cut some slack for him because it's his first match after a long time.
Oh, I'm not having a go. I'm just saying, clearly they wanted him to open. He's open for one game and got run out. And now they're not opening him again. I think that's quite interesting.
But I was the one who was behind this. I was ranting too much in our preview shows with Deepak that I want him to open. Whereas Deepak was like, no, why should we? But then now I just feels like let him control the middle phase. But the counterpoint for that is he's not good in hitting spin in white ball. Point to be noted. In red ball, he's very good. But
I might have those stats in front of me. Give me 1 minute and I can bring that up, I think.
And Jared, isn't it very fascinating to see? How is that a same player is very good at hitting the spinners in red ball and not in white ball? Is it because the field has been spread? That's the only case we can think of?
I don't know. He's pretty good at hitting the red ball when the field is up, right? Like when the field is out, sorry. Like if you remember that Jack Leach thing where they put all the fielders out and he didn't seem to notice any of them. Okay, so I'm looking at the impact here. So his impact versus seam is 2 runs per innings. So he's a plus versus seam. And he's almost -3 versus spin. So the only player that's worse than him, and he is considerably worse, is Rahane, who we all know really struggles. So yeah, it is fascinating. I don't know if I have a great answer for it, really. He just seems against, maybe it's just getting himself set and he gets in after a while and then he hits the boundaries against spin in Test cricket. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe he's not doing it from ball 1.
But his intent is to do it from the ball 1. If you remember the other Test match where he has announced himself, where he played a outrageous innings versus Australia, where Shane Warne is commentating on that, if I'm not wrong, where he was explaining why it is very brave for someone to come down the wicket and then hit it for a 6 over long on. When you saw before ball just spun, a yard away from the batsman. So yeah. So the
So
intent was always
if
there.
they had saved that boundary, that would have been another decent over. I mean, they're a long way behind. They need more than decent overs, but the run rate says they're about 0.6 runs an over quicker than expected at the moment. So you need a lot of wickets to get them back in. But that misfield just cost them so much. And
Shot.
Shivang,
This is beautifully played. Beautifully played.
pick
a
up
good
2 in
fielding
the
though,
covers.
But then
Siddharth says, I want to see Jared on a Victoria Watchalong. I think if you'd seen me during the Sheffield Shield final, you would have seen something else. I did actually, they're probably not online anymore, Siddharth, but I did used to do live ball-by-ball commentary of major games, like just randomly, like an IPL final, or I did a Big Bash final. And I did the old Big Bash before it was a league. And there's a Victoria game where like I am apoplectic with rage. I think we lost that in the last over, that final, or did we win it? I can't even remember now. But yeah, that was certainly one where I was absolutely all in. So yeah, I didn't watch as much of the Shield final this year, partly just because I was sick that week, and so staying up overnight to watch a game while I was already sick didn't seem like the best use of my body. Especially is not a run out chance, but a quick run of that. Singer says, who's the most improved commentator? Ian Bishop, Simon Dewell come to mind instantly because neither of them were this good when they started. And a lot of it is just, the more you do it, the more natural it is. When I first started, like a lot of my time, and this is someone like Shavan who's just starting out his journey will find this. He's thinking, oh, what do I say now? Oh, I need to say something. Have we been silent too long? Once you get to my point, it doesn't even occur to you. Right, you're just so on top of what you're doing. I remember if I was commentating early in my career, and there was maybe there was a technical problem with the other person's microphone, or they were being told something by the producer. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to fill for like 2 minutes here now. Now, I could probably fill for 30 minutes before anyone would notice that I was on my own. So you get very, very used to it. And I think if you look at Simon Dewell and Ian Bishop, it's that they're very, very comfortable with how they do
beautiful
things.
Inside out.
Yeah, lovely shot here from Rishabh
The
Pant.
extra cover.
I wonder if that was the wrong one or
What
not.
helped you? Yeah, by the way, what helped you, Jared, to upscale your skills over commentating, like reading books or like watching through a lot of commentary?
10,000 hours of commentating?
It's pure commentating.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm very different. So if you can probably see this. There's some sports commentators online. They'll do incredible detailed note taking before coming online. I remember there's a football commentator who put his notes up a couple of years ago. John Norman or Andrew McKenna, who I've worked with a lot, Neil Manthorpe, they have incredible notes. And because I'm dyslexic, I find it very hard to read notes while I'm commentating. And so for me, I just back the fact that I kind of know something about every player, right? Or every situation, or every pitch, or every period of the game. And I back that. But I wouldn't suggest this for a normal person. This just fits the way that I do it. But just having notes, just doing all the research, okay? There's a famous Australian sports commentator. And he said to me, I said to him once, how do you commentate? Because he would commentate different sports. I said, how do you commentate different sports? And he's like, I go into every game knowing what this person has done in their last 5 games and knowing 3 things I can talk about them. Right? And he's like, if I'm doing a test match and that guy makes a double 100, obviously I will then pivot to how they played in the game. But for the first 40 or 50 runs, I've got them covered, right? And then I let the game take over. So there's many different ways you can do it. But a lot of it's just being, as I said, being comfortable. Oh, stumping. Harsh Dubé is on. He's bowled the wide one. Badoni's come down and tried to crash it through the covers. I think he played on top of this. Don't you think?
And it's 99.5 clicks.
Told you, they should be bowling quicker.
But I never loved this idea of like spinner bowling quick and the bowler bowling slow.
Yeah, I've been saying for ages, spinners are bowling faster and faster, and pace bowlers are bowling slower. So they're going to meet in the middle at one stage. We're going to get confused. Rajat Bhatia and Benny Howell will be the only bowlers left on earth. No, it was good bowling. He saw him coming, I think, there, and he went for a ball as full and wide as good. He's bowled well today. Did he bowl well in the first game too, I want to say? Do you remember all these figures?
No, he bowled decently, to be honest. But then the RCB is like on top of everyone on that day. So fair, like we can cut some slack for him because being his first game for SRH.
I thought he started well. Maybe that was it. Maybe that's what I was remembering.
He started well, and then already they were in a different mindset because they didn't lose money wickets when they were batting at like 10 odd overs, and they went on to bash everyone. Oh, interesting to see how Puran goes about his business because he is not going to stop by any which means.
Well, it's a swing point, this, right? If Puran bats like Puran, this game is over and they get a huge net run rate boost, which they need because they lost their first game. Or if you get Puran out here, I'm not saying that they necessarily win the game, but it might slow down them winning the game. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. But then this is the point where Rishabh Pant being Rishabh Pant or being a captain, he should be saying the other guys who was batting with him that you guys do your business. How do you prefer to go about it? I'll be there from one end. Don't bother about falling wickets and all. That's what I expect from a senior statesman, to be honest.
Oh, he's left the first one, Puran. Is that given a wide?
It shouldn't be.
No, it wasn't.
No,
Phew.
it is.
I was going to say,
It's not.
it was the way the wicketkeeper ramped his head up. And I was like, it's not a wide, guys. He whacked the
started.
second one, Puran, but not got much on it.
Two
Just
bounces
out
to
the
the
long
fielder.
Okay, so
Jared,
they've-
did you have your first gig with Fox Cricket itself, or like no Sky Sports? You started.
no, I've not done TV. I've been on TV, but I've not really commentated on TV. My first job was it was Test Match Sofa, which was the amateur one. I did that for a little while, and then TalkSport got the IPL rights. So I did a couple of years of TalkSport with the IPL, and that's kind of how I learnt to commentate, like day in, day out. And then my first major job was with ABC in Australia, where I did a South Africa tour. Then I did the Australia-India tour where Kohli made all of his runs. And then from there, I've done a bunch of... I did a little bit of BBC. I did SEN, which is an Australia radio station as well, and New Zealand radio station. I did a fair bit for them. I've done the ICC feed for one World Cup and maybe a Champions Trophy, but certainly for a World Cup. I thought he hit that straight to cover there.
He missed on
Straight
this.
to point. They need 52 or 42 to win, by the way. So very in control, 105 for 3 here. Yeah, did them. And then TalkSport started getting massive rights. So I was with Cricket Info and I left them to work with TalkSport because TalkSport bought all the rights in the world for a little while. They've settled down a little bit on that of recent times. And yeah, I've been asked to do some other work. I've been offered a bit of associate international stuff, but it's never been at the right time. So all the TV stuff I've ever been... I was offered Channel 7 a couple of years ago, but I'd already accepted a job with TalkSport at that stage. So I turned down the Channel 7 one. So I have been offered a little bit of TV before.
Before you guys enter, you just decide like who calls the ball and then who is going to explain the technicalities of about behind the ball, that particular game or something.
Yeah, so Shivan comes in and oh my God, Puran has run himself out. That is not stumped. He thought the ball went past the wicketkeeper. He started to run and he's realized he was wrong. He realized that when Ishan Kishan has taken the bails off. What a remarkable bit of cricket. He's gone for the sweep. He lost his balance. I want to see if that played a part of it. He did lose his balance, but I just think it went past the keeper. He just thought it went past him, right? He put his head down like he was running.
And then I felt like more than running, he just, because he's on front foot, I mean, he's trying to sweep the ball by coming across. I think he just lost the balance. He just moved automatically the fall.
I think he lost his balance.
The body weight transfer.
But watch him. He's actually, that's not just losing your balance. He's put his head down like he's about to start running.
Oh,
so
that's surprising.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to ask Nicholas Pooran actually what happened there. What a bizarre thing. He actually hit that ball. I think that's part of the reason he thought it went past the keeper. He swept the ball into the ground. It's gone straight into Ishan's gloves. And Pooran, for a second, whether it be the balance or whatever everything else, has just sort of kept going forward, and he's been run out.
Yeah. Now show me Goenka's face. Sorry.
What'd you say? I missed that.
Now I'm saying that now show me LSG's owner. So basically he's Goenka. So now show me his face. Like he'll be furious with this. I know that how animated he is. But by the way, having said that, to all our viewers, there is a really, really good part what I heard about him, that he works on this under 19 things with the school people. So now entire Lucknow, they have the school to school tournaments which he's organizing, and they are finding the right set of players even before the under 15s and under 14s. So credit to him. That's good on him working for cricket.
Are you not allowed to abuse him without saying something nice about him?
No, nothing that sort of. But
Because
I
he
felt
has
like
been
this is-
he has been a knob at times
Ha.
in his IPL.
I mean, like he has been under pump many times, but no one has looked at the brighter side on it. But what even I had the similar thoughts, to be honest. But then last time when I saw that interview, I felt like, yeah, it needs to be, deserved to be. It's
No,
almost
just
a
short.
cotton
Oh,
ball.
actually, you might be right. I thought it was just short, but he put his hands on his head like he dropped that. So that was Rishabh
Coach
Pant.
Athab is
He's on
saying-
31 of 28.
Coach Athab is saying that Shravan Nicky P is a walking wicket all, not flat
short,
deck.
yeah.
Oh, in every wicket he is about to say that he's a walking wicket. Last year isn't the same case, Athab, just to counter the point. But then, yeah, I
I
understand where
mean,
you're
Nicholas
coming from.
Pooran's been in the top 5 best T20 batters in the world the last 5 years. To say he's a walking wicket on any wicket is just incorrect.
Jared, you know what? Ashwin has an interesting point when it comes to Nicky P. His point is like when you play so many franchises, play for so many franchises, and you are not emotionally, connected with any of those. So every place you go, it just becomes a give and take policy. And it's like after a point, you burn out as a player. It's like, oh, everywhere I'm catching a flight, moving from New York, and then I'm moving to Trinidad, and then from there I'm moving to some other place. I'm just playing for Mumbai Indians as in franchise. It's like just a give and take policy and all. But I felt it little interesting. What's your take on that?
I don't know how well Ashwin knows Pooran. I probably did the first or second big interview with him ever. I spent a little bit of time with him. I know a lot of people in his life. He's one of the most driven players I've ever come across. Absolutely. He's got a chip on his shoulder about how he was treated as a youngster. And he goes out of his way to be successful at everything he does to prove all those people wrong. I don't think it matters what shirt the man's on. Do you know what I mean? Like for some people it does. For some people it
Fair
does.
enough.
Right? I don't think for Nicholas Pooran is on a mission far bigger than cricket, and he wants to make runs and change his family's life through that.
Oh.
I don't think he gives a shit about what the shirt is, which might be what Ashwin is pointing out. But that in Pooran's case, he's so driven. This is a guy who could have. So he played first class cricket when he was young. He then has a car accident, and Trinidad and Tobago don't pay his full their medical expenses. I've written about this before. They're not particularly happy with this when it's been brought up. But there was definitely a fallout between TNT and Pooran. And he had a conversation with the other Trini boys and said, do I have to play first class cricket? Or can I make it without playing first class cricket? And Dwayne Bravo said to him, you can make it, but it's so hard. And you're going to have to work so much harder than any other player who's coming through the first class system. And Nicholas Pooran went, okay, I'm going to be that guy then. Is that the guy that we're then saying is burnout? It just doesn't seem like that kind of guy to me, right? He's a very shy kid. He doesn't, like I've got his number. If I messaged him, I'm not sure he would get back all that often. And I get along with him okay. I just think he's very, very, there's a lot, there's a couple of those Trini boys that are incredibly shy. So Sunil Narayan's maybe the shyest cricketer in the world.
A shot.
Is he going to get 2 there? Oh, God.
Yeah, he is.
He made that look harder than it
Who is
needed
that
to be.
guy? Yeah, who is that?
Yeah, so look, he's got limitations. I think because he hasn't played in first class cricket, there are limitations. But as a T20 player over the last couple of years, he's been absolutely just wild. Ali says, how do you
Differentiate between stumping versus run out here.
Sorry, I was halfway between a burp then.
Yes.
I think that will go down as a stumping because he left the crease playing the shot. Now, let me look at what the scoreboard says. No,
A shot.
Cricket Info's put down run out. So we'd have to check all the different places. I think because it looked like he started to run, that's what I called it, a run out live. If it's in the process of playing the shot, it's a stumping. If it's in the process of running, it's a run out. That to me is about 50-50 because Shavan thought it was the shot. I thought it was the running. And to be honest, it could be a combination of both in this case. It could, but I think in that case, I would call that a run out.
Oh, well fielded, mate. Oh, he pulled something. Who is that guy? Is he Aniket? No, he's Shivang, I think.
Was it finger?
Because he stretched to field the ball, to
Yeah,
stop the
but
ball. So he.
Are you
he
sure it
pulled
didn't hit
something.
his finger?
Is it his finger?
I don't know. I saw him look at his finger. Oh no, you might. It's hard to tell. He's looked at his finger and he's also pressed his back for a moment. Is he going off?
He just raised a finger to the dugout.
Because he's got one more over, right?
Mm.
And they kind of have to have him bowl. No, it looks like he's okay. This is whacked away on the offside, just for a single though.
Man, if today Rishabh Pant is going to hit 50, I should have bought a lottery ticket. I'm telling you, Jared. I only predicted two things, that we are going to all the wicket alerts had come good. Now, if Rishabh Pant seriously hits a 50, I should have bought a lottery ticket for me today. By the way, he looks in complete control. We have seen this kind of Rishabh Pant. People might say that he is still not finding the gaps and all, but I know that this guy after a point will be finding the gaps on his will.
Where are we here? And he says, what do you know of the KL Goenka story? I mean, nothing. I know a little bit of the behind the scenes thing. I know that I think Goenka realized how silly it looked afterwards. But I think he believes he's a passionate man. And look at the coach he's picked. He's picked the most passionate coach, right? Like, he clearly thinks he's a coach himself. It's quite interesting. I will tell you guys all this. This might be a bit of an exclusive. But Goenka actually has watched quite a lot of my videos. So and most owners, a lot of owners know who I am, but I wouldn't say they watch my videos, if that makes sense, right? He's someone who's actually watching it because he's trying to learn and get better. He really does believe he's part of the system. The issue is that he doesn't really understand how to be professional as a person within cricket, would be my argument at the moment.
Fair enough for a businessman to show a lot of interest.
Yeah,
learn.
it can go both ways. I've said this before that, like, I think it was Manoj Badali. We're just going to have a quick break here. I think it was Manoj Badali a couple of years ago who said, I know he said it on my podcast, but I'm assuming he said it to others, that when Rajasthan got bad, it was because he wasn't really involved, right? He wasn't really looking at the game and being interested in the games. And obviously that led to match fixing, right? Like, you kind of want them to be involved, but you also, Goenka is not an expert in cricket, right? And so you don't want them making cricket decisions in that kind of way. So
True.
that's kind of the way that I would look at these kinds of things. Of you've got to be quite smart with the way that you do things like this, and not everyone always is. So yeah, it's tricky. There's no right answers on these kinds of things, for sure. But yeah, it's that's kind of the way that you need to do those kinds of things.
There is a good stat here, not so good for Puran, but Nicky P scored in his last 11 innings. He scored 121 runs with 13.44 strike rate. Sorry, with 13.44 average and strike rate of 117.
Yeah, he had, if you remember, he was the best player in the world at the start of the last the IPL for about 4 or 5 games, and then has struggled quite a bit since then.
Yeah, a bit tapered off the
Yeah.
back end. How does it happen, Jared? Just
Oh,
as
wait,
in
we've got a
pure
question from
viewer.
him from Coach, who says, pick any low-scoring game without Jew, be it the entire ILT20 or Akana or any game that is less than 170 scored. He's nervous for a good 20 minutes at least. Yeah, he's a bad starter. No one's ever said Nicholas Puran's not a bad starter, but he's a bad starter on flat pitches, and he's a bad starter on every other wickets. There's lots of players who are bad starters, man. Like, you've got Sai Sudarshan on one end. And you've got, Venki Iyer is a great example of this. Venki Iyer makes a duck or a 50. There's almost nothing in between for him.
Yeah.
Lots of players are like that. That's a very normal skill to have. That doesn't mean you're bad on a new wicket. That means you're a bad starter, right? And every player has a different cross to bear. But here's my guess here, Coach. I'm not having to go at you at all. Nicky Puran has played 418 T20 innings, right? What percentage of those do you think you've seen? My
could
guess
say only
is that he has
20.
I think if you picked any low scoring game without Jew out of that 418, there would be plenty that he's done very well in. Right? I've seen him play brilliant innings on really tough wickets that no one else. Sometimes the team still scores over 170. Do you know why? Because Nicky Puran is there. And he can make tough wickets look really good once he gets in as well. But it is once he gets in. Everyone is different. As I said, there are plenty of players who start almost exactly the same as they go on. And there is, we talked about Klaasen before. Klaasen is at his absolute best at about the 15 to 20 ball mark, right? Whereas some players are at their absolute best between 5 and 15 balls, right? Everyone is slightly different from that perspective.
But then, Jared, just a counterpoint, like what you have said, we absolutely respect from where the hardship what Nicky P has to come through. But then once you start earning, decent, not decent,
Another
it's a
boundary,
good
yeah.
amount. Yeah, it's a good amount. Do you still have that hunger when you have the only purpose of, you have the belly in the fire in your belly is purely because you have to come out of that rags to riches kind of a thing. So once you have become that, still you'll have that burn in your belly, like to do
Have
so
you met
good.
many millionaires or billionaires in your life?
No, not yet. Not fortunate enough to.
Okay. So when you meet them, you tell me if you think they still are desperate to earn their next dollar.
Okay. Yeah. So
Some of the
that-
tightest
that's-
people I've ever met in my life are billionaires,
Mhm. Okay.
right? This idea that once you have money, you've also got to understand for Nicholas Puran, we are not talking about him just trying to make money so that he lives a comfortable life, right? He's literally trying to he's trying to change his whole family's future.
Fair enough. The generations to come. Yeah.
Coach says, agree. I'm trying to make sense of today's mishap. I mean, but that was a fluke dismissal. That has nothing. Everything that we've had discussed about Nicholas Puran today has nothing to do with how he
Nothing
went
to do
out
with
today.
this. Yeah.
Because maybe 3 different things happened at the same time here. One could have been that he overbalanced playing the shot. The other could have been that he thought the ball had gone past the wicketkeeper.
Oh.
Another boundary here. Yeah. Unokat has
This
come
is what
back
exactly
on.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, 2 balls to
exactly
fine
what I'm
leg.
saying.
There was a 2 in the middle as well. So 10 runs off 3 balls. Pretty much
10 balls
icing
before.
this game. Yeah.
10 balls before we are seeing that.
But yeah, so just getting back to this comment today, that's just a fluke. Like anyone can go out early on in their innings to something weird like that. As an analyst, unless I saw him do this all the time, I would never even take a note on this. It's other than it being funny. I have seen it before. I've seen guys who have thought the ball that went past. In the old days, the wicketkeepers were allowed to fake it, right? I've seen Darren Berry, the famous Victorian wicketkeeper. He would take the ball and then go, and turn around and look around to his left, pretend he's missed the ball down the leg side. And then as he's done that, he waits for the spikes to move and then takes the bails off, right? Wicketkeepers used to do that all the time. In fact, Johnny Bairstow did something like that in a game before he was out stumped to Alex Carey. He did something similar in a game where he held the ball, waited for the batter to take off, and then took the bails off. So wicketkeepers used to do that stuff a lot more. The laws have been slightly changed a little bit, so it's harder to get away with the sort of the trickery before. But if you think the ball has gone past the keeper, you're going to run. As I said, if you hit a sweep shot, how often do you hit a sweep shot and the ball ends up in the wicketkeeper's gloves?
Yesterday we were having a nice chat regarding this faking of faking the
fielding.
fielding and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that actually after what I think Rob and Robbie both have discussed, they tried to convince that yeah, this is fine. I was okay till the fielder is doing it, but my point is the wicket keeper is in such a privileged position. They can do it in every single ball, every single
Yeah.
time. Will that be fair enough? Then they are like, no, it's still fine and all. So I was like little not so convinced with
I'm
that
with.
point.
I'm actually with those guys. I like fake fielding because I always thought that was a skill in itself, right? And if you're running and you're like only paying attention to what the wicketkeeper's doing, that's kind of like. Do you know what I mean? So Nicholas Pooran is a perfect example, actually. The one we just saw there, right? Of he couldn't have seen where the ball was, right? So why is he running? Now I'm not saying that Ishan Kishan did anything wrong in this case, but like. If you're trusting the wicketkeeper and he plays for the opposition, isn't his job to trick you? I think what happened in cricket was we got to a point where everyone was doing those fake slide throws, and the MCC was like, "Look, it just looks crap, and we don't like it," and so they wanted to move on from it. But I also I liked it. I thought it was a really clever option, and now you see people like slide across to try and stop where seeing the ball. It's not as much. All right. Malinga's back on. He's got 1 for 20 off 3. And Samad has whacked this down the ground. The timing on this. He's almost killed Rishabh Pant's ankles here, I think. Beautiful hit.
Better that he's not getting.
What does that make it? 25 off 23. So
23. Yeah. I think today, oh my goodness. Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, he hit it more in the air. I thought it was along the ground, but it almost hit him in the hip, didn't it?
Even in replay, I noticed that. Even I thought it's in the it's grounded.
Do you know what always happens in that situation too? And it's a funny one. Is what happens is players always turn side on, right? But all of your pads are at the front.
True.
But
them?
It's normal human reaction to be like, I'm a big target, I'll make myself a smaller target, right? But when you do that, like we've seen people get hit in the back and knees, right? And then they're back in that situation. And you're like, but if you went front on, you've got a thigh pad and you've got your pads on. That's the way to do it. But you're trying to get out the way, I understand. But it is quite funny to watch people kind of get themselves in. And this just goes over the top. They should race away from here.
By the way, talking about the slow starters.
He's looked good, by the way, Samad.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did today. With the slowness of the pitch and everything, he's trying to find his feet in this match. It will help LSG for sure. For him.
Do you know where they are? They're right beneath him. His feet, they're beneath him. He's standing
By
on
the
them.
way.
They're at the end of his legs. I just tell you, it's one of those phrases we all use, but it's like, the best one is when Steve Smith says, I'm trying to find my hands. And then afterwards you go up and you shake his hand and they go, there they are. This one is belted back down the ground.
Beautiful. I think, but it's still well fielded by, who's that guy? It's like...
They've actually got good field at the moment. I think because Samad's hit a couple straight, what they've done is they've moved long off a lot straighter now. Because we have seen Markram and Samad hit some very straight drives at times. We've got another. Can you just pick this up? Because I'm just got to do something for 1 second. There's a comment there.
Prakash Meshram is saying that Goenka versus Kavya Maran is real clash of titans. I understand where you're coming from. It's interesting to see how much nowadays the franchise owners are being involved. But then there are cons for it, like how Jared has explained. Because when you are not so much an expert in the domain where you invested, you cannot see everything as in pure white and black business.
Can I tell you one of the most interesting things that they struggle with?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We had Lendl Simmons playing for us 1 year at St. Lucia, and he was doing really bad. And the owner said to me, "I'm not going to pay him. He's been that bad." And I was like, "Well, if you don't pay him, we won't be able to get any other players who will ever play for us again. Like that's a ridiculous thing." And he's like, "No, there's always more talent out there." And I went, "You're thinking about it from like he's thinking from like an accounts manager or a graphic designer, right? Like, if I don't get this graphic designer, there's like another 200 graphic designers. And I said, but if you don't get Lendl Simmons, what's the like? And then you alienate the next 10 best players after Lendl Simmons, right? The drop off between that in sport is massive, right? It's probably massive 100%. In business as well, but it's harder to tell. I would say it would be harder to tell the best graphic designer between the 50 best graphic designer, right? It's pretty easy to tell the best fast bowler, Bumrah, compared to whoever the 50 best fast bowler is, right? And so they actually really struggle with that because in their life, they can just buy, okay, I can't get that guy, I'll go get the second best guy. So, but you can't do that in sport because the second best guy has already got a contract for another team, right?
I understand.
And so you're going to have to get the best guy who's available, who might now be the 30th guy. And so, oh, there's plenty of talent. I was like, yes, but Lendl Simmons might be the 20th best player, and you might have the 35th best player. We've still got a big drop down there, right? And next year, Lendl Simmons might make runs because that's why he's the 20th best guy, right?
True.
And so it's a really, and I've come across this many times where they're just like, well, in business, and I'm like, yes, but this isn't business. Right? If I'm writing, if I'm a writer and I write a bad piece, as long as it's not racist or sexist or, it's not defaming someone or I'm not getting sued for something, right? It just disappears. And my next piece could be my best piece and everyone's going to remember me for that. That's not how sport works. Right? Because that piece that I wrote that isn't very important, right? No one will read that to even know it was that shit. Right? Whereas if you're Nicholas Pooran and you fail twice in a row or 10 times in a row, right? That then stacks it all up. If I write 10 bad pieces in a row or someone does, 10 average bits of coding in a row, as long as they're still overall good at their job and they come back to it, people don't, they get thought of as very good. Whereas there are people who've seen 10 bad innings in a row who think that guy's never any good ever again. Well, he didn't make it to professional sport by accident. And so it's very hard sometimes for mega wealthy people who are used to buying things to kind of get that sort of simple process, right?
Actually, Jared, when you were saying this, I can actually relate to this being a corporate employee.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know what? When you have lakhs of engineers being produced every single year, you will never have this sense of scarcity. You always have the abundance of talent. One person can replace any other person, and then the more the engineers you produce, let's say I shouldn't call, being an engineer, I shouldn't call any other as crap, but let's say if 10 to 15% or let's say 50% of the engineers were also like not so technically strong,
caught at mid-off. Samad had certainly been sent out there to whack him, and he'd whacked a few, but this one again, Harsh Dubey, beautiful bowling from Harsh Dubey all the way through the game and gets a wicket. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Yeah. So having said that, like, let's say you have 50% of the people who are not technically so strong, still you have 50% people. Now, it's not like the job is such that you won't remove all the persons who are experienced, okay, just to replace with them with a new fresh talent. It's like the abundance of talent is there, but it's getting piled up year to year.
Yeah.
Now, this doesn't happen with the cricket. Now, whatever you say, you can see so many cricketers coming out of India. Now itself, we have 30 states where you can, 29, and then you can produce abundance of talent. But can you say that everyone is a Virat Kohli, everyone is a Rohit Sharma,
exactly.
or everyone is MS
It's
Dhoni?
that level, and it's if there were only like 15 companies in the world, right? We would be able to tell who the best engineer is, who the best graphic designer is, and everything else. But there's like 1,000 companies, right? And so there's probably some engineer somewhere that people don't even know is in the top 10 engineers in the world just because that hasn't come across. That's very rare in sport. In sport, you have to be really unlucky not to get through. Maybe it's injuries, maybe it's, wrong person at the wrong time, maybe it's an agenda, but it's very rare for you not to at least eventually show those those skills off.
100%.
And so people don't quite understand that. So Deepak, we talk about him and IIT, right? He was ranked 138th in the world in India at that time, right? So let's say he was in the 1,000 best high school students in the world at that time. I'm not saying he was, but let's just say he was, right? He's still going to go on and have a fantastic career once he pulls off those numbers. If he was the 1,000th best cricketer in his year, right? he wouldn't even be a professional unless he improved massively in the next 3 to 4 years, right? And so that all of those things are really, really tough. And it's why you see some of these franchises struggle. And it's why the best franchises generally, and this is right across all sport, this is not a cricket thing, are very good at just picking the right people and backing them and keeping them in place, right?
Yeah.
When you see the Sri Lanka men's team come up with a new coach every 8 minutes, right? Another 4 down the ground here as punt. It brings up his 50 as well. Not the most Rishabh Pant of innings, but exactly what was needed today. When you see Sri Lanka do that, and then you go through the coaches they've had, and you're like, well, a lot of these coaches are good, right? So why are you churning through high-quality international coaches at such a rate? That's because the people who are running it are looking for a magic person who's only ever going to be successful from the first moment they go until the end, right? And that is not how professional sport works, right? It's not how anything works, but certainly not how professional sport works. And so you end up chopping and changing. And I always bring this team up, but the Sacramento Kings, right? They did a really similar thing. And it's like, guys, Sacramento Kings have at least 2 off the top of my head coaches who are championship level coaches and 2 other really good professional coaches, just from my knowledge of following from a distance. And yet they're getting rid of them. Well, that means the problem isn't with the coaching. The problem is with the recruiting. The problem is with the scouting. The problem is with the drafting. The problem is with the general manager. Or, in that case, the problem is with another owner who I think is an Indian owner. Certainly born in India, although very much an American these days. But it doesn't really matter where you're from. There are many bad owners from everywhere. But the point being, again, is like if you're making all these, if you're chopping and changing.
1 bounce.
Yeah, no, that was always
1
short.
bounce to Liam.
A good question here on CSK, who says, where is CSK lacking? Bad auction or lack of cohesion? I think they went in with a really senior team, hoping that they could sort of run back one more title at the start of the mega auction. And the team wasn't quite where they thought it was going to be. I think they were second favorite coming into that season, right? So a lot of people agreed with their management and it didn't work. And in this mega auction, they've been left behind. They've gone with Sanju Samson to see if they still have a chance this year. And so far, it hasn't worked.
Shot. Okay.
But they don't have the
It was
ability.
misfielded.
Yeah. But they don't really have the ability to pull it back. They don't have enough wicket-taking options. Their batting is a little bit slow. They've got younger players who might take a little bit longer to develop, all those sorts of things. We got another question about CSK. Kanish says, how would you redo their auction in 2025?
Jesus.
That's a very good question. I think that might be a podcast, though. Redo CSK auction.
In fact, I would love to add a few more teams in it. Actually, it's not only CSK. Someone needs to redo on KKR too. When coming with so much, you know this. You remembered when the auction was about to start, there was so much of gaga about like CSK having a largest chunk of purses, so they can get whatever they want and all.
That was for this auction.
Yeah, for this auction.
Yeah.
That's
So
what-
I don't
so
think the
20
problem was
seconds
this
after.
auction. I think the problem was the auction before that.
That's why I want
Yeah.
you to add this too. I mean, like the KKR
Yeah.
too, because
I
those are
thought
the teams.
I just don't think there are enough players available to rechange your model. This is one of the problems with the mega auction cycle is if you don't nail them. I was with RCB in 2018 when they had the mega auction and they fucked it up, right? And they were like, "What do we do now?" And I said, "Wait for the next mega auction." Like I don't know what you want to do. Like this was the one you had to get right, and you weren't professional enough, and you made mistakes, and now this is where you are.
Yeah. By the way, congratulations to all CSK fans. Your team has won the toss and elected to field first.
You can. I'm not sure you get a congratulations for that. Is this a caught behind?
I'm
Can I just-
congratulating them because they're seriously under the
Take
pump
whatever
for the last
whatever
2
they
games.
can get, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. I'm not being so harsh. It's Jared's words. It's not me. My fan.
Well, it is
not
you, because
speaking.
you were the one who you basically said you're having a shit year. Enjoy winning the toss. Can I just say that out of their combined Harsh and Harshal bowlers, they've gone for no runs today and taken up a couple of wickets.
By the way,
They should
on
just
our
get more
disc-
bowlers with HARS.
you mean
HARSH.
SR Oh,
I'm trying to make sure. If they could
okay.
have 5 of them, they'd never lose based on this game.
By the way, in this entire hierarchy, one thing is like we have to give credit to what's his name? I'm just forgetting. Like Harsh Dubey, man, he bowled absolutely well. It's like
Yeah,
4
both
overs,
of them.
18 for 2 wickets.
Him and Harshal Patel are both bowled well, but you're right. Harsh Dubey's bowled great. Well, as I said, that Harshal Patel bowls a horrible full toss. But yeah, no, I thought he bowled well. We talked about it briefly before. I thought he bowled well with that first new ball. I thought he came back. I think he's bowled 4 overs all separated from each other. And every time I've been, unless I missed one, but I've been really impressed with the way he's bowled today. Really like the way he's gone about his business. In fact, both of the finger spinners I've seen today from both teams, I've thought have bowled well.
Yes, fair enough for that.
Could
let's
they?
not,
By the
bring-
way, they shouldn't lose this, obviously. But
Come
they
on,
have let
come
this
on.
get a lot closer than it needs to be at 9 from 7,
Actually-
haven't they?
I was expecting the.
Oh.
Oi!
If he gives this out,
Yeah,
And he
it
has!
was given out. I think they will review for sure.
yeah, that had to hit him outside off stump, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, I'm looking at the last one. The last one hit him outside off stump. There were 2 in a row.
See-
He's bowled
see, this is
2 big dipping full tosses. Lokesh, we talked about this earlier. Honestly, I'm not sure I have a great answer for why. Anyway.
How do they even missed it? See, this is the only reason why I want Rishabh Pant to play. No, it's absolutely a normal ball. No way it's going to be a full toss. Sorry, not full toss. I mean like no ball. It is a full toss. Pardon me.
Has it hit him just outside off stump? Is my question.
Yeah,
to
it
you.
is. It is. But then you never know like whether the ball curved in or not. It doesn't
Yeah,
seem like it
nah,
curved in.
it's
and
outside
out,
off
but
stump.
then-
I think
Yeah, yeah.
because we saw that. I think what's happened there is it's same thing happened 2 balls in a row, and I think the umpire, when that happens, quite
it's
often you
well
give the
outside
second
off.
one out. Yeah,
Mm.
he's got very wide hips, Chowdhury. He does. Like I'm just saying, he's a big dude. So you
actually
couldn't.
he's lean on his upper body, and then you see if he's.
You're right. He is. Yeah, he's like the reverse Aaron Finch. Aaron Finch, nothing on his legs, all upper body, and Mukul's the complete opposite there.
Jared, tell me one thing honestly. Players doesn't come back to you and ask like, why do you body shame us?
That's not body shaming. That's his body shape.
Oh,
Body
You're just
shaming
explain-
is
you're
when you're having a
explaining
go
it
with them.
briefly.
No, but that's not. It's not body shaming to say someone has a shaped body in a particular way. Aaron Finch is really big on the top of his body, and he's really small in his legs. Have a look. He's got little tiny chicken legs, right? It's not body shaming him. That's just how he's built. God,
Thank
that's
God I
missing off
never
some.
heard you speaking about Temba Bauma. I
Timber
know what
Bavuma,
you.
great ass. Great ass, Timber Bavuma.
I understand. Yeah.
One of the all-time asses. These are athletes. They use this body to perform well, right? That's where you get your core strength, your upper body strength if you're Shane Watson, right? Your leg strength if you're some of these guys. Anyway,
But having
this
said
has ended up being 9 runs off the last over.
I was about to point out that. That's seriously a good over. Last over went for only 4 runs with 3 dots in it, 1 double and 1.
It's a crazy over. We just thought they were walking to victory 5 minutes ago. I mean, I know that because they went, it was 6, 14, 10, 6, 4. So those last 2 overs, they've gone at less than a run a ball. They took the important wicket of Samad, who, to be fair, was striking pretty well. I mean, it could just be that Rishabh just whacks a couple of balls. Very quickly, because it's not really the time to talk about this with 9 off 6, but I will get to this comment. But let's see. As Unadkat comes on, it's full. It's a good ball again, but a beautiful shot by Rishabh Pant. Should be 2 at least. Oh, no.
It's 4. It's dead straight like an arrow. Ooh.
Yeah, I still
It's really.
think
It
you
can
had
be
to stop
stopped,
that.
yeah.
you had to stop that. I don't know who that was. I just saw them turning over, but
I agree, but then I understand. Like that's why you shouldn't.
I
be
feel bad though.
Spending so much of time with Rob, you have
No,
to be a little bit
No, you have to stop every ball. That's your job. That's what they pay you to do.
Yeah, but then
It's incredible, though.
straight,
Uno Cat
Jared.
has bowled a beautiful ball there. It's
Yeah,
now
yeah,
5
to
off
be honest.
5. So finally, LSG has at least a chance to breathe a little bit more. And this is hit up in the air. And oh my God,
four.
how has he managed this?
No,
He's
first of all, why did
basically
they bring
fallen away. He's fallen over here.
Huh.
And he's ended up playing a cut shot while he's falling that is flat back down the ground for 4 with long off up in the circle at mid off.
Can you say it this way? More than cut, he slapped it.
Yeah.
Did he
Well,
slap?
I mean, he had the bat like a cut. That is one of the more ridiculous shots you've ever seen.
By
Wow.
the way, why is that mid off is inside the circle when you're bowling at the last over? And you just
They've got
saw him
everyone out
hitting
on the
down
leg because he wasn't expecting that to go through mid off. Because who would hit that ball through mid off? I mean,
Fair enough.
it's almost impossible to hit that ball through mid off.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
Rishabh
just
Pant
as they
doing
got the
Rishabh
game
Pant
close, Rishabh Pant's got 2 incredible boundaries away. And now Unad Cut, it's going to be very tough for him from here on in. And I'll finish this super chat with Samit in a moment as well. It's wide. It's a top ball. Of course it is. Let's bring them back in. Samit says, how should CSK optimize the current squad in this IPL? Apart from Brevis and Ervil, what can they do and how much will they improve the playing 12? I don't think they can improve the playing 12 enough to make the playoffs. I think Ervil and Brevis together is much more, and Dubé, that combination in the middle, I'm very interested about. I don't think it's a playoff team, though. I didn't think it was a playoff team coming in. There's nothing I've seen so far that's changed my mind.
Yeah.
But I would play my young players as much as possible in the hope that I can upskill them for next season, would be what I'm doing. Oh my God, it's another dot ball. What is This game is stupid.
What the hell is? Man, are we heading towards a super over?
We can't be. We cannot possibly be heading to a super over. How have we got to this position? This is absolutely... To be fair, Unakat has bowled a really good last over. Even though it went for the 2 boundaries to start with, I thought he was bowling really well there beforehand. Surely, they're just going to have to run off this next ball now. Right? I don't think they have a choice. They can't let... They've just got to take on the field now. Unakat, 1 needed off 2. It's outside off stump. He's got it over mid off.
Yeah.
Finally. Good shot. Probably his... I was going to say his best shot of the over, but the drive to begin with.
You
Goenka,
saw what Avesh Khan did?
did he hit the ball back on, didn't he? And then I saw the camera go to Goenka, who was having a heart attack in the dugout as well.
has
What a
very
fascinating game of cricket. Really was one of the weirder games I've ever come across. When you think that they got to a point where it looked like they might also be losing this game when they never should have got close. Fascinating one. We're going to take a break, and when we come back in the afternoon, it will be the afternoon team looking after the next game. But thank you to everyone. So many great super chats today. Really enjoy chatting with you all on that. And when it comes down to it, I just feel that I will either never, ever remember this game again, or I will only ever remember this game again. I don't know which way it's going to go, but it is one of the more bizarre things I've ever had to cover. A big thanks to Shavan. A big thanks to all of you for being involved. Go to combox.tv, sign up over there, and you can get all of our early bird offers as they come up, as our company continues to launch. But a big thanks from me and Shavan, and we will be back in, what time is it? About 18 minutes for the next game. Goodbye.
Yeah, see you all.
Cricket fans are smarter than ever before. But what they're offered is clickbait, lazy punditry, and SEO noise. Combox is for people who actually love the game. Smarter analysis, real conversations. Combox, the game lives on.
Hello and welcome to Combox Live, where the game lives on. I have with me Varun Alvakonda, who you can't find anywhere on social media, and Behram Kazi, who is Def Mango on Twitter, and I am Saurabh_42 on Twitter. We are here today to pick an all-time RCB 12, I guess. We'll do it in the Crick Picks format, where we do a snake-style draft. Varun is going to have first pick, followed by me, and then Behram. So before we get into it, I'll just I'll just give you guys a refresher on the rules and the audience as well. We are going to pick 12 people. Like I said, they have to. We consider the record only for RCB in this, and for whatever other teams we do, only for that team. They have to have played at least 15 matches for RCB. So unfortunately, someone like a Tim David, who it might have been very tempting to pick, is not eligible because he didn't play 15 matches last season. And KL Rahul played only 14 matches when he did for RCB, so even he's not eligible. So they have to play 15 match. They have to have played 15 matches at least. Only the records for RCB count. And yeah, I don't think. Is there any other rule I've forgotten? I don't think so.
4 overseas?
4 overseas. Yeah. Okay. That's
And no
like,
impact
yeah.
sub, right?
Yeah, no impact sub. The 12th
So we
man
are-
is a 12th man.
Exactly. We are not getting into all the impact sub nonsense. So yeah, we just pick our 11 and a 12th man. And yeah, so Varun, you have first pick. Take it away.
Wait.
my-
Before he does
What's
this,
up?
I just want to appreciate Saurav's intro because I was quite curious as to how he does this, and he did all right. And I'm going to give him a passing grade.
I had tutoring from the best.
All right, then, Varun, blow our minds away.
My first pick is obviously, I think, the greatest overseas batter RCB have ever had. And that obviously is Jack Caddis opening the batting.
Okay, what's your real pick?
Luckily, this is not
I'll
quick
actually
picks
take
where
Virat Kohli as
you
first
can-
pick.
Oh, you're taking
Okay, all
Virat
right.
Kohli as first pick.
No, I
He-
think,
he wants to
even though
win
I don't
this.
think,
Yeah.
no, even though I don't think he's the best RCB batter ever, I will say I have said it. There you go. I think Virat Kohli is RCB. He is the face of the franchise. He's synonymous with it. I think it's only fair that for an all-time RCB team, we go with him first, right?
I mean,
I can-
he was going to be somebody's first pick, so it just happens that it's Varun's first pick. Yeah.
I do agree with the rationale,
I'll take it
though.
for
Forget numbers for a second. You have to look at the brand that RCB is, and Virat Kohli has been the poster boy of that brand. He eats, sleeps, and breathes RCB. He has gone on record saying that he would never play for any other IPL team, and that level of loyalty is also admirable, especially in a world these days where you just chase the biggest paycheck, right? And Virat Kohli would have gotten bigger paychecks, I'm pretty sure. So there's that. I actually agree with his rationale.
I
Actually.
don't know. I don't know if he would have got bigger paychecks. I mean, maybe slightly bigger, but
He
I'm
would have
pretty
got some
sure he's
bigger
getting a-
auction like auction bids.
Yeah.
I don't know about
auction.
like,
I mean, if he went to the
auction
auction,
bids.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
yeah.
Absolutely. He's Kohli.
Yeah. Okay, my pick. Okay, that makes it very simple for me. AB de Villiers is, I think he is not just the greatest overseas batter in IPL history, he's just the greatest batter in IPL history. He basically could do everything against all types of bowling at any position. I don't think they tried him opening as such, but I'm pretty sure he would have aced that if they had sent him there. They didn't need to. They made him do the more difficult job. Opening is the easiest job in T20 cricket, and they made him do the more difficult stuff. In fact, I think they sometimes didn't use him the best way they could have. In fact, he has said this. He said that sometimes he did think he could come a little bit higher up the order than it was, but they sort of used him strategically.
What was it?
to-
There was a game where he comes in at 6 or something, right, for RCB in
Yes,
2020.
I think it was
I couldn't
one of
believe
the
my
COVID
eyes.
years. Yeah, because there was a perceived weakness against leg spin, and one of the leg spinners was bowling. Maybe Ravi Bishnoi or someone was bowling. So they thought they'll send in some of the others ahead of AB. Which it's AB, man. His weakness is somebody else's strength. Whatever are his weak numbers are. So anyway, AB. I'm very happy he's my first pick.
I think AB de Villiers has a very solid case of being the greatest all-format batter of all time, right? Like,
Yeah.
he is just that good and he's versatile. And he's another guy who really, really loved playing for RCB. It's not the only team he's played for. Of course, I remember in the first season he was playing for Delhi Daredevils. But once he joined that franchise, then the bromance with Virat, I feel like if there's ever been a team apart from South Africa that AB de Villiers could have bled for, it would be Royal Challengers Bengaluru.
I mean, he played for them longer than he did for South Africa, so maybe more than South Africa he would have played for.
I mean, you never know, right? It's unfortunate that he didn't win a title with them either, but when they did eventually win a title last year, AB was a part of the celebrations. And, RCB also, the brand that it got elevated to, and rightly so, AB was a big part of that. And he, Virat, and the third guy that someone will, probably me, eventually pick, I think those guys are like the three biggest names to have ever featured for the franchise.
I were featured in the IPL also, and it just so happened that they all played for the same franchise.
Yeah. Okay, so because of Saurabh's shit rule, where you can't pick a player who has played less than 15 games, I guess Misbah ul Haq is ruled out. I'm going to have to pick the third obvious player who needs to be on this all-time RCB team, and that is the universe boss, Christopher Henry Gale. Someone who really benefited from T20 cricket going mainstream. I feel like the legend of Chris Gale, further got amplified because this format began to exist. And the best of Christopher Henry Gale in T20 cricket was probably in an RCB shirt. I feel like he still holds the record, doesn't he, of highest score in the IPL? Does he not?
Yeah.
175. So there's that. And then, of course, maybe he did take a bit of time to get going. But once he got going, man, Chris Gale was stand and deliver. He would just completely whack bowlers out of the park, left, right, and center. It really was a format tailor-made for him. And his stint at RCB is his most memorable stint at any franchise. I do firmly believe that. So Gale had to go. And I think those are the three first obvious picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gale, I mean, he has this image of being slightly happy-go-lucky, but I think he cracked T20 way before anyone else did. Behram, you said that he took some time to get going. But that was just because he understood sixes matter more in T20 cricket than any other, run scoring option. So he was okay to play out some dot balls at the start because he knew that he could hit sixes and eventually what he'll end up will be both a bigger score and at a quicker rate than anyone else would. So
Yeah.
I think, he aced that, the format before anyone else did. He understood the mechanics of it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a great tragedy that the three of them, Kohli, Gale, and Virat, did not win a title amongst each other, right? Of course, Virat wins one last year, but you'd think that when these three cricketers are playing in tandem for the same team, they would win a title or two, but it hasn't been the case. They still make the all-time team, though. And I've got one more pick, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go for an Indian pick. I'm just considering my options. There is a middle order bat who I am leaning towards, and then there's also a wicket keeper. And it's actually not that straightforward between the two. I think someone will eventually pick the middle order bat because he's been exceptional for RCB in the last little while. I'll pick the keeper. Let's go Dinesh Karthik for my second pick. I looked at the list of all keepers and I don't think anyone quite stacked up to DK. Post Nidahas Trophy, he was able to kind of display that particular skill set of finishing off games and going berserk towards the end of an innings very, very well for RCB. And even, when he was finished, he could manage a bit of that towards his final season. The record's quite good. DK featured in 53 innings for RCB, smashed 937 runs. He averaged 24.65, but his strike rate was 162.95, which, by the way, is a better strike rate than all three of Virat Kohli, Chris Gale, and AB de Villiers. So that's something that DK can boast about on his commentary stints, I suppose.
Yes, I just want to say he has two great seasons for RCB and two shit ones, so that's why his overall record looks very mixed.
Yeah. Anyway, I still feel like there was no other keeper who could eclipse him.
In his final season, which is 2024, he was outstanding. In fact, people might not remember this because that was the match in which SRH, made the record score of 287. But RCB responded with 262 to that. And that was, in many ways the start of their incredible comeback in 2024, where they had one win from 8 games at one point, and then from there they qualified for the playoffs by winning 6 on the trot. But that SRH game, although they lost, DK makes 83 of 35 in that game. That sort of unlocked batting possibilities for, I think, a lot of the others also. Just seeing that, you don't need to be faced by a 287 chase. So he was definitely, although I'm very surprised, I think you missed I think the guy I was expecting you to go for was not DK or whoever else you had in mind. So I can make that pick, and
Yeah.
I'll go Yuzi Chahal.
Interesting. There was another wrist spinner who I thought you might go ahead of Yuzi Chahal.
I mean, yeah, there is.
I
but
didn't want to make the
Yuzi-
pick for that very reason, by the way, because I'm confused between the two. I know Varun is confused between the two as well.
I think I had both,
No,
to be honest.
I mean, we could pick the other one also, but I think Yuzi, it's just the sheer volume of wickets and seasons of with RCB bowling at the Chinnaswamy, which is a proper bowler's graveyard, and still managing to hold his own there, being often like a propping up the whole bowling attack on his own, because back in the one of the reasons why perhaps RCB didn't win when Virat, AB and Gale were all together was because they had things like Corey Anderson bowling at the death. So you can't win that with just batting. And Yuzi was their only bowler at that time. I don't even know how many wickets he has for RCB, but I'm pretty sure it's I think he's the highest ever wicket taker in the IPL, right?
Yeah.
And
he is.
a majority of those have come.
I believe it's
for RCB.
139.
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
that's,
Yuzi
close
Chahal
to
is
that.
the highest wicket taker for RCB as well. But I think Saurabh's right. Even across the entire IPL, I think Chahal is the
Yeah.
highest wicket taker. So
He's also the
it's
highest
still a
wicket taker
good
for
pick.
Rajasthan Royals, by the way. Fun fact.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that is unexpected. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can keep that in mind for the Rajasthan Royals all-time picks.
Fair enough. All right, then back to Varun for back-to-back picks. And this is where it gets interesting, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had him, but I'm actually going to go Glenn Maxwell in the middle order.
I had him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was confused between Maxi and another guy.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
one of the, what do you call it, the things that annoys me about RCB fans, more than, amongst many of the other reasons, of course, is I've seen RCB fans be like, well, Glenn Maxwell just didn't do anything for RCB, which is utter nonsense. Like, he was by some distance the best batter in 2021, 2022, and 2023, right? If you look at that stretch. And he's also the premise that one of the only batters, along with Pachidor, who is actually hitting spin for them. So, which would be quite useful in this lineup, isn't it? Right.
Yeah.
And again,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had the same issue, but there is not a lot of all-rounders that play for RCB. You might actually need his bowling more than his batting.
True. And his bowling in T20 cricket kind of works at times because it's more flatter trajectory. He's going to bowl darts. Sometimes he can be hard to get underneath. And that way you'll see Glenn Maxwell not go for as many runs as you think he should. So, I mean, he's an elite fielder as well. So there's that. I think Maxwell is always going to be a solid T20 pick. He's often misunderstood, even in ODIs. We've done an entire piece on this, haven't we, Varun? Or we've talked about it at least.
Yeah, very much so. Like, he's very much like an analyst player, isn't he? Like, we all love him.
Yeah. Okay,
No, I
you
mean
have one more.
He had only one poor season. That was 2024.
Yeah.
And like
To
apart
be,
from that, he
to
was
be fair, that was
really
a horrible
good.
season. Like,
That
that was
was-
really, really bad.
that was really bad. But before that everything was really good. So yeah.
Okay then, Maxi's been taken, and we have one spot left for foreign player.
Yeah.
Please don't waste it, guys.
I'm actually going to take that foreign spot. I'll go Josh Hazelwood as the overseas seaman.
Bro?
Yeah.
Okay then. Wow.
Okay,
What a steal.
Varun and I are completely in sync so far. Those were the four foreign guys I
Yeah,
also had.
I was a bit confused between Maxi and Watto, but I obviously had Hazelwood up there as well. I was going to
The
pick
issue
him.
Oh,
with Shane
I was-
Watson is
Yeah.
if Shane Watson was shit for RCB and not dog shit with the bat, I still would have gone Watson. Like, he was terrible with the bat for them, right?
That is true. Anyway,
I mean, I was confused between Maxi and Faf du Plessis actually. For the fourth, and for Hazelwood there was obviously there was Mitchell Stark and Dale Steyn there, but I also thought Hazelwood wins out because he has done it in the impact sub era where I mean on true values Mitch Stark is higher than Hazelwood, but I think it was easier to stand out from the pack in 2015-16 when Mitch Stark played than it is in 2024 in 2025 and 22 when Hazelwood played.
So Varun shared all of these impact numbers with us, which I did glance over right before this podcast. And Mitchell Starc had the highest impact for any bowler to have played for RCB with a minimum of 15 games. But I still believe that Hazelwood, in this particular era where teams are going berserk, for him to do what he's doing, both in the power play and at the death, that has got to be worth something. And he's also a really good cutter bowler now, so he's not just dependent on the new bowl. Although I will give him 3 power play overs probably over here. I think I'd be inclined
I
to do
don't think
that.
you can because again, the other issue with RCB's history is no death bowling.
True. Well, we'll figure that out, I suppose.
We will.
Okay.
So I have a tricky pick coming up, which is a good time to let's take a break and come back very, very soon. And that gives me time to think about who I'll pick.
Yep. You guys are watching
100 years ago, something truly remarkable happened in cricket. No one knew how to get Bradman out. And so some of the smartest minds in English cricket got together in a smoke-filled room at Lords and they talked it out. It is no different than you talking with your uncle, with you whispering at the back of the bus, with you sitting around in the tea room arguing with your friends. This is what we do in cricket. We love the game, we talk about the game. And that is what we do at Combox, where the game lives on.
Welcome back to Combox Live. You're watching Behram, Varun and Saurabh pick an all-time RCB 12 without an impact sub. It's an 11 plus a 12th man. And Varun has just made his second round of picks, so it's up to me now. So I will go with the guy who got RCB their only trophy, Rajat Patidar. He will be, the spin destroyer in the middle alongside Maxi. He has played 3 or 4 seasons for RCB, and he has been actually remarkably effective, I think, in the middle order. He was brought in as a replacement player in 22, and then he made a century in the eliminator that year, and from then he has been like a permanent part of RCB until he was appointed captain also last year. And then obviously under his leadership RCB have done what they couldn't do under the leadership of Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble, Virat Kohli, Dan Vettori, Faf du Plessis. So Rajat Patidar it is.
And he is a really, really elite spin basher when you think of it, right? Like Shivam Dubey, we all love him, of course. He gets the plaudits. He gets highlighted for being that guy. But Patidar can pretty much do the same thing, right? And he's been a RCB's only title-winning captain. So I was going to pick either him or DK in that pick that I had. So I knew that Patidar will eventually get picked anyway. So yeah, good pick. I like it. What's our team looking like right now? Because I've got 2 picks in a row, which are my last 2 picks, and I need to make some wise choices.
I have
Top 5 is
I have
set.
Galen Virat as opening. I have AB at 3, Rajat Patidar at 4, Maxi 5, DK 6, and then I have Hoff and Chahal at 10 and 11.
Oof, this is going to
So
be
you
a
have to pick
lopsided team with no batting depth, is it? Like, are we headed in that direction?
No, I mean, it depends where you go, but there's a possibility of having okay batting depth. Not batting depth that KKR 2024 had, let's say, where, you have a Mitch Starc batting at 10 or 11. Not that level, but okay batting depth is possible, I think.
See, Jitesh doesn't qualify. Otherwise, I was very, very keen on Jitesh. He might have even eclipsed DK for me because I'm a big fan. I think he's capable of a lot more than DK. But I'm not going to worry about batting depth. I'll leave that job for you guys who were nerding out on this and preparing your asses off, whereas I was trying to raise a child.
We love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on.
Hello and welcome everyone to today's Watchalong for the RCB versus Chennai Super Kings match. I am your host Shayan and I have Rob Barron here with me, and I have no idea who else is going to come in and come out. And Rob, did you just see that effort from Virat of the first ball? Why is there a need to run so early? Come on.
He could have been out twice already.
Yeah.
Missed run out there, and then he's just hit the ball mistime one straight against Khalil, which maybe could have been caught if the fielders were really alert. But was that top edgy, or has he just got it off the bottom of the bat?
I don't quite think he middles that, does he?
Nowhere near middling it. No, just about landed
Yeah.
safe. Just did enough to get it over the fielders.
Right.
Weird first over. Only 5 off 5 so far. Amazing bit of fielding by Matt Henry to restrict Salt's slash over cover for 4 to a 3. And then Khalil then beats Kohli's outside edge, who has a good go at it. And he wants the wide, but it's not given. 5 off the first over anyway. Are you there, Cheyenne? All good?
Yeah. Right then, that was a weird first over, and 5 is okay. I mean, you do expect these two sometimes to go more nuts because I think both Virat and Salt like to take the bowling down in the first over, but Khalil is also a decent power play bowler, so I think that's fine. Like 1 over is okay; they can set themselves in for that much.
Yeah, I thought Khalil bowled all right there.
Yeah.
You would expect. So Salt lines up pretty well against Khalil historically. Salt, what is he? Salt is 50 for none off 31 against Khalil in their matchup so far. So it's definitely a positive for Salt.
So thoughts on that fielding?
Virat didn't look himself. Yeah, absolute comedy fielding already. So we had one really good bit of fielding by Matt Henry, who scooped the ball in through his legs. And who is that that's just let the ball go through his legs?
Khalil?
That is a shocking piece of fielding to allow Kohli to get back on strike. And now Kohli needs to calm down a little bit, Cheyenne, because he looked quite frenetic in that first over. Very unlike him.
Yeah, very unlike him. That is true. I think he'll be fine once he gets that one boundary away early on. He usually needs that. I think in his first 5 balls.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to...
Good start from Henry so far. Couple of decent balls.
I want to see if Padikal can do it again.
Yeah,
because he was brilliant
last season was a pretty impressive one, was it not? And now this first game, that was a completely different Padikal. I mean, I know he does really well in this match, but I did not expect like a 22 odd ball 50 coming in the first match of the tournament. Might even have been less than that. I can't even remember. But that was some great stroke making, actually. You know.
Yeah, he was superb. And he allowed
another edge from Phil Salt, and that flies away to third. They're not quite looking like they're middling it just yet, are they? Any thoughts on the pitch so far?
Well, I don't think it's doing masses. It's hard to judge on it. Like, obviously, Shami had the ball on a string and was getting it swinging plenty earlier on. It's nothing like that. It feels like it might be just sticking or nibbling a bit, but nothing really, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I think early in Chinnaswamy, sometimes there is some help for the pacers as well. We saw that in the first game as well, the one against SRH, where RCB bowlers extracted some help from the surface. And that is a good shot from Virat Kohli, but good fielding on the boundary. So Rob will be really glad that finally they're fielding properly.
Yeah, you don't expect Noor Ahmed to be the boundary rider.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And it was like somebody shot him out of a cannon there, and he got shot out of the cannon, adjusted himself, got his left hand on the ball, and saved another 2. So they've saved a few runs in the field. They've chucked one away, but they've saved 3. So net positive.
Probably
so
saved
far.
3 so far. Yeah, exactly. I thought that was going for a 4 for sure. Like you could tell it from my voice, right? Like I was, Virat Kohli hits a shot and so on and so forth. And then he again uses his feet, but not able to middle it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
When I saw Noor Ahmed was the fielder after the ball, I just assumed it was definitely before, but he did brilliantly there.
Yeah, that's true. I'm so sorry. I think something fell here. Apologies. We have a super chat from Samit Khan then, who says, how should CSK optimize the current squad in this IPL? apart from Brevis and Urville, what can they do and how much can they improve the playing 11?
Yeah,
we have
okay.
talked a bit about this, but Rob, go ahead.
So we had that one yesterday. So go to the one. Me and Robbie, who's a lot more qualified to answer it than I am, answered that one at length yesterday. So have a look at the live from yesterday. The second this one is finished, go and watch the whole 4 hours of yesterday's one, or 8 hours actually. But yeah, basically, I didn't think they put their team together all that well. You and I spoke about this the other night, didn't we? During the podcast. So that was a 10-minute chat where we went through this. And my point was, which you called a hot take, but my point was there are times where Chennai's best batting 11 doesn't necessarily have Gaikwad in it. Particularly if they've had a good start. I'm not sure him and Sanju work as two of their top three. They need Brevis back. I mean, I love Irville, but he's only played a few times. So it's hard to say, oh, Irville should definitely be in your team. I just say it because I really like him. They seem to be, if a side is putting out two overseas at the very start of the IPL, they've messed it up somewhere, haven't they? They banked on Ellis, and he got injured, but it is a gamble. If we saw that with Patharana. If you're going to kind of put all your death bowling on one guy, and then that one guy gets injured, you're in a mess. And so now they're trying to get death bowlers they're trying to make Cambodge do it. And, they're playing people out of position, which I hate. Matt Short is somebody who is a extremely high tempo opener in the Big Bash, and he can smash it on hard, bouncy Australian pitches. He gets loads of 60s over square leg. But why are you asking him to wander in at number 4 against spin in the IPL when he's got no idea what to do? So rather than optimizing the current squad, just stop trying to put square pegs in round holes, right? And start giving people jobs that they like doing and they're good at, rather than trying to shuffle everything around right at the start of the season as well. It just seems very strange to me.
Exactly. I think I agree with you quite a bit. The issue is, at this point, they can't make huge structural changes to their 11. They sort of have to stick with what they have. And, I mean, it's the players that they have, don't they?
Wait till you see this.
Oh, that is a sitter. That is an absolute sitter. I knew something happened when Rob was like, and obviously we are he's a ball ahead of me in the stream, and I knew from his reaction that something has happened. I was like, has Kohli gotten out? Has he hit a 6 or what? But once it went up in the air, I was pretty confident that
So not for the first time in this innings, Kohli has tried to hit the ball straight for 6 and mistimed it. The bat shook in his hand then. You saw the bat turn over in his hand, so he's completely mistimed it. And this is a complete dolly to Shivam Dubey, who is on the road. It's probably, 5 yards in from the fence? And it's a routine catch. He makes a mess of it because he goes side on. It's a much easier catch. He was on 7 there when he dropped him. Much easier catch if he just stands straight onto the ball and tries to take it in his breadbasket. But he didn't do the running bit right. Possibly because he has concrete boots on all the time, which he wears when he bats. But he didn't do the running first, right? That was the only difficult bit of that catch, was doing the running first. And the ball was in the air forever. And he ambles towards the ball side on rather than running and getting straight on where the catch is almost undroppable. And he just makes a complete mess of it. And there are some drops are bigger than others, right? There was we haven't seen an innings without a drop yet. They kept throwing Rishabh Pant on the floor, and he ended up winning the game for his team in the last game. But you don't want to be dropping Virat Kohli, because they have now had 2.5 chances to dismiss Virat Kohli before he scored 10, and that doesn't happen. Right? You don't get 2.5 chances. They've had a catch that nobody got to. Fair enough. You could say that they never would have got to that. The run out was a reasonable chance to get rid of him, and that is an absolute dolly. That should be caught 100 out of 100, not 99 out of 100. It's just a really, really easy one.
Do you want to take a guess at Virat's control percentage from the nine balls he's faced? How many he's been in control
11% control percentage. That's what it feels like.
It's close. It's actually 33%, which is very rare. I mean, he's usually pretty sorted early on, and he's also hitting the boundaries. But today it seems like he's not getting a hold of the boundaries, and he's not in control either. And Phil Salt on the other end also isn't doing particularly great. He's at 50% control. So more than half the shots so far have just been uncontrolled shots here and there, drop catch, the run out chance, whatever you want to call it, and the plays and misses. We've seen it all so far.
Yeah, Virat is not
And he
looking
slogs it
himself.
again and misses it completely. And that's 3 overs, 17 for none RCB.
So Virat always has a very high run line, and usually with very good reason, right? Because he is a machine. His median is extremely high in this competition, and the way he bats lends him. And him being 9 off 10 after 3 overs is not a huge shock. I mean, he's normally 16 off 10 or whatever, but it's not a huge shock. But the manner in which he's played, as he had a huge swing and a miss at that last ball, you know, if I was setting his line, I'd be knocking a few runs off him for right now, because he looks very un-Virat-like, doesn't he, so far? They're 17 for none, and he's played 5 shots, 5 extravagant boundary shots, and got nowhere near any of them, really.
Exactly.
You know, he could have been out off 2 of them, and he's nearly nicked off there.
Yeah. And Phil Salt hits a shot in the air, and that goes nowhere. That goes for a couple of runs. Not even a couple of runs, just a single run.
So what
I
they're
honestly
doing
thought they were
now-
going to run 2.
They're targeting Shivam Dubey is what they're doing. They're just aiming at him, knowing that he's going to drop the ball.
Why is every ball going in that
But
particular
every
direction?
ball
I have no idea.
is being plinked to long on. You know, he'll start catching them eventually. That one plugged in the ground though, which is surprising, and just didn't go anywhere. It's lazy running to only get.
Also, it's usually a good outfield, is it not, Chinnaswamy? You expect the ball to be going really fast,
Very much
quick
so.
outfield. Yeah.
It might just
It's
have
just
been
stuck
the
there,
arc
yeah.
on the ball. Oh wow!
And that is a crisp shot from Virat Kohli. That goes for a 6. It seems like he's been trying to hit multiple 6s, but this one he finally connects. And Rob, is that the first boundary of this game so far? It
Yes, so
definitely feels like that.
It is. So if I'd been knocking runs off Kohli, I'd be putting him back on after that. That's the no look 6, which you don't see very often from Virat.
I
he's
remember he once does this versus Ishant Sharma in 2024, where he plays that, and they both have that banter. They're both from Delhi, and they were both playing around with each other. But I think he plays the shot pretty well.
Yeah, he timed the pants off that one, didn't he? And that's the 6. So we haven't had a 4 yet. But
Yeah,
we have had a
exactly.
6.
And it's not even like, I mean, of course, they're going slow, but they're not like going at less than 6 or anything like that, no? And that is another shot from Virat Kohli. This time, it goes for 2.
So everything is going straight, and it is landing on the RCB logo advert that they've, painted onto the outfield. Basically, in between long on and long off straight, there's a gap of about 20 meters between where those 2 fielders would be. So imagine like 10 yards in from the boundary, exactly straight from the bat, and the ball has landed there 5 times already. And once it's gone flying over there, once Shivam Dubey was there and he dropped it, but there must be something in this pitch, because they can't time it, right? These shots are normally boundaries when you watch these 2 going after the new ball.
It did feel like one of the balls held a bit when Salt was playing in the second or third over, I believe. It did feel like that held a bit. And that is another 2 from Virat Kohli.
So
This is
the
better
running's
for him,
getting
much
better, but there must be something in the pitch, and there must be something in the outfield here, Cheyenne, because it's nowhere
I'm just
near as
showing
fast
the
as it
highlights
normally
for
is.
that, are they not? Where they're just
So-
not connecting it and timing it properly.
I'm just looking now. There seems to be quite a few green patches on this deck, and possibly a bit of moisture around. As we're in the evening now, aren't we? Possibly a bit of moisture around, and it just seems.
Oh, that is straight as an arrow, and that goes for a 4. That is a
Where
shot
did-
Virat Kohli would really like to get away, and this is a proper over now.
There's your tracer bullet. So this
Tracer
is the
bullet indeed.
problem. This is the
Oh,
problem.
by
with
the way,
Matt.
Rob, I just want to stop you there. I
ahead.
think I heard Jared once say that a tracer bullet is actually slower than a normal bullet. Is that true?
Good point.
Any
The thing about the tracer bullet, though, is it goes in an absolute I mean, a normal bullet does, I guess, but it goes in an absolute definite trajectory because it's aiming at a certain thing programmed to get there, right?
right.
I was going to say this is the problem with Matt Henry as a banker overseas bowler, because if he doesn't get a wicket in his first 9 or 10 balls when he's lethal, he then becomes very ineffective, and he doesn't have that many other skills to offer you as an overseas. So this is going back to that earlier point about, what do you do with Chennai? I think they don't have quite enough all-round skills with it, because Henry is no death bowler now. He's got 12 balls left to bowl, and they're not particularly scary. So they're going to Cambodge for over number 5, which normally that would be absolutely fine, right? But Khalil isn't a death bowler. You don't really want him coming back to be a death bowler. Henry isn't a death bowler. And so when I look at it, like, what are they going to do with this team today? Are they backloading Jamie Overton, who couldn't even get in the team last game? Do you know what I mean? They don't seem to have a proper plan with what to do with everybody. So Noor wants the pitch to do a bit. Now, there's signs that the pitch is doing a bit. So Noor might be more effective than he has been so far today.
Yeah.
But basically,
That
looking
could
at
be an interesting one.
they've used 2 of them. So that chat there. Do you want to read that one out?
Yeah. So Kaushal Talapadi says, it's been raining for the past few days. Seems like the ground is not prepared well. I am honestly not quite sure what the weather has been like in Bengaluru. I believe if Saurabh Somani was around, he would have told us, because he's been there, and I believe he's at the ground as well. And Kamboj bowls the 5th over, and that was the first ball was a dot ball. And Rob, how much do you think is a good power play score here, considering that it's not quite a road, but it's also Chinnaswamy, so you want runs on the board in the first innings, do you not, while defending?
Yeah, if they're none down, anything above 50 is fine. If they're 1 down, they want 60, basically.
Correct. Fair.
But I do think the pitch is doing something, and the outfield is not what we usually expect here, which is glass, and it just speeds away, because we've had several 2s and a 3 already.
Yeah. And that is another shot from Virat Kohli. That goes for a 4. It seems like that last over has unlocked him, because he was, 9 of 10? And now he's raised away to 28 of 17. So that is some decent catch-up on the strike rates.
We've actually had 5 2s in the first 4 overs, which is mental at this ground, particularly when you've got 2 guys coming hard at the ball like these 2 do, and a 3. So that tells me that we're not playing on the normal ground here, right? Because you usually expect at Bengaluru for the ball to just fly around everywhere. If you beat the infield, it's gone. And that hasn't happened so far today. But yet another advert for you, Cheyenne. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
They're not
I
going to
know
drop
what's
this.
going to happen, because you've given me a spoiler. Oh, never mind. All right. Virat Kohli is gone for 28 of 18. Gets off to a decent start, but RCB wouldn't have wanted to lose Virat Kohli this early on. And I mean, he's sort of done an okay job in the power play, but they would have expected him to keep going. But I think they still have Phil Salt, and now Devdutt Padikkal will be coming in, who was in great form in the last tournament, in the last match as well as the last tournament. And that ball was 133.4. He didn't quite middle it. It would be actually interesting to see what control percentage he ended up with. We can look that up later, I suppose. But that was an interesting one. And when you said advert, I honestly thought they were going to drop it. He hits it in the air, and then I was like, okay. So I suppose you meant advert for them not timing the ball particularly well.
Yeah, that was a very un-Kohli innings, and it was Shivam Dubey who redeemed himself in the end. So that drop cost 19 for Virat.
Yeah.
Was he on 7 or 9? It doesn't matter. So they'll take that. Chennai. It would have been awful if they got to the end of the power play with Virat like 35 not out, feeling great about himself, because they had multiple chances to get him there. So he didn't look himself, and they've got rid of him. I don't know whether that was the pitch or the bowling. It felt like the pitch here. I'm looking at the pitch on one of my screens here, and it does look like there's a bit of grass there. It looks like you can see a bit of the soil on the top. It doesn't look like a flat road, is basically what I'm saying here. So Padikkal came in the other day, and I think his innings was probably the best of the tournament so far. I would go that far. I thought his innings was absolutely brilliant.
It definitely was up there.
Because it chased a very difficult chase on paper. Because of him, it became really, really easy. But now he's got to do it with Phil Salt, who again doesn't look great at the other end, rather than Virat just steadying the ship and steering everything home. So this is a very interesting game now.
It's interesting to see how these two in particular back together, because for some reason I don't quite think they batted a lot together in the last tournament. It always felt like Salt would go hard and then he would lose his wicket, and then it was Kohli and Padikkal and they'd comfortably go ahead with the things, especially in run chases. But now they're batting first and it's these two. So that's another edge that flies away for a 4. That ball was also at about the same speed, 133.4 kilometers. And another chancy boundary, I would say.
You're not calling that a drop catch, no? So Salt has kind of nicked off there almost. Like he's flashed at one that is a good delivery that's straightened a bit from Cambodge.
Yeah.
Sanju should be getting there. He's not moved his feet. That's the issue there. That's why Sanju hasn't caught there. He hasn't moved his feet. He may have been going down leg as the ball was angling this way and then it straightened, right? So he may have been setting himself to go down leg, but he didn't do any wicket keeping there, right? He just did like goalkeeper fielding and tried to jump from a standing position to try and catch it, rather than a good wicket keeper there moves his feet and gobbles it up and probably makes that look easy. So Cambodge bowled a brilliant over there. And he got Virat, and he probably should have had Phil Salt. I think that is keeper error. So they're what, 43 for 1 after
43
5
for
now.
1 in 5 overs. Yeah.
It could have been very different here. This is actually, considering what the pitch and the outfield has done so far, this is actually a good start for RCB, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a decent start too. Also, I'm sorry, I just said that's another lucky boundary, but I realized that all the boundaries were actually great shots. It was the nonsense before the boundaries that was very, lots of edges and plays and misses and drops and all of that. But now, this was the first boundary that just, went away as an edge and didn't quite, come from the middle of the bat. But that should at least give Salt some confidence, because now he probably has to take charge. And the good thing is Padikkal is in form, so he probably doesn't even need to worry too much about it. They can both manage the run rate together. And the other interesting thing would be how they both counter spin, because when you bowl spin to Salt in the power play, he absolutely takes it apart. And Padikkal is also, when he's on it, he can really, maximize his game against the spinners. But through the middle overs now, it will be very interesting to see how they tackle you.
Yeah. I think Phil Salt is a chance of losing his wicket here the way he started, because he's not timed anything. The one ball he got to mow away.
45% control for him.
Right. Yeah, that flatters him, I think. So he just got what looked like a pie from Khalil on his legs, and it was heading down the leg side, and it's one of those with no fielder there. You just got to flick it, and it's 4 every time. And he missed it. I mean, they got 2 off the leg by. But Salt doesn't look himself. Yeah, he doesn't look in form. And it's so crucial if you're CSK. Like Kohli didn't quite punish them. He got a few more runs quite quickly after they dropped him. But when you've got somebody that's not in great form, not looking particularly good, as Phil Salt isn't here, you have to get his wicket, right? Because as Rishabh Pant showed earlier, so we had a chat there about Rishabh Pant.
Yeah.
As Pant showed earlier, he looked awful at the start of his innings. Like he looked rubbish, and he looked like he was never going to get a positive strike rate, a strike rate over 100, over 120, which they didn't massively need considering what they were chasing. But as the end of that innings proved, if they were chasing 15 more, which SRH should have got even after the shocking start, because they had Reddy and Klaasen both mega set, and they lost them both, and they mucked the end of the innings up, didn't they? They wouldn't have chased those, because Pant looked rubbish early. They gave him multiple lives because they couldn't catch. But I'm not qualified to answer the true strike rate question as much as you are. Yeah, go ahead.
So Upmanyu Sengupta 4706 says, question about true strike rate. Would you agree Pant's innings was good? I mean, Rob has already talked about the innings in particular, but would it not negatively impact the true strike rate? So essentially with true strike rate, it doesn't work on a game-by-game basis. You have to look at it for an entire season or a streak of games, or an entire career for that matter. I wouldn't rely on true strike rates for individual games. For that, we have the impact metric, which tells you how many runs you've added to the team's total, or how many you've chopped off from the team total based on the speed and the length of your batting. And true strike rate isn't actually always biased against finishers. I know it's a bit like, if you're a finishing anchor, if you're of the Dhoni, Miller, Stubbs mold, who likes to come in early, if they're coming in early, you expect there's like a collapse sort of a situation. And because it's a collapse situation, they will bat slowly. And when they bat slowly, their strike rate in that period gets a bit slow. But then at the back end, they again catch up. So their true strike rates are not as high as the Russells or, some of the other power hitters. AB de Villiers even for that matter, even though I know he's also a top order batter. But the point being that these are the things which average out over a season. I wouldn't be too worried about individual games. And yeah, ultimately you have to judge an innings based on what has happened on that particular day. That's what I firmly believe, even beyond the numbers.
Yeah, fair enough. Like I say, you're much more qualified to answer that than I am.
Varun
You
would be
and
the best
Baron
one to
are always
qualify.
going on about true strike rates, and it's taken me a while to understand understand what you're going
You
on
and
about.
Robbie really need to get on the true stats train.
It's a better metric than a lot of this, because you can go, oh well, this guy scores at this much, and it's like, yeah, but he always gets to face the junk pace and the sixth bowler or whatever. It's metrics can, people say, right, you can find out whatever you want from statistics. Do you know what I mean? You can look at statistics and back up any argument you like. For me, when it comes to betting, I'm trying to make money, right? So I have to find ones that work. This power play is interesting because I think if you wind this particular power play back and play it 100 times, this is about as many as RCB are going to get, considering they're in a good position here. What are we? 51 for 1 now.
51 for 1 and 6. Yeah, I think it's a decent start.
Considering the shots they've played, the balls that have been bowled, the pitch and the outfield, if they wound this back 100 times, they don't get 51 for 1. As good as that, very many. They would have lost Virat earlier. They could have lost Salt if Sanju didn't have his concrete boots on as well. And the balls that have been bowled, there's so many mistimed, so many like grubbing into the outfield. This is actually a positive start now, I think. Normally you would say 51 for 1 at Chinnaswamy, no good. But considering what the ball has done so far, I think they've done pretty well, actually.
Right. So Andy beat 2021 actually makes a super chat on this very topic, that Kohli was whacking a few off a length. Is it more the outfield than the pitch, or is the guy just that good? I think the pitch also is not quite like as straightforward, because I remember when I was talking about that Phil Salt ball, I think Khalil bowls it and then it sort of holds in the surface. At least that's what it appeared to me when I saw it. And I don't think all the balls came on as... I know the bigger issue is the outfield for sure. But then with Kohli, I think what he does is why he's such a good player of good length bowling is because he uses his feet. And when he uses his feet and times it, then I think he has multiple shot options available to him. He can access the V, he can access the leg side, he can access the offside. So it's like, except the behind part, except behind the wicket, it's that entire 4-part region of the ground, that 4 out of 6 part of the ground, I would say, that he can easily cover with his shots. And I think today was a case of him probably being a bit too eager, like looking to really put the pressure back on, which makes sense in a T20 game. Like that is the intent you want, but he wasn't able to get it away early on, and then he connected a couple, and then it really looked like he was in proper touch after that. Though the ball that he gets out to, it bounces a little more, so he isn't quite able to time that properly, and he ends up getting caught.
Yeah, fair enough. I think they should get Noor into the attack as quick as they can. That's what I would do now. I don't think Padikau in the middle overs would match up great with Noor. There's no sample size here to back that data up. But I think that's what I would do. Noor would bowl the next over for me, get him into the game.
Yeah.
Fair enough, giving Kambodge another over after his brilliant first over where he got Kohli, and he could have got rid of Salt as well. I think Kambodge has been pretty good in this IPL so far.
Yeah. You were talking about it in the previous shows as well. Like in the first 2 games, he's actually had a quietly decent start to the tournament. And good bowling again there, I would say. Only 2 extras. That actually feels a little less, does it not?
Yeah.
So, Kaushal Talapadi again says, outfield is dead, 4s will be tough. That's a good point, actually. And this is where the 6 hitters come into play, right? I mean, RCB have 2 gun 6 hitters at the end. They have Romario Shepherd and they have Tim David. So, if they get going, and obviously, even if Salt comes back to the form that he is usually in at his best, even he can tonk a lot of 6s. So that should definitely augur much better for RCB. And Phil Salt gets a 6 as I talk about Phil Salt and hitting 6s.
Right on schedule. Yeah.
Exactly.
That was a poor ball. But the good thing there for RCB is that Salt identified that it was a poor ball and got rid of it. He dropped it slightly too short. It was one of those bounces that doesn't really bounce enough to cause any trouble.
Around his hip height, I would say.
Yeah, and he just went, okay, that's fine. I can get rid of that. But he timed it well. He'll feel a lot better now, Phil Salt. He was struggling 5 minutes ago, and that's the sort of shot that can change an innings for people.
Yeah. So now, Rob, I am very interested about this fact that every batter that has batted so far, they have not really started well. I mean, this is 2 batters, so both the openers had a bit of a tough start, and then after that they get going. So will it be tougher for the new batters also whenever they come in? It will be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it depends whether the I think we have as we watch another misfielder, I think we have either wet outfield or dew issues here. So the ball looks like it's going to get wet as this innings wears on. So I wouldn't be surprised if the ball is soft towards the end here. If they can start smashing a few against the boundary balls here, the wet ball can get slightly out of shape, can't it? Which means the hitting at the end might be difficult. To answer that question on the screen there, what do I think will be a winning total? I think nowadays you can't really score less than 200 on a at the Chinnaswamy to be to be in front. Given what we've seen here, it's very difficult because I don't think we're seeing the normal deck that we get here. But yeah, 65 for 1 after 6.5 as Salt smashes Cambosh for another 4. 200 is the minimum they'll be looking at now.
Yeah, even I would say 200, and they should feel safe. It should be slightly above par, maybe given the way the outfield is so far. So I would assume that 190 is possibly par, and 200 means you're slightly above it. But I mean, let's see. Your guess is as good as mine. We've seen the 7 overs so far, and who knows if it becomes much easier to bat later on. We'll be watching. So let's see how our predictions change. Rob, what do you think then? Let's actually do a par score and do a final. How many do you think they'll make?
Okay, I think par is like 205, and I think they'll get 188.
All right, that is very specific. So I think I'll go with. I think par is around 190. Maybe I'm underselling it a bit, but yeah, let's see what time tells. But 190 par and RCB getting around 195. So roughly plus 5 minus 5 from par is what I'm expecting. I don't somehow feel like they're going to go massively over par, but they have enough batting to at least put up a score so that their bowling can always be in the play.
Yeah, here's Noor, which is what I would have done. And how he goes will have a big bearing on the innings total. Definitely. For sure.
What was that? So I looked up Padikkal versus Noor. They've batted against each other twice only, and he has gotten him out once back in 2023. And the last time they met in the last IPL, he made 3 runs of 4 balls. So it's not a very huge sample size, and I don't think a whole lot to read into it. But yeah, just something worth keeping in mind. And we can also look up what Salt has done against.
It's 1 for 1. 1 for 1 off 4 balls, Salt against Noor. And on first delivery.
Is that in the IPL? I would assume so. Yeah.
I've got all cricket. So they've only had 2 balls against. He's only had 2 balls against him before today, and he got him out once.
That is strange. And so in the database I am looking up on Trickmetric, they have 46 runs, 25 balls, and 1 dismissal. I believe there are 2 games from the 100, which maybe your system is not. No. Okay, so there is a Big Bash. Some of this is in the Big Bash in 2020 and the Lanka Premier League in 2021. So
so my stuff, I'm not concerned with anything before 2023 really, because it doesn't help me when I'm betting. It doesn't matter what people were playing like in 2021. That's a bit of a
correct. Yeah.
Because people change, right? But
form changes a lot.
That first ball. That Noor bowled to him, it looked like somebody had just put a pair of roller skates on Phil Salt, because he looked like a drunk person at a roller disco. He did like a 360 spin. His feet went away from under him and ended up lying on his back, which was very funny, but he survived. But early signs encouraging those first 3 balls for Noor. Salt didn't look happy, and he's now got another ball at him. But if you look at the ball in his hand, it looks like it's getting wet to me, and this must be the outfield. He'll be less happy after his 4th ball.
And that is a 6 from Phil Salt. Sends that into the stands, almost 100 kilometers per hour. And he gets that away for a maximum.
Yeah, and like I said, when you've got guys that are struggling of Phil Salt's quality, you've got to get them out while they're struggling. You have to, because now he can do this, and he's only got to be in for another 15 minutes, Phil Salt, and he can take this game away. He's a very dangerous guy. It's a bit like Suryavanshi. If you allow him to bat for 20 minutes past the bit where he's got his eye in, which is the first ball for him, you're under it. You're in big trouble because he can score so fast. And Phil Salt is now, despite looking for his first dozen balls like he's in trouble, he's now 41 off 24. He's scoring at 10 and over, Phil Salt.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's tricky times ahead for CSK if they don't get wickets here.
Yeah. So Narayanan S2636 says, Ruturaj captaincy is not great. He doesn't know how to use spinners. His bowling changes aren't good. Unless CSK change that, they cannot win. Any thoughts on that, Rob?
Well, we've spoken a fair bit about Gaikwad. Me and you did the other day. We've spoken a fair bit about him. He's obviously the shadow that he's had to emerge from in terms of who the captain was before is the biggest shadow ever in any cricket team, probably. And so there's always been the argument that when he captained in the first year that he wasn't really captaining anyway because Dhoni was on the field, right? And so he's saying words to people who are always going to listen to somebody with that brain who's been around the block as many times as MS has, right? But since he's done it on his own without MS there, maybe not on his own, but without MS there, from where we're looking, it doesn't look like he's proactive. He's not putting his arm around anybody. He's not having chats with bowlers in the middle of overs. He's not going up to Sanju and saying, "What do you think?" He's not going up to the international guys or anything like that. We're not, from where we're looking, that's what it looks like. I don't think, bearing in mind that Chennai have played 2 games so far, I don't think that the captaincy has been great from where I'm looking. I wouldn't have made the batting order decisions. I wouldn't have made the bowling order decisions, and I wouldn't have told Gaikwad to bat how he's batted, right? In this IPL so far. He's the thing with Gaikwad, and I said, he's so good at cricket, but he's playing in a setup which he's in charge of now. He's playing in a setup that doesn't really suit modern T20 if he is one of your top 3. So he is going to have to adapt. And we can't use the argument anymore with him that he's a kid, because he isn't. He's 29 years old. And when he's got people like Matre and Ervil and all these young guys coming through, he has to work out a method that suits Chennai. And Chennai can't do what Gujarat do and just go, we're going to have an anchor heavy top 3 and hope it all works out because our bowling attack's amazing, because I haven't got any bowlers at the moment. Nobody at Chennai wanted to set up with the bowling attack that they have ended up with, right? That's not what they wanted in the auction. It's what they've kind of ended up with. They didn't trust Jamie Overton to play the game last time. I don't think Jamie Overton's an IPL overseas starter. Not for me. Perfectly reasonable guy to have as backup because he's got lots of skills, but he's not great at anything, is he? He's like, he can bash a bit of.
That's how Jared also put it.
Yeah, he can bash a bit of rubbish at the end. He's good at that for England. His bowling was very, very effective in the Big Bash, but we're quite a jump up from the Big Bash here. I watch all the Big Bash and I watch all the IPL every year, always have done, and they're not the same competition. Ask Matt Short whether they're the same competition, right?
Also conditions, right? That's a bowling league. This is a batting league.
Yeah,
so that's as straightforward as that. Obviously, apart from the batting quality as well, you'll probably get a lot more guns because you've got the Indian players playing as well, which means it's a harder challenge if you're a bowler. And the extra batting, right? You've got batting up down to 8 for most teams, maybe even more than that with the impact sub rule. So it's all stacked up against you. And speaking of overtime, he does come on to bowl now.
It makes a huge difference. Speak of the devil, here's Jamie Overton, but it makes a huge difference. The extra quality in the IPL and the extra bat as well. That impact sub is a big deal. And the thing about the Big Bash is quite a lot of the teams have got really good top 3s, and then the batting falls off a cliff, and then you end up with guys in the middle order, and you're like, I really shouldn't be watching this guy playing in the same team as this one. Interesting to see how Overton goes, because this is a pitch that has definitely got something for a bowler like him. He's like a 140 type bowler, isn't he? And he can mix up his lengths. He can bowl that hard length and the shorter stuff. I think he could trouble bats on this surface if he gets it right, because if it's a road, let's be blunt here. If it's a road, Overton's going to get belted to a set Phil Salt. I'll just have a look at the matchup. So Salt against Overton, there isn't one. Well, that's a surprise, being both English.
There is a small sample size, very small sample size from the 100, where he makes 4 runs of 2 balls. And in the YTT blast back in 2021, there's 0 runs, 2 balls under dismissal. So again, not really much for us to read into. They haven't really gone up against each other all that often. But yeah, in the middle overs against pace, Salt, I'm assuming he is going to keep taking chances. He's not here, like, he's just a very different batter to Kohli. Like if Kohli was in this situation, I know he's also going to keep up the pace now with T20 being played the way it is. But Kohli would still look to score, like, say, 70 runs, 80 runs, something around that ballpark, maybe even 100. With Salt, I think it's going to be less than that. But whatever he does, he's going to do it fast. And even if he gets out, he knows that now we've got Patidar, we've got Jitesh, we've got the 2 power hitters at the back end. And Krunal Pandey, if you ever need his batting, I doubt his batting is going to come too much of too much importance in this particular game, looking at how it's going. And
so I think Phil Salt in the middle overs is somebody that belts pace normally. That's what happens. If Phil Salt's set after the power play and you bowl pace at him, particularly actually pace like Overton, like not particularly threatening pace, he usually gets rid of it. Like he strikes at 179 against pace in the middle overs. This is last everything I say is after 2023, because I don't care about before 2023. So that's what he's going at against seam. Whereas against spin, that drops all the way down to 120. So that is a bit of his game that he hasn't cracked yet, is belting the spin in the middle overs. But that's why they've got Padikkal and Patidar as their engine room, right? Because those guys are meant to whack the spin, particularly Patidar. Like Patidar's kind of he's one of the very best, isn't he? He's going at 172 against spin in the middle overs. That's a very big difference.
He's got that shot, right, where he can, off the back foot, he can hit against spin, a bit like how Klaasen does. So they've both got that ability to just hit the spin off the back foot, which is like very rare, and to get sixes from it regularly. And even if you're just watching this innings, the outfield feels a bit slow, right? Like there was that one ball that just dropped there and it went for 2, and Devdutt Padikkal does find a boundary after that. And again, as we have been saying, even he takes like 8 balls to get his eye in and then get going. So I am definitely keeping an eye on how this goes and how this impacts CSK's innings as well as the other batters that are going to come for RCB in the time to come. And it will be interesting to see if there is a way for pacers to slow down Salt in the middle overs. I will look up that for the last IPL. I have Himanish's database, so I'm going to look into that and see if there's anything in that.
So we've had 9 overs so far, and we've had 9 twos and a 3. And
that is good.
On 2 occasions, they have only run one. They only run 1 off that ball. They should have run 2. On 2 occasions, they could have had 2 when they got 1. One of the one where Virat got dropped, they should have run 2 and they didn't. So that tells you what you need to know about the outfield. Is it's much different from usual. Like go and look at your Chinnaswamy numbers. You're not going to get 9 twos in the first 9 overs. It doesn't happen, right? You'd usually expect like maybe 2 or 3. So it's a big difference, and that tells me that the outfield is slow. It also tells me that you can't time the pants off the ball, because it's not been flying to all parts, has it? As it does do. You know, when Phil Salt's batted a whole power play, he's usually getting a few away, and he didn't. So Noor coming back to Padikkal now. This is crunch time for Chennai. They need to get one of these out now, or they're staring down the barrel in this game.
Yep. Oh. They try to go for a single, but they say no. That is good decision making. I would say there was never a single there. Absolutely no need to go for that. Realized that in time. He did come ahead a fair bit, I would say. Actually, it's not even like he didn't run, but then he realized, okay, no, I need to get back in ASAP. And they have Noor Ahmed's stats since 2025 up on the screen, where it just shows that against left-handers he goes at an economy of 7.8, right-handers at 7.6. I think that's about fair, because I was actually doing the numbers for Kuldeep Yadav as well for this piece I was writing, and I realized that even he is the sort of bowler who's actually pretty good against both the righties as well as the lefties, because these guys, they have the ball that spins away from the right-handers, obviously, and they all, like, no, their stock ball is obviously the one that spins away from the lefties, the leg spinner, right? If they have the googly, then they can spin it away from the right-handers as well. So that's, I think, always a good option to have. Noor, I definitely rate very highly. One of the best bowlers for CSK last tournament, and has bowled a solid over so far. He's also bowling at a decent clip. That one was 99.7. So maybe fast spin is something worth looking into. And let's see what Krunal Pandey is up to then. And even Suyash can crank it up a bit, can he not?
True. I think this is danger time for Padikal. 13 off 13 and 3 dots.
Exactly. He
Usually
sort of needs
means
to hit out
big
ASAP
shot
at this
coming.
moment. Yeah.
A lot of bats, when they come in for Padikal's job, is to get on with it as number 3, which he executed perfectly in the last game, as I said.
Correct.
But he's actually 14 off 14 today, which tells me there is something in the pitch, because last time there wasn't much and he just got rid of everything. But now he's 14 off 14. He needs to start going. But if he gets out right now, he's done a really bad job at number 3. If he gets going right now, the 14 off 14 we'll forget about it. But this is crucial time, as the cameraman cut to Patidar putting his helmet on. So Patidar thinks one of these is getting out in a second, because he's getting ready to wander out there. But really, really good over this from Noor so far. If he can get out of it,
Again, 102.4, that fifth ball as well.
That's
Good
cranking it up,
stuff.
isn't it? 102 kph from somebody like Noor.
Yeah. Especially from like a leg spinner, right? Leg spinners, you still think they're going to toss it up a bit in the air, let the ball do its thing. But now in modern cricket, I feel like everybody has to adapt. You have to bowl fast spin. You cannot give the batters a lot of time, because then they can always use their feet. And this is just how the game has changed, right? Like we've seen since 2018, roughly, I would say, when Rashid Khan particularly was at his best. He is, I think, the connoisseur of, bowling fast leg spin and getting impact from that. And obviously in the past, we've seen guys like Shahid Afridi do it. We've seen Anil Kumble do it in whatever little IPL he played. And just in cricket, in general, he was a bit of a fastest leg spinner. And that always keeps the batters in the crease. I think that's the most important part.
Well, Anil Kumble worked it out in one of the IPLs, didn't he? I don't think he got an orange cap, but he not an orange cap. I don't think he won a purple cap. He definitely didn't win an orange cap. I'm pretty sure of that. But in
He
one
does
of the
have 100 in England, mind you. Test 100 in England.
he got loads of wickets in one of them, and he was just bowling really fast, wicket to wicket, basically, and he was getting LBW and bowls. Noor bowled very well there. Like I say, this is danger time for Padikal. But what was that at the end of the over? It was another 2, right? And that's what we're seeing today.
Yeah.
The man who's coming on to bowl next, Shivam Dubey. I don't know why he's bowling, but he is bowling. It could be fun.
Yeah. I have an idea of why they might be bowling him. So I was looking at Phil from the Himanish database I was telling you, the app that he has. I was looking at what's the way for pacers to stop Phil Salt and in the middle overs. And it seems like in the last IPL, when you bowl short of a good length outside off stump, he has an average of 7.7 and a strike rate of 143.8 from 16 balls, which essentially means he's gotten out a couple of times whenever bowlers have bowled in that region. So actually not a couple of times, I would say 3 times. So getting out 3 times in 16 balls, that's something worth keeping in mind. But if he's going to bowl that is not going to help, right? You're not going to bowl down the leg side. You're a tall, fast bowler. I know he's not a frontline bowler, but I think that might be roughly the plan if, they can get him to mistime a pull shot probably by bowling it a bit outside off stump and short of a good length. Like they want to make him play it, but they want to make him make a mistake on that.
So Dubey has bowled 1 ball to Phil Salt before in my sample, and he got him out. So that's probably why he did it. So that first ball was what you said. That's what you said, Shai, and he just bowled outside off and tried to trap him, and he nearly did. But the next was, you notice where Khalil is now, and where Khalil fielded that filthy pie down the leg side that Dubey bowled second ball. He was there for the sort of mistimed slog against that. There is a man there for the terrible ball down the leg side. So maybe that was actually a plan, and it nearly worked because he mistimed it, Phil Salt, and he nearly got it to the man. I think this is one where you know, it all seems fine. If you were joining the game now and you're like, they're 93 for 1 after 10.3, you're like, oh, they're doing fine. You know, everything's fine. This is harder than it looks, I think. I don't think they're timing the ball very well. I think they put away a couple of the bad balls, but they're struggling a bit here.
And Phil Salt gets out caught on the boundary, and that's a solid catch from Moore. I mean, he didn't have to do a whole lot there, but he ensures that he doesn't drop it, and that is perhaps what CSK were looking to do. We just talked about it, that they're going to try to make him force a mistake, and that's basically what happens, does it not? Where would you say this was pitched roughly? It is, yeah, it's about the delivery I was talking about, is it not? Probably a bit shorter than back of a length. It does feel more short, and it's low. So maybe an element of that in this.
It's halfway down. You got to say, great bowling change, because he had 3 balls at Phil Salt then, and Phil Salt he did the slow, short, wide one outside off, and Salt couldn't score off it. Then he bowled the filthy pie down the leg side, which would have been a wide by a yard, and Salt went after it and nearly hit it to the man. That was at short fine leg, which is Khalil, and he ended up getting a single. And the next ball he faced, he bowls one halfway down, and Salt is not up to it. And like I was saying just before the wicket, it's harder than it looks. I'm sure of it. It's harder than it looks. We've had another guy sort of get in and get out. Patidar needs to do something, does he? Needs to get going. Now, he's faced 19 balls of Noor and has scored 20 off him. He's not faced Dubé before, or Henry, or Overton, or Cambodge. So he hasn't had much of a look at this attack. Be interesting to see how he goes, because before did he break his finger or his hand or something? Before that, he looked like he'd cracked
last IPL,
it.
right?
Middle overs batting. Before that injury, it was like,
correct.
How good is this guy?
Player of the match, I believe, in Mumbai and in Chennai. So, which is a pretty big deal if you're an RCB fan, right? Just going out there to those two places, the two teams with the most storied history, going and defeating them in their backyard, and you are the captain. Like, you are the man that is leading Virat Kohli and all these big names, Josh Hazelwood, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, some of the most experienced guys in the game. And I quite liked this captaincy last season. I know there's been this discourse of late where people are saying that, oh, these guys, the new lads, they're just analyst captains. But is that not good? I mean, you sort of want to have plans. Everybody cannot be an MS Dhoni or a Rohit Sharma, right? And even Rohit believes in data and all of that, like all of those things. And Patikal finally gets a boundary away. That should help his case a little bit. I mean, because he's not quite going at the rate he is just yet. And roughly at around this time, Virat and Salt both had broken free. So I think Devdutt also would be looking to do the same and get a couple of boundaries away. So at least come to that 150 strike rate.
Yeah, this is very nicely poised, this game, actually. I'm not sure which side is in front. I think, like I said, on another day, Chennai are way further into this batting lineup than they are right now. Given what the pitch has done. I think RCB are doing okay, but they need some of the guys that can hit the bombs to hit the bombs, because you're not getting 4 for the cover drive. You're getting 2. You're not getting 4 for beating the infield. You're getting 2 today. Yeah. So even that brings run scoring down a bit. So you need, Patidar's got the guns, as he just gets a 6 off his second ball. Patidar's got the guns.
They're actually looking at it, are they not?
As 6.
Oh, that is a 6. I actually thought that bounced before it went in. That is a proper shot.
This is a ground where I think you want the power. You want the power hitting.
Correct.
And when what they must do, right, is they have 2 of the absolute best at muscling the ball over the rope, particularly against junk pace, which is Tim David and Romario Shepherd. They're probably 1 and 2 against junk pace towards the end of an innings. They probably are the best 2 in the whole world. And they're definitely in the conversation. And what they need from them is to make sure, because they're going to get junk pace at the end of this innings. They've got nobody now. When Noor's done, right, which he's got 10 balls left. When Noor's done, they don't have anybody they can throw the ball to that is going to scare Tim David or Romario. So they want probably, as Padikal wanders down the pitch against Noor and smashes him into the second.
That is a huge hit.
Well, that is a monster of a 6. So the wicket has been negated already. The wicket has been negated because after the wicket, they've already got 18 runs off the next 5 balls after the wicket.
Exactly.
So they were back in the game, and I
92
didn't know
meters, Rob.
and
It
now
did
they're
look
not.
like it would be more than 80, but like proper stuff.
Yeah, this is that was a lovely hit from Padikkal, that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I say, if they can get those two amazing hitters down the end bombing sixes,
Yeah.
I think RCB will win this game, because Chennai don't have that kind of power down the back end, do they?
Exactly. How much do you think they can chase? Like, what is the maximum you'd expect them to do against this attack with the batting that the form their batting is in and all that?
On here, I mean, the RCB attack isn't all that. Let's not con
They
ourselves.
don't have Hazelwood. Yeah.
I think Hazelwood would be an absolute nightmare on this deck from what we saw
Yeah.
at the start. If it's doing a bit off a length at the start of the innings, you don't want to
Exactly.
face Hazelwood, do you? But they don't have
Yeah.
to face Hazelwood. A lot's on Boovy, and I think
Duffy
Boovy
can be a handful, I think, on this wicket. If he
Definitely at the
finds the
start.
length. With
Definitely
him,
at
I
the
think
start.
the difference with him and Hazelwood is it's the accuracy, right? Hazelwood can do it 6 out of 6 balls. Duffy, you don't yet know if he can do that. If he can, like the first game, we all saw what happened, right? He won them the game.
Yeah, I think. I don't know what Krunal was up to in that first game, because he started trying to bowl like Kedar Yadav, didn't he? He was doing
Yeah, Kedar
the
Yadav,
round arm
exactly.
nonsense. And when he's had an all-time great season last season, which he did, don't change. Don't try and come back as a different bowler. Just do what you did then. But they don't have somebody like Krunal's very good at tying people down and stuff like that.
Correct.
But what they don't have is a spinner that spins the ball. That's what they don't have. I think if you're saying that
Suyash can
Suyash,
spin it, I will say that, but he's a
So
googie
is-
bowler more than a wrist
do you
spinner,
think
is he
he's the
not?
guy that comes in then, Suyash?
Sorry?
Suyash,
So I didn't get your question, I'm sorry.
because he's not in the 11, is he?
Oh yeah, he will come in, right? He has to be the impact sub.
Okay. So well, they do have somebody that can turn the ball. So
Yeah, yeah, he has
a
to
lot
come in.
will be on him. You know, if he is the
Yeah.
guy that comes in, I guess he will be. Then
Correct.
a lot is on him, and like I said at the start of his career, I had great hopes for him, and he just doesn't seem to have had the
Take a lot of wickets.
the wickets in the column, has he?
He's a
he did in the SMAT.
weird
he got
leg spinner,
bowled in the
right? Like
SMAT.
he's an economy leg spinner in a sense. He doesn't take
Yeah.
wickets, but he's able to keep the runs quiet.
Yeah, you don't get many of those, do you? I'm waiting for his breakthrough wicket taking year, because I think Krunal got a lot of his wickets
Because
last
of
year.
Suyash.
Yeah, Jubei is continuing his spell. I guess why not after 1 for 7.
Yeah, I mean he bowled a solid over.
I'll tell you who looks good now is Padikkal. Now, so he was 14 off 14 and looking like he was struggling a bit, and now he's 29 off 21, and he's just, even though that last ball was a single, he has timed it to perfection. You know, it's right off the middle of the bat, so he'll be feeling much better now.
It's the same trend again that Virat had, that Salt had. They all struggle a bit initially. I wouldn't say Padikkal struggled, like he didn't go mad. It's not like he was hitting 6s and 4s everywhere, but then it still did feel like, you know, he was not quite able to hit it at his best. Maybe he wasn't looking to, but then he also gets away after a bit of a slow start, which is good signs for RCB. Everybody's getting a decent start, and that is a short ball to Rajat Patidar, which goes for a 6. That is
Just-
such a weird shot. I honestly don't even know what that was.
That is a 6 to the bat manufacturer. That's what that is. Because he has not really tried to hit that ball. Noor
Yeah.
Ahmed seems to be the only fielder in this match, which is interesting. But,
Exactly.
but the ball is arrowed towards Noor Ahmed, who's got a ball magnet on it. Basically, that is going straight at Patidar's ear. That's a good delivery. That no
Yeah,
problem with
that's
the
exactly the one
delivery
we were
at all.
talking about, right?
That's going
Ball-
straight at his ear, and
Yeah.
he has defensively. And when I say
Yeah.
defensively, I mean he is defending his own head. He is
Exactly.
defensively swatted the ball away. He's fly swatted that ball away.
Yeah.
And if Noor Ahmed was 6 inches taller, he'd have caught that. He actually got his hand to it on the full. He would have gone out of the boundary anyway.
Yeah.
But it's one of those. So what that is -4 against Noor, because I'm not saying that he could have caught it, but he could have thrown it back in. So that's -4 for
fair.
him. But he's actually fielded really well, Noor, and he's
Yeah.
not somebody. He's not the first person that I would have patrolling boundaries, right? Which is what he's done this whole innings, because he's actually
do
done
believe
everything he could there. He's
he can
he's
take
timed
catches
his
at
jump
times,
quite
can he
well.
not? It
He's
does
all right.
Feel like, yeah.
But
Like for a spinner, he's a decent fielder, I think, at least from what I can recall of my.
yeah, he's
top
no
of my head.
Majib, is he?
Yeah, he's not Mujib or even Theekshana for that matter. Like those guys, you cannot trust to even take a simple catch.
Wow.
And
Padikkal
Padikkal
has
gets another shot away, and that is a
climbed
six.
into that
Brilliant
one.
shot. Yeah.
He has climbed into that Padikkal, and he
And that was
becomes.
a slow ball, Rob. 115.9. So good work. Picking the
He
slow
saw-
ball and timing.
He saw it
timing
coming,
back in.
didn't he, Padikkal?
Yeah. Yeah. He also moves a bit, does he not?
How technically correct is he there? When you watch the moving parts of that
Yeah.
six, it's not muscle that is the levers and the timing and getting the body all in the right place. Watch that
Exactly.
shot at home. It's lovely that.
I think it helps because Padikkal has had a monster season in domestic cricket just now across formats. He's scored loads of runs. I mean, they call him Bradman in a sense because of how many runs he's making at the domestic level right now. But what I think, of course, first class cricket directly doesn't always tell you how good a T20 player you are. And that is another 4 for Devdutt Padikkal. That was a proper shot. He's also broken free just like Phil Salt and Virat Kohli did. And that is each of RCB's top 3 getting off to a decent start. And RCB would really love that because the run rate is now 10.3. It was around 9s for quite a bit. And they really seem to be going after it, especially after Phil Salt has gotten out. How much is this partnership at, Rob? What are they striking at?
Loads and quickly is the answer to your question.
Exactly.
So I
They're at
was
44 of 14.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So
Madness.
if Dubé doesn't get the wicket right now, as Padikkal hits a beautiful straight drive, which
Wow.
if that would
What a
have hit the
shot.
stump, which it missed the stump at the other end by a quarter of an inch. If that would have hit the stump, it would have broken it into 50 pieces because that ball was traveling back to. If that would have hit Dubé, it would have snapped his leg in half. It was absolutely traveling. He's got 23 off the over there, or those lads got 23 off the over there. So that's when they've done the sort of burglary captaincy of giving Dubé an over, and he gets the big wicket. He gets the set Phil Salt out, and then they have rolled the same die again and tried to get another one with Dubé, and they've totally buggered up the wicket, getting the wicket by just donating. So now they've got 39 off the 2 overs since the wicket. And that could be the game, right? That could be the game, those 2 overs. 39 off 12, the
middle
2
overs.
overs after the wicket is absolutely huge. So now they really are staring down the barrel here. As Matt Henry comes back in, bowls one exactly into the
And,
slot, and Patidar
Another
puts that
6
away
straight
six.
down the ground.
So we have had,
Terrific shot.
in the last 6 deliveries, we've had 3 6s and 2 4s. And this is the wheels are coming off here for Chennai because they were due. I said they were going to get 180 something a minute ago. They're going to get 230 now. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how quickly these games can change. Because I said it earlier, if Matt Henry doesn't get a wicket early, when you bring him back, he's no threat. Really, he's no one's scared of Matt Henry in his second and third spell in the second half of the innings. They're not. And now he's bowling at 2 set. I know it's hard to say that Patidar's set because he's faced 8 balls, but he's got 23 runs off them. Proper players he's bowling at now. Padikkal is coming off. I just looked at his recent form in the domestic stuff. It's ludicrous how many runs he was getting for East Karnataka, isn't he?
Exactly.
He got a double in the first class stuff in the middle of February, and he got an unbeaten ton 2 games before that, and an unbeaten 80 and a 90, in the list A stuff.
Yeah.
He must have been feeling great coming into this tournament. And let's not forget that Padikkal, was it 2 years ago, had one of the worst IPLs you're ever going to see.
Exactly. Average like 5, did he not?
Yeah, and
For LSG, I believe.
at strike rate, he's dropped that ball, by the way. At
Tough
strike
chance, though, I would
rate,
say.
80 or something. It's horrible, but he looks
Yeah,
$1 million
exactly.
bucks at the moment. That is Gaikwad who's dropped that catch.
Still a tough chance, is it not? I don't think
Tough
it's that
chance.
straightforward.
He's holding his hand. He might be worried. That might be the hand that he broke last time. So that's slower ball, I think, or pace off from
but
Henry.
it's around 130 still.
He's got
that
both
would have been a
hands.
blinder if he caught that.
He's
I
got
think.
both hands to it. He should be catching it.
I
He's
think
come
on
off
these
here.
things-
He's clanged it here, right? It's supposed to go there. It's supposed to go into the middle of your hands. And his hands are probably a lot bigger than the ones I'm showing you here. But the ball is meant to go there, right? That's how you catch. And he's gone there and it's just clanged off.
Rob, have you ever been a fielding coach at like some level or like
No.
have you ever thought about this?
No, and I am available, but I cost loads because I'm going to make your team get 3 more points every season if you're an IPL team, maybe more than that. So I am available, all IPL teams, and I assume all the coaches that aren't at this game are watching us on this stream. But if you wind this game back, as we're getting a wide review here, which is one of my least favourite things in cricket.
Always.
If you watch this game back, they've dropped catches at crucial times. They got away with one of them, but how many more is Padikkal gonna make them pay now? You can say it's a difficult chance if you want, but these are international cricketers we're watching here, and he's got both hands at it. He should be taking it.
I suppose so. I still think the Samson and the Gaikwad drops were a bit tough. Obviously, when Dubey dropped for Kohli, that didn't cost them as much, but I still think that was the easiest chance. Plus, even if Kohli didn't make a whole lot of runs, he just got them going in that over. From that point on, RCB have looked like a much different team, because we were just saying, right, like they played so many shots early on and they didn't get the returns for it. I mean, on another day, on a good pitch, on a good outfield, if they were, connecting it, they could have been 40 in 3 overs. I mean, these guys with the intent they've had today, I mean, that is just magnificent stuff. And that is another 6. I'm like, no, not a 6 actually, that is a 4. I thought that, I always get this wrong for some reason. I have a feeling, I think, that whenever I'm calling a 6 or a 4, it goes the opposite direction. And whenever the ball goes up in the air, when I'm watching with my family, with my friends, I feel like, oh, they're going to catch it. Oh, no, it goes for a 6. And vice versa.
Padikkal has done 2 1-bounce 4s that have been within like an inch of the rope, hasn't he?
There's
that's
the
because,
Patidar one as well, right?
That's because I've backed in most 6s today. That's why. Is that somebody's got a remote control on the ball and they're just dipping it inside the boundary all the time. He's clothed the next one and got away with it. We have had another 2 in this over, by the way, Cheyenne. It's the day of 2s, but they're getting the bombs away now. And the thing is, when you're RCB, and the Chennai bats do not have this luxury, right? When you're RCB, if you're Padikkal now, who's just got another brilliant 50 to go with his 50 last time, Patidar and Padikkal have 1,000,000% full license to go as hard as they want right now, right? They're going super duper hard at everything. And then you bring into the game, you're optimizing your score, because if you get lucky, i.e. if Gaikwad drops the catch or the fielders can't get to the ball, you are getting so many more runs than if you're in the Chennai middle order and you're like, well, who have we got behind? Like, basically, if you're Sarfraz Khan or somebody here and you're going, right, who have I got behind me that is going to bail me out of this if I get out right now? Dubey, who came in the other day and tried to hit a 6 every single ball and got out, like 3rd goal or whatever. Prashant Veer, untried at this level. Then it's Jamie Overton, and last time they had 4 number 11s, right? And whereas this team, if these 2 guys are batting now, and the reason why they're so set is because the bowling team haven't taken their chances, right? The fielding team haven't taken their chances. Correct. He's got Jitesh, who probably shouldn't bat now. Jitesh, and Jitesh is brilliant at whacking it. He probably shouldn't bat now, because they've got Jitesh, they've got Tim David and Romario Shepherd behind them. So it doesn't matter if either one of these get out right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect what they're in for that much. So
the only thing I would say is, if they do lose a wicket now, it will be interesting to see how the new man comes and starts. Patidar has done that really well, but the first 3 took a bit more time. So Patidar is a good player. I mean, we know that he can start well because he has the ability to hit boundaries. But then, I mean, so can these other blokes. So let's see what happens.
Well, he's 23 off 8, Patidar. But how different is it? So this is what, when you are composing a team, if you like, when you are putting your team together, if you've got a batting order like this, the good form Padikkal that can smoke it, Patidar behind him, Jitesh is the floating bat, right? He's just as good as most at belting bad pace at the end. Like, he's really, really good at it. You got him, and he's got 70 odd in a big game, Jitesh. Like, he can play.
I went to watch that one.
You also have, if you notice in this lineup, the guy that we haven't spoken about for his batting is Krunal. Now, Krunal didn't have to do anything last year except once. And he came in it and he got 80 odd, didn't he?
73 or 47, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Virat was just, giving him strike. Like,
thank you,
thank you very much.
He got 73 off. Bloody Rain Man here telling me he got 73 or 47. Right. That was his only innings of the whole
Exactly.
year. His only innings.
Exactly.
But when they needed him, he came up the
He did.
order because they lost early
Yeah.
wickets. He batted with Virat,
Correct.
didn't he, for the whole of the
Yeah,
innings,
yeah.
and then Virat got out first. And then he started smoking it, and he outsmoked Virat, which I was very surprised
Yeah,
by.
yeah,
But
he did.
He scored quicker than Virat. And
Easily.
but if they don't need Krunal, he doesn't put his pads on, right? And he's fine with that. That's his job. He's just like, no, if you need me, if you've lost 4 early or 3
He's the
early, I'll
eighth best
come in
batter,
and
essentially,
do it.
right? And you'd take that, I would say.
But this is proper batting order we've got here.
Yeah.
It's so go on then. You can read this question out.
Yeah. So Sagar on drums, thank you for the super chat. He asks, why give Dubey the second over? You have a bonus wicket. He was 1 over 7 for 1. Stop there. This is just bad captaincy, in my opinion. I do think you know what happens is when you give your part-time bowlers an over and Particle just gets out bowled, and that is a good innings from him. Also, not the worst time to get out because you do want your finishers to come in who can actually tonk a lot of sixes. I believe he has more than done his job. Again, the best batter on show for RCB so far, from in my eyes. I mean, of course, Patidar can go ahead and overtake that with the form he's looking in. But of the top 3, I think he's played the best innings. Salt looked good as well, but I am going to have to say Particle now in 2 back-to-back innings has had quite the start for RCB. And so, what are your thoughts on Dubey getting the second over?
It was a big gamble to give it to him. The thing is, it's all well and good to say now, why on earth did you do that? He got absolutely smoked. That's the gamble that they took, right? He could have got another one, but the thing is, if you bring on the gamble over, I said it when he got the ball, like they've rolled the same die again, and they've gone, okay, well, we got lucky with it last time. We rolled a 6 last time. He got the guy out, so we're going to roll the die again. Like a lot of captains go, well, I bowled the gamble over. The gamble over, I won, so I don't need to bowl the gamble over again. I just go back to my normal bowlers now and see how we go. Because what happened is they have taken the game completely and utterly away from them now. As Tim David entry point of 14.1 is pretty much what you would want, isn't it? You want Tim David coming in right now. They have 1 over of Noor left, and they will almost certainly make it the next over. Because they will try and get David out with something that traditionally he's got a lot better, but traditionally he's not a good starter against spin.
I do believe David also has worked on his spin game of late. So if I'm sure you would have followed Australian cricket in recent times, and what they did was they kept sending him a bit up the order, and I quite think that his spin game, especially his lofted shots, I believe against spin, improved quite a bit when we were looking at the numbers back in October last year. And Siddharth Srikanth has another super chat, and thank you so much. He says, I finally got back, and RCB only 143, not as bad in my opinion. What would you say, Rob?
Well, yeah, they're doing great now. But the thing with Padikal there is it was completely premeditated. The shot, he played the shot before Overton had bowled the ball almost, and he's basically like, I am going to hit this past fine leg for 4 or 6 before the ball was bowled, and Overton just bowled a pretty standard delivery on the leg stump, and Padikal had gone so far across that because the ball was Yorker length, he'd gone so far across that he couldn't get the bat there, so cleaned up. But now, David, it's all well and good saying it's a perfectly reasonable time to get out, but this is a deck, like you just said, Cheyenne, this is a deck where it might not be the easiest to start on, so it's always better for people that are whacking it to carry on whacking it rather than hand over to somebody else. If you've got Gaikwad who's 23 off 20 batting in that position, it's an argument that he could just walk off and let Tim David have a go. Do you know what I mean? It is. But when you've got someone like Padikal smoking it everywhere, it changes the game when he gets out. If the next guy can't start, the next guy's David. He's not off 3 right now. So what's he going to do? Ball number 4.
And he attempts a boundary, but that just goes straight to the fielder. It felt like he wanted to hit it at least. I'm not quite sure where, but it felt to me like he probably looked to get that 4th one away because first 3 balls didn't yield any runs. But there was already a fielder. That's good. Silently a good over from Overton here. I mean, he's chopped off a fair few runs from RCB here in this over, I would say. But
yeah, made a big difference.
Yeah.
So he's the pick of the bowlers so far.
Yeah.
Khalil's only gone at a run a ball when he bowled in the power play, so that's very good. But
that's solid.
Overton has put the brakes on here, and he's bowled a good ball there at Patidar.
Good ball to close the over as well. Around 140, just under 140. So he does have decent pace. It's not like he's a dibbly doubler by any means. He's tall, he's got the pace. he, as you said, as you and Jared have been saying, he has the ability to do lots of different things in a cricket field, but not quite sure what his main skill is, in the sense that you expect from like a top international or IPL player. I mean, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong. In the World Cup, I actually thought he was decent. He didn't do too bad. They actually bowled him in every phase, and he went okay. Not quite a brilliant World Cup, but like a decent enough effort at least. I think he got 9 wickets.
He's a player that can do lots and lots of roles, but he can't do any of them brilliantly. I think that's
He was
fair.
the highest run getter in the first game. Let's not forget that.
He got 40.
Saved their NRR to some extent.
But
Suryavanshi would have chopped that off in 6 overs, I think, the way he was batting.
yeah, the Overton, I was backing him top bowler every game in the Big Bash, because that's his level, right? He's good at that level, and I was getting 9-2 or 5-1 every game. Great, but this is the Indian Premier League we're looking at here. Although this particular, I mean, why isn't Noor bowling this over here? Why is Khalil come back?
That is a great question. Do they want to save an over of his for the death? I am not quite sure about that, because you kind of want David to be exposed against spin early in his innings. If
As quick as possible.
he gets a few away here, and we know Khalil at the back end is not quite the best bowler. Power play, I think all of us agree in our group chat and everywhere we discuss that he has the ability to move the ball, and he's a proper bowler. Even if he's not taking wickets, he won't go for plenty. But at the death, teams can always line him up. Like, he's sort of the classic 1 for 40 bowler in the IPL, if that makes sense. Because he's going to go for 20 in his first 3 and then 20 at the death. If that happens today and David gets away, then he's going to feel a lot more confident when they get Noor onto bowl. So this is, I think, a bit of captaincy error from Gaikwad, so to say.
I think so, because Tim David is 1 off 4 right now. Khalil might get him, right? It's possible, but Tim David is 1 off 4 right now. That is a very, very good time to bowl Noor at him when he's 1 off 4. And ask Tim David what he wants to face, Khalil or Noor, right now. There's no contest. He definitely wants to face Khalil. And what you're meant to do as the bowling captain is give the guy what he doesn't want, not what he does want. I think maybe, considering that Patidar has bombed 3 sixes in his first 10 balls already, maybe he's thinking, well, I don't want to bowl Noor at him because he's gonna smash him into the stands. But so it's a matchup thing. So the other day, I'm still annoyed that Chahal only bowled 3 overs when he was the best bowler on either side. Easily. And he was 1 for 21, and they just refused to bowl him at Dubey. Which is nonsense, actually, when you look at the numbers. They shouldn't have done it. But Noor is the best person you could possibly bowl at David right now. He isn't the best person you could bowl at a marauding Patidar right now, right? So that's what he's thinking. Fair. He's captaining a bit scared there, I think. As we get another boring wide review, which yawn.
So I did, in the meanwhile, I looked up David's record versus Noor Ahmed. And in the last 3 years, so it's data, very small, just a sample size of 5 balls. And in the IPL and the CPL, it's 6 runs, 5 balls, and 2 wickets. He's gotten him out once in the CPL, once in the IPL. Back in 2023 in the IPL, 24 in the CPL. So again, it begs the question, why would you just not give him this over? I know it's a very small sample size that we're dealing with. That always happens, especially with finishers against spin. They don't get to face it as much. But we know that David against spin early in the innings, that's like the best time to try and trap him or force an error out of him, or at the very least, keep him quiet. If Khalil has a couple of bad balls here, David is just going to tonk that into the stands, and that will make him feel much more confident. So, I don't know.
I've got a new rule which I'm going to put in for the IPL. If you review a wide and you're wrong, you have to buy every fan in the ground a drink out of your IPL salary, because we have to stop this 5 minutes mucking about because somebody's, particularly when they do it like 2 balls left, they're just like, well, we might as well review the wide. To be fair to Patidar, he is on his tiptoes there and the ball's gone over his head. So he knows it's a wide, so he's reviewed it and he's got one, right? Those ones I will accept. But when there's 2 balls left and they just review any old bouncer for a wide and the third umpire takes 5 minutes, if you get those wrong, you have to buy everybody in the ground a drink. That's the new rule in for the IPL. So let's implement that.
And they're also checking the ultra edge, which does not seem to be.
No, he's not hit that.
Yeah. At this point, I was like, I'm saying it's not hit it, but what if it turns out to be the opposite? Like, I've called a couple of stuff and it's gone the exact opposite way, but I think that's fine. That's part of the game, part of this gig, that, you know, calling the game, as I was telling you, right? Like, it's not something I'm a natural at. It's something I can definitely do, but, you know, it's the sort of thing which, you know, you expect guys like Behram who can just come on and bring and pump in that energy. But so far, I've quite liked this chat. I think we've covered lots of different interesting things, and it's Another 6. I hope.
What a knock
Yes.
this is.
Yes,
from
that
Patidar.
is a 6. And that is good stuff from RCB right there. They'll be pleased to get that one away. Patidar is 30 of 11, so clearly he is the man for whom starting fast has not been an issue at all. And I believe in the second innings, the batter who I am looking at as the most critical one, like from an RCB perspective, is Ayush Matre. Because if you remember the last game, he got 94 against them and threatened to win that game. They lost that by like 2 runs, if I'm not wrong. That was a very close game that they lost the last time. And
Big
appealing.
LBW shout here.
yeah, they're appealing a lot. I feel like they'll take the review.
Yeah, they probably will. I mean, they've gone up absolutely crazy, man. I thought it was just going down with the angle
It could be a
myself.
bowler's appeal. Like Khalil,
But
I
you
think
may as
also is a
well.
bit of a
The guy, even
Celebrate.
if it isn't out, it disrupts the guy who's 30 off 11's rhythm a little bit.
Fair.
All these reviews,
yeah.
I think that's missing the off stump, but it's missed the bat, comfy. But that ball is going away from the off stump, isn't it? It's hard to tell from the angle we're being shown here. He might get umpire's call. It's hard to say that that's going to hit the stump.
Yeah,
It's
I
hit his
feel like
boot.
it's umpire's call. Impact is, I think, inside, but it's
To be
probably going
fair,
to be.
To be, oh no, he's got a tiny
he's hit
scrape.
that.
He's got a
He has
tiny
hit that.
scrape on the bottom of the bat, which nobody knew. Nobody knew that, did they? That's interesting. That may have gone on to clip the stump, but it doesn't matter. Away we go.
Yeah. So we've got a super chat from Naveen PD. Thank you very much. And he asks if they are going to bowl Veer. If they are not going to bowl Veer, why not play Akil? A bowling lineup with Overton and Dubey as your fifth bowler is not. I completely agree with you. I mean, if you're backing the guy, you've spent so much money on him in the auction. You know that he's a talented player. He's sort of going to be that Jadeja replacement, but he's not instantly going to give you the returns either. I mean, with a youngster, you have to be prepared with that element of it where they might have bad games. They might actually end up against these batters, the form they're in. He might go for 50 in 4 overs or 40 in 3 overs, but you have to make them ready for these situations, right? That's how you build a team. And this is where I feel like CSK have been lacking a bit since they last won the title. A classic case of this is, and that's another 4 for RCB, but just to the point, classic case of this for me was how they used Sameer Rizvi, right? Like he played 5 innings for them. I believe he got out 4 times, didn't quite have any impact for them, but they released him. I know the mega auction also plays a part in that, so that's a fair point. They didn't really look, if I'm not wrong, they don't try to get him back. I will check that. I don't honestly think, I'm sure, but they don't get him back eventually, right? They don't get Sameer Rizvi back, someone who was, like they say in these circles, they say he's the right-handed Suresh Raina, and they both come from the same part of the country. They're both from UP in a sense, and that is another 6 for Patidar. Dude, he's almost doing what Romario Shepherd did last season in this very matchup, right? Not as fast, but in terms of when he's come in, he's had massive impact.
Yeah, it's huge. What an innings. So they were scared to bowl Noor at Patidar,
and Patidar, sorry.
but he didn't have too much trouble with Khalil, did he? He's absolutely murdered that over. It's very hard to see how Chennai reel this in. You know, if they declared now, fine, they probably knock the 170 off, but they're not going to get the 220, are they?
Yeah.
They're not going to, you know, Romario is still lurking here. They have so much in hand now, RCB. It's just yet another advert for taking catches. That's what you're meant to do, because this innings is very different. If these guys don't have the full license to just smash as hard as they can, they can't get this kind of score, right? And I think the criticisms that we've had of Gaikwod's captaincy seem to have, because every time they've had like a good over, like Overton bowled an over a minute ago, 2 runs for 1 wicket, right? A minute ago. And then they go, that's when an attacking captain who goes, right, well, if we're going to get back in this game, we need to get another one now. Let's go Noor. Let's get our overseas guy that got 20 wickets last season or whatever he got. Let's get him back into the attack. Let's get rid of Tim David. Let's get this team under pressure. Instead, Khalil comes back, smashed for 19, and that wicket that they got is now negated completely. So now Noor comes
exactly
on.
What I told you, right? He's going to bowl 20 in the first 3 and 20 at the back end. It's basically what has happened in this game. I've seen Khalil bowl so many times. He's a wonderful new ball bowler. We've all said that he should bowl 3 at the start, always.
And then just
this
sub
is
him
where
off.
CSK's death bowling.
Just sub him off. Because once he's bowled his 3 at the start, sub him off. You don't need him anymore.
But
he's
then
now
we need to
been
have
subbed
death
off, by
bowling
the way.
options, which they don't seem to, which is very weird.
So
With
now
Ellis
Noor's
not
bowling
being
at
there, right?
David, but to be fair, right, David only faced 1 ball that over, so it's kind of the same as it was before. And what's happened is he's just pushed Noor into the gap and taken the one. So now Patidar, who's now double set.
Yeah, smart cricket there, I would say. Not
yeah.
being too over
Patidar
smart. Yeah. Sorry,
to
just
have
to complete answering this question, I'm so sorry. I went on a different tangent about CSK not quite backing their youngsters properly. But I still think, if you're playing Veer, you make him bowl. But if he's not bowling, just play Akil. He's a veteran. You have an overseas spot ready for you, I believe. How many overseas are they at in this match? Rob, can you look that up quick? 3. So they can get Akil in. He is a reliable bowler. We've seen him bowl with the new ball as well. I feel like that might be a cause for concern because he's also someone who needs the new ball. And they've already got 2 new ball bowlers plus Kamboj. So it becomes maybe a bit of an overlap. But if Veer is not bowling at all and you're having to bowl Dubey a bit too much, I don't think it's worth it. You just play Akil Hussain at that point, do you not? Very fair point from Naveen. I completely agree.
Yeah, I think the problem with that is it's very easy as Tim David uses every bit of his power to muscle his first six of the day. Straight down.
That's bowling fast, by the way.
That's just pure power. Pure power from Tim David. He's just got under it and used his levers and his strength for the 11th six.
11 fours, 11 sixes. How many twos? I believe that was at 12 when I last checked.
Yeah, bundles.
Or 11.
What was it? 9 in the first 9 overs.
I can just look this up real quick. 1 sec. They were at they've got 11 twos, 11 sixes, 11 fours. Wow.
Nice.
Clearly RCB are here to do just 2 fours and sixes.
Nice. So they've made the sub, by the way. The sub has happened. Khalil's gone off.
Correct.
Who came in?
I'm sorry, I don't think I quite caught that, but I will just look that up real quick. But
Absolutely
in the meanwhile,
correct.
How about the super chat?
Correct.
Siddharth says Rob Barron for IPL chairman.
Nora's then bowled a bad ball.
Another 6
which
for Tim
gone away
David.
for 6.
Brilliant shot. Bad ball for sure.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat, and it is correct. I should be IPL chairman. I should also be in charge of a team, and then they would win the IPL, even if they're bang average. We would win it because my team would be able to catch, and we would do the right batting order. And no team seemed to be able to do that. To be fair, RCB are the defending champions, and they are one of the teams that has a fluid batting order, right?
Yeah,
and they change their batting order depending on what the optimum entry point is for people, and it works. It clearly works. Rather than saying, Gaikwad, you're our number 3. If Gaikwad strolls in, let's say Chennai have a good start in the power play, and Gaikwad was your 3, and they open with Matre, which they should do with Sanju.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
If they smoke this power play and they get 70 for 1 or whatever, Gaikwad is not the guy that should walk in at number 3 chasing this 220 or whatever they're going to get.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be him, and you have to be fluid. I don't care if he's captain. I don't care if he's the big hype or whatever. It should be Jubei to belt the spin or Sarfraz to belt the rest, right? It should be something like that. But they don't have anywhere near as many options as RCB do because they haven't picked the right squad and they haven't put the team together properly.
Yeah, correct. I think this is something we've noticed with RCB, right? Where often what happens is if you just, I think, depending upon the chases, they also pace it accordingly. Like last season, I believe they had a bunch of those middling chases, so to say, in modern T20, which they went about quite comfortably. When they had to go faster, they did go faster. I would say they don't quite have a very high ceiling the way Sunrisers Hyderabad do, but they have a much, much higher floor because, I mean, their eighth batter is Krunal Pandya, right, who can do a job. I know he's not the batter he once used to be for Mumbai, but he can hold a bat, and more than hold a bat, I mean, he can chip in with the odd winning contribution here and there. And then you've got all these 6 hitters, you've got like a proper batter in Kohli, you've got Salt, Padikkal, like you've got a mix of every different sort of player, and that is another 6 for Tim David. We were definitely not expecting that. He's going to take down Noor to this extent, but just brilliant stuff.
Yeah. I don't think it made a huge difference whether he would have bowled Noor last over or this over. Obviously, we said before it happened what we would have done. But now David has just gone 6-6-6, which means the likelihood of this next ball going for 6 increases because he'll definitely go for it. Let's see what he does.
Sure. Oh, he doesn't
Just
go
a single.
for it, in a sense. He just takes a single.
So now they have 2 set monsters with Romario and Jitesh left, all the very best if you have to bowl one of these overs for Chennai now. So their options are Overton has 2 left, and he's been the best so far.
Correct.
Henry and Cambodge. So Cambodge probably now bowls, I don't know. Do you give one of them each?
Yeah, I would imagine if Overton can bowl 2 and Cambodge bowls 1 and Henry bowls 1. No, they've got only 3 left, right?
Yeah.
So
So are you saying Henry you're not bowling anymore? You're giving Overton 2 and Cambodge 1?
I think I would give, just let me go through this once again. So I believe Overton is looking good today. So he has to bowl the next over for sure. And then depending upon how he goes, you probably give the 19th to Henry based on seniority. But Cambodge has been a decent bowler for you today. So if you want to follow current form, that is your option. And then you can look at the last over depending upon the form, right? Like if Overton goes for a few, okay, they've gone with Cambodge first. So that is also an interesting move.
So I think they might be going Cambodge, Overton, Cambodge here. But if Cambodge gets belted, then they'll give Henry the last one.
Correct. Yeah.
Full toss first up, which one fielder
That is a
doesn't
good shot.
bother
Goes
going
for a
for,
four.
and the
Yeah.
other one watches fly to the fence for 4 more. I mean, this could be anything here. This is one of those when you've got set monsters in at the death with wickets in hand and other monsters waiting to come and bat with them.
Rob, let me remind you, how much did we say they were going to make?
I think I
You
said
said
180 at one
188.
point.
You said 188. I said 195 plus minus 5 from par. I thought 190 was par on the surface, and they were going to make plus minus 5 from that. So roughly around 185 to 195 was my guess. And neither of us have got it right because they've got loads of overs left, and they've clearly, passed our predictions easily. And
But I meant
he's not able to get that
238 is
away.
what I meant to say. That's what I really meant.
Of course. But now, the other question would be, I mean, of course, we got our predictions horribly wrong. And honestly speaking, till like the 10th odd over, it seemed like we were going to be fine. But it was that 2 over period immediately after Phil Salt gets out, right? That is where RCB just go absolutely berserk, absolutely nuts. They just keep hitting boundaries over and over again and do it successfully with some good cricketing shots as well, by the way. That 6 on the offside that Patidar hit, as well as the slower ball that of Dubey that Padikkal was able to pick quite well, right? So that was some good batsmanship as well. But what do you, Rob, would you reevaluate your par score on this wicket? You said 205 for par. Would you say it's still 205 or more?
It looks a lot easier now than it was at the start.
Once you're in,
right?
it does feel better.
So maybe, sorry, I just muted myself there. Maybe it was something to do with the pitch being under covers or the rain that they'd had or something like that juiced it up a bit at the start. It certainly looks a lot easier now. Or it could be that the wet ball just stopped moving, just stopped doing anything. The bats just came in and saw it fine, because Kohli certainly didn't look happy with what the ball was doing early. Now, what's going to be interesting here is we can be pretty confident, based on what we've seen so far, that towards the back end of the innings, after the halfway mark, batting will be easy in this. It might be dew, it might be wet, whatever.
Yeah.
Batting will be easy because it's been easy in this inning. But what we don't know is whether the ball will do plenty in the power play, which it did in this innings. That's the game, really. If it does stuff in the power play, there's no way they're chasing these. No way.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Because if they lose Samson and Gaikwad early, I really think it's going to be difficult. I know Matre can push as much as he can. He might get out early, or he might score loads of runs very quickly. But I feel like this is the game where one of their senior top 3 batters, like one of Gaikwad or Samson, really has to ice the chase. I believe Samson has the ability to do that. I mean, we've all seen that in the World Cup. I remember this one IPL game back in 2024, where in front of my eyes, he chased down like 190 odd. This is going to be more than that, but he chased down 190 odd with such ease. I loved his batting, and in that game, they also had Krunal Pandya, who bowled pretty well. So I just think that is a game where I realize that Samson does have it in him to, get the job done in this season. And then we all saw in the World Cup. So it will be interesting to see how that goes ahead. I believe Gaikwad in 180 plus target run chases doesn't quite have the best record. I know he's a talented batter. He's scored loads of runs for CSK. He has won titles with them, 2 titles, massive contributions in both of those title wins. So I know I am not quite on Rob's wavelength to say that he's not even making the team. I do get his idea of, yes, if it's 80 for 1 in 6 overs, he might not be the guy to come in. You want a more attacking batter to keep getting on with it. But the way CSK are constructed, I don't think they're as,
Hold him.
they're slightly limited team in that regard. They don't have the options that some of the other batting lineups have in this competition, I would say. And that is bowled And he has actually silently bowled a pretty solid over, has he not, after that 4?
Absolutely fine. Yeah. That's a
So he's
huge
going to bowl
wicket.
the last one then. That is for certain. Who do you give the next over to?
I think I'd probably go Overton considering what he's done.
Yeah, same.
What's Tim David moaning about here? He's standing and waiting. He doesn't want to go off.
No ball! No
No
ball!
way. No way.
That is hilarious. Come on. Do you hate no balls as with the same passion as you hate fielding errors?
I mean, off a spinner, I think they should immediately have to leave the competition. If you're a really, really fast bowler and there's a bit of, the outfield's a bit wet, he has overstepped by a quarter of an inch there.
Yeah, marginal, very marginal.
It's just unlucky, I think.
Correct. Also, I just feel like when you look at this guy, it's a very marginal error and it's still going to cost them a whole lot, because if David gets out here, who knows if Sheffer took like a couple of balls to set in and then got going. But now David is set and he's found a 6 of the free hit. That is exactly what RCB wanted. And Chennai, I mean, nothing seems to be going right for them at this point. I mean, from the very start, it's just been that kind of a day for them, has it not? Like, now they've had this no ball error, those 2 half chances, I would say. I wouldn't count them as full chances like you did. But the Kohli one was obviously a pretty straightforward one. And I do believe that, if they got him there and they had Padikkal in earlier, the game could have been a whole lot different. Because Padikkal going against Matt Henry, and if he's getting something off the surface, things could have been different. But that part was done and dusted when Kohli got 16 of that over. And then Salt got going and Padikkal eventually got going. They all played their part, and everybody so far has, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody so far for RCB has chipped in today. And funnily enough, I think Kohli is the one with the least impact perhaps, and he played a decent hand after those 10 balls. He got them off.
Yeah, everybody that's batted has hit a 6.
Exactly.
I think after that over, I mean, how big a deal is that no ball though? Because if that bowls Tim David, then Cambodge's got his second wicket, his tail's up. But instead, it's a no ball, then a 6. So he's probably been hit out of the attack there.
We were just saying, like, we literally just said, okay, he's going to bowl the last one. Who's going to bowl the next? But who knows if they just go with the 2 international guys now. And I was also saying on the no ball point, Sunny ji, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, he often really hates no balls, right? I think especially off spinners, I believe he gets really, really annoyed if you bowl a no ball. I can't quite remember if his reactions are the same for pacers, but I think his passion for hitting no balls is the same as yours when it comes to misfields and drop catches and all of that.
The funny thing there is that Cambodge gave Tim David an absolutely massive send-off after he bowled him, and right in his face, and Tim David just did this casual glove punch and just went, well bowled, mate, and then waited for the siren to go off and then belted him for 6. And Overton has come back on and bowled an absolute pie. And Tim David has gone past Patidar already. Patidar, who is 40 off 15, Tim David has had enough of the strike to go past him with his 5 6s.
Yeah.
How easy is that to hit that ball for 6? How easy is it for him?
Especially for a guy like David, is it not? Oh, that goes for a couple. Yeah. They are very likely to score 240 here, are they not? I mean, 25 runs, 10 balls, they can do that, I believe.
Yeah, they can do it easy. The run line now is 240. That's 50%. Your shout. It feels like they can get as many as they want, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, who knows if David just goes on a tear and they get to 250. I mean, I know 250 does sound a bit outrageous. And you would not have guessed that after the first 3 overs, right? Even though they were hitting the shots and that is another 4. Is that a wide?
I think it's a drop.
That takes something.
That's another drop by Sanju.
Oh my. Come on. I mean, that surely can't be a drop, can it? That's a tough chance, I believe. I'll have a look again. Let's see. That takes some... Yeah, no, dude. That is not a drop catch. Come on, Rob. Even by your standards, that's not a drop. That's a bit too hard. It's the sort of catch that just gets stuck in your hand. Like if you're in the right place at the right time. That sometimes with the bowler catches also we see that, right? They just have to put their hand in at the right place and it gets stuck in their hands. So that is, again, if you notice this, their partnership batting in this game has been spot on. I mean, everybody has got off to some sort of a start. The funniest thing is the opening partnership was the slowest, and even they went at more than 8 runs and over. And after that, every Salt and Particle went at more than 9, and then the next two, that is just like madness. And Tim David has managed to score a half century of 21 balls. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from him.
Why has he bowled that ball with no man on the rope straight? Because if there is a man on the rope
fair.
straight, he catches it chest height. Watch this again.
Yeah,
What are they doing, Chennai? How have they let them get this many?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. Like,
So he's basically
even when I
bowled
was just
slot.
asking you to recalibrate the scores, even then, like you just said 238 randomly, right? Like now 238 seems like a walk in the park the way they're batting. It's changing
So
on
he's
a ball by
bowled, he
ball
bowled the
basis.
last ball wide and in the slot, and he got hit for 6 with no man back. So he's bowled the exact same ball again, slightly wider, slightly faster, right in the slot. And David's gone, oh, well, I only got 75 meters last time, so let me try and get 85. And has just belted another one straight. That's 17 sixes now in this innings.
Exactly. This is what we were saying about Tim David, right? I'm sorry, not Tim David, about Jamie Overton, right? That we know that he has many skills, he can do many things on a cricket field, but at the IPL against these batters, bowling at a depth, come on, like you do not want him to do that job for you reliably. And that was 89 meters, Rob. So, like, good stuff.
What a knock this is from Tim David. As he just smashes one of the biggest sixes you're going to see
Has he hit that
out
of the stadium?
of the stadium.
That is in Cubbon Park, guys. That is literally out of the stadium. Amazing stuff. 237. I actually said it half in jest that, oh, if Tim David goes on a roll, they can make 250. But clearly, 250 is probably going to happen now at this point. 13 of the last over. Who would you give the last over to? Like, all of them.
Well,
have
it
got
doesn't
more
matter.
runs at this
It
point.
doesn't matter. You can put any bowling machine on you want. It's going for loads. You've got a guy who's 65 off 23 and a guy who's 40 off 15 to bowl at. You're probably not legging it to the captain screaming to have the ball after the last over's just gone for 30. Overton had okay figures of he was feeling quite good about himself when he was 2 for 12. He's just walked off 1 for 42 for his overseas. They've gone back to Cambodge. Fair play. Okay. I mean, you just wouldn't want to bowl this over, would you? This over is due a lot of runs. The run line is 250. So this over is due like 14 easy. And you just wouldn't want to be the bowler here. I think it's due more than that.
We've gone at 21 in the last 4 overs. And that is another 6. What is happening, guys? That has
So at
made a
one
mockery
point-
of our par score for sure, if anything.
At one point, right, this run line was down to 193. Right, that's the lowest this run line got, and they are easily going to get 250 and probably beyond. This is nuts. This is ridiculously good hitting. Tim David has faced 23 balls and he's at 8 of them for 6. That is absurd, and he doesn't have the highest strike rate in the side. The fella that he's batting with is going at 287.
Just madness.
As Cambodge bowls an appalling full toss, which is
yeah.
obviously a dot ball because cricket. That ball, when it left Cambodge's hand, was due 4.9 runs, and it ended up getting 0 because he just plinked it straight back to him. But the Tim David 6 that has gone out of the ground,
Yeah.
I mean, that is, and when David hit it, he went like this. Absolute firepower there from Tim David.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, that's gone a long way. That's terrifying that people can hit the ball that far.
Yeah. RCB's batting has looked scary, dude, this IPL in the 2 games that we've seen so far. I mean, they didn't have a whole lot to chase against Sunrisers, considering, the bowling attack that Sunrisers have. But they chased that one pretty comfortably. And then again, in this game, they've just looked immaculate, right? Like, as you said, 8 sixes for Tim David in 23 balls. And they've not even had to use Romario. They've not even had to use Jitesh.
The
This is what we're
scariest
talking about.
the scariest power hitter, going around, the guy that can get 50 off 12, they don't even need him when they're scoring 250.
Yeah,
It's
who literally
mental,
got
isn't it?
53 or
Absolutely
14
mad.
last time for them in this very matchup.
Good ball, that.
And David has
Really
taken down
good ball.
spin. 400 strike rate versus spin versus Noor, basically, right?
Cambodge has just bowled an excellent ball. A Yorker on the wide line, basically, which Davey can only get a single off. And since the first ball was hit for 6, he's bowled 3 really good ones. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 2 really good ones. He bowled the filthy full toss that ended up with a dot. But he's bowled 2 really, really good balls. Yorker outside off stump. He'll probably try and do it again. So what's Patidar going to do? Move across? Same ball, same result. Really, really good from Cambodge. 3 in a row. He's nailed the Yorker on the wide line, and the only answers these two
would have had a much better
got
game, right? If that 18th over wasn't or he didn't bowl that no ball, things could have been drastically different for this guy.
I've been very impressed with this last over, to be fair.
Correct. He's had a good game, I would honestly have to say.
Can he keep it below 250 is the question.
Yeah. That is the biggest question right now. 95 of 36 for these two guys as the last ball is being bowled. And he walks down and hits it. But that is a misfield once again to Rob Barron's misery. And that goes for a 4. They make 250 on the dot. 250 for 20 overs for RCB. And Tim David has tonged 70 runs of 25 balls. Patidar, who, we were just saying was looking like the best batter comfortably. He's not even had enough strike at the back end to, end up making a half century. And everybody in this lineup has chipped in at various points. Brilliant all-round performance from RCB. As we said, there haven't even been, enough guys that have had to be used. They have had 2 of their main hitters at the back end or, batters who they have not even needed in this game. And Krunal just in case. So RCB have to be very, very pleased. And dude, I honestly think this is well beyond Chennai's reach. What they would really want is Matre to go on a tear. He needs to play the innings of his life or something. And maybe Sarfaraz, the way he batted in the last game, 32 of 12, maybe he needs to make that a 25 ball 60 or something of the sort if they are going to win this game. And one of the big guns, I am still saying, they need the runs, right? I know they need to score fast, but when you're chasing 250, you sort of also need that one bloke who can get you 60 to 70 runs at roughly the run rate of the game, or even slightly under for that matter. So if they have someone who can go at let's say 11 to 12 runs and over for 70 runs. So I would say one of those 2, Gaikwad or Samson, they have to do it. That is the way for Chennai Super Kings to go ahead with it. And on that note, we shall meet you on the other end of this match and see you guys for a short break. Goodbye.
Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat.
Hello and welcome to Combox Live, where the game lives on. I have with me Varun Alvakonda, who you can't find anywhere on social media, and Behram Kazi, who is Def Mango on Twitter, and I am Saurabh_42 on Twitter. We are here today to pick an all-time RCB 12, I guess. We'll do it in the Crick Picks format, where we do a snake style draft. Varun is going to have first pick, followed by me and then Behram. So before we get into it, I'll just I'll just give you guys a refresher on the rules and the audience as well. We are going to pick 12 people. Like I said, they have to we consider the record only for RCB in this, and for whatever other teams we do, only for that team. They have to have played at least 15 matches for RCB. So unfortunately, someone like a Tim David, who it might have been very tempting to pick, is not eligible because he didn't play 15 matches last season. And KL Rahul played only 14 matches when he did for RCB, so even he's not eligible. So they have to play 15 match. They have to have played 15 matches at least. Only the records for RCB count. And yeah, I don't think. Is there any other rule I've forgotten? I don't think so.
4 overseas?
4 overseas. Yeah. Okay. That's
and no impact sub, right?
Yeah. No impact sub. The 12th man is a 12th man.
Exactly. We are not getting into all the impact sub nonsense. So yeah, we just pick our 11 and a 12th man, and so Varun, you have first pick. Take it away.
Wait.
my-
Before he does
What's
this,
up?
I just want to appreciate Saurabh's intro because I was quite curious as to how he does this, and he did all right. And I'm going to give him a passing grade.
I had tutoring from the best.
All right, then, Varun, blow our minds away.
My first pick is obviously, I think, the greatest overseas batter RCB have ever had. And that obviously is Jack Caddis opening the batting.
Okay, what's your real pick?
Luckily, this is not
I'll
quick
actually
picks
take
where
Virat Kohli as
you
first
can-
pick.
Oh, you're taking
Okay, all
Virat
right.
Kohli as first pick.
I
He-
think,
he wants
even
to
though
win
I don't
this.
think,
Yeah.
no, even though I don't think he's the best RCB batter ever, I have said it. There you go. I think Virat Kohli is RCB. He is the face of the franchise. He's synonymous with it. I think it's only fair that for an all-time RCB team, we go with him first, right?
I mean,
I can-
he was going to be somebody's first pick, so it just happens that it's Varun's first pick. Yeah.
I do agree with the rationale,
I'll take it
though.
for
Forget numbers for a second. You have to look at the brand that RCB is, and Virat Kohli has been the poster boy of that brand. He eats, sleeps, and breathes RCB. He has gone on record saying that he would never play for any other IPL team, and that level of loyalty is also admirable, especially in a world these days where you just chase the biggest paycheck, right? And Virat Kohli would have gotten bigger paychecks, I'm pretty sure. So there's that. I actually agree with his rationale.
I
Actually.
don't know. I don't know if he would have got bigger paychecks. I mean, maybe slightly bigger, but
He would have got some bigger auction auction bids.
Yeah.
I don't know about
auction.
like,
I mean, if he went to the
auction
auction,
bids.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's Kohli.
Yeah. Okay, my pick. Okay, that makes it very simple for me. AB de Villiers is, I think he is not just the greatest overseas batter in IPL history, he's just the greatest batter in IPL history. He basically could do everything against all types of bowling at any position. I don't think they tried him opening as such, but I'm pretty sure he would have aced that if they had sent him there. They didn't need to. They made him do the more difficult job. Opening is the easiest job in T20 cricket, and they made him do the more difficult stuff. In fact, I think they sometimes didn't use him the best way they could have. In fact, he has said this. He said that sometimes he did think he could come a little bit higher up the order than it was, but they sort of used him strategically.
What was it?
to-
There was a game where he comes in at 6 or something, right, for RCB in
Yes,
2020.
I think it was
I couldn't
one of
believe
the
my
COVID
eyes.
years. Yeah, because there was a perceived weakness against leg spin, and one of the leg spinners was bowling. Maybe Ravi Bishnoi or someone was bowling. So they thought they'll send in some of the others ahead of AB. Which it's AB, man. His weakness is somebody else's strength. Whatever are his weak numbers are. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, AB. I'm very happy. He's my first pick.
I think AB de Villiers has a very solid case of being the greatest all-format batter of all time, right? Like,
Yeah.
he is just that good and he's versatile. And he's another guy who really, really loved playing for RCB. It's not the only team he's played for. Of course, I remember in the first season, he was playing for Delhi Daredevils. But once he joined that franchise, then the bromance with Virat, I feel like if there's ever been a team apart from South Africa that AB de Villiers could have bled for, it would be Royal Challengers Bengaluru.
I mean, he played for them longer than he did for South Africa, so maybe more than South Africa he would have played for.
I mean, you never know, right? It's unfortunate that he didn't win a title with them either, but when they did eventually win a title last year, AB was a part of the celebrations. And, RCB also, the brand that it got elevated to, and rightly so, AB was a big part of that. And he, Virat, and the third guy that someone will, probably me, eventually pick, I think those guys are like the three biggest names to have ever featured for the franchise.
I were featured in the IPL also, and it just so happened that they all played for the same franchise.
Yeah. Okay, so because of Saurabh's shit rule, where you can't pick a player who has played less than 15 games, I guess Misbah ul Haq is ruled out. I'm going to have to pick the third obvious player who needs to be on this all-time RCB team, and that is the universe boss, Christopher Henry Gale. Someone who really benefited from T20 cricket going mainstream. I feel like the legend of Chris Gale, further got amplified because this format began to exist. And the best of Christopher Henry Gale in T20 cricket was probably in an RCB shirt. I feel like he still holds the record, doesn't he, of highest score in the IPL? Does he not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
175. So there's that. And then, of course, maybe he did take a bit of time to get going. But once he got going, man, Chris Gayle was stand and deliver. He would just completely like whack bowlers out of the park, left, right, and center. It really was a format tailor-made for him. And his stint at RCB is his most memorable stint at any franchise. I do firmly believe that. So Gayle had to go. And I think those are the three first obvious picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gayle, I mean, he has this image of being slightly happy-go-lucky, but I think he cracked T20 way before anyone else did. Like, Behram, you said that he took some time to get going. But that was just because he understood sixes matter more in T20 cricket than any other, run-scoring option. So he was okay to play out some dot balls at the start because he knew that he could hit sixes and eventually what he'll end up will be both a bigger score and at a quicker rate than anyone else would. So
Yeah.
I think he aced that the format before anyone else did. He understood the mechanics of it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a great tragedy that the three of them, Kohli, Gayle, and Virat, did not win a title amongst each other, right? Like, of course, Virat wins one last year, but you'd think that when these three cricketers are playing in tandem for the same team, they would win a title or two, but it hasn't been the case. They still make the all-time team, though. And I've got one more pick, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go for an Indian pick. I'm just considering my options. There is a middle order bat who I am leaning towards, and then there's also a wicket keeper. And it's actually not that straightforward between the two. I think someone will eventually pick the middle order bat because he's been exceptional for RCB in the last little while. I'll pick the keeper. Let's go Dinesh Karthik for my second pick. I looked at the list of all keepers and I don't think anyone quite stacked up to DK. Post Nidahas Trophy, he was able to kind of display that particular skill set of finishing off games and going berserk towards the end of an innings very, very well for RCB. And even, when he was finished, he could manage a bit of that towards his final season. The record's quite good. DK featured in 53 innings for RCB, smashed 937 runs. He averaged 24.65, but his strike rate was 162.95, which, by the way, is a better strike rate than all three of Virat Kohli, Chris Gayle, and AB de Villiers. So that's something that DK can boast about on his commentary stints, I suppose.
Yes, I just want to say he has two great seasons for RCB and two shit ones, so that's why his overall record looks very mixed.
Yeah. Anyway, I still feel like there was no other keeper who could eclipse him.
In his final season, which is 2024, he was outstanding. In fact, people might not remember this because that was the match in which SRH, made the record score of 287. But RCB responded with 262 to that. And that was, in many ways the start of their incredible comeback in 2024, where they had one win from 8 games at one point, and then from there they qualified for the playoffs by winning 6 on the trot. But that SRH game, although they lost, DK makes 83 of 35 in that game. Like that sort of unlocked batting possibilities for, I think, a lot of the others also. Just seeing that, you don't need to be faced by a 287 chase. So he was definitely, although I'm very surprised, I think you missed, I think the guy I was expecting you to go for was not DK or whoever else you had in mind. So I can make that pick and I'll go Yuzi Chahal.
Interesting. There was another wrist spinner who I thought you might go ahead of Yuzi Chahal.
I mean, there is.
I didn't want to make the pick for that very reason, by the way, because I'm confused between the two. I know Varun is confused between the two as well.
I think I had both, to be honest.
I mean, we could pick the other one also, but I think Yuzi, it's just the sheer volume of wickets and seasons of with RCB bowling at the Chinnaswamy, which is a proper bowler's graveyard, and still, managing to hold his own there, being often like propping up the whole bowling attack on his own, because back in the, one of the reasons why perhaps RCB didn't win when Virat, AB and Gayle were all together was because they had things like Corey Anderson bowling at the death. So you can't win that with just batting. And Yuzi was their only bowler at that time. I don't even know how many wickets he has for RCB, but I'm pretty sure it's I think he's the highest ever wicket taker in the IPL, right?
Yeah.
And a majority of those have come.
I believe it's
for RCB.
139.
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
that's,
he's Yuzi
close
Chahal
to
is
that.
the highest wicket taker for RCB as well. But I think Saurabh's right. Even across the entire IPL, I think Chahal is the
Yeah.
highest wicket taker. So
He's also the
it's
highest
still a
wicket taker
good
for
pick.
Rajasthan Royals, by the way. Fun fact.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
that is unexpected. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can keep that in mind for the Rajasthan Royals all-time picks.
Fair enough. All right, then back to Varun for back-to-back picks, and this is where it gets interesting, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had him, but I'm actually gonna go Glenn Maxwell in the middle order.
I had him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
One
was
of the
I was
things among
confused
many-
between Maxi and another guy.
Yeah, I think one
Yeah.
of the what do you call it? The things that annoys me about RCB fans more than amongst many of the other reasons, of course, is I've seen RCB fans be like, "Well, Glenn Maxwell just didn't do anything for RCB," which is utter nonsense. Like he almost like he was by some distance the best.
Combox. The game lives on.
I just realized I was on mute, guys. Hello and welcome everyone to Combox. I have Rob Barron here with me, and we are here for the second innings of this match. And I think on that note, we can just start with a couple of super chats that we missed while this innings gets going. And first one was from Gargi SD. Thank you so much for the super chat. She says, "Thank you for all the watch-alongs. It must be hard to schedule them daily." I mean, we've got loads of people, right? Someone or the other is always chipping in at various points. But yeah, I think we are all trying to make this work the best way we possibly can. And I am quite enjoying it as someone who is getting to do a lot of these. What do you think, Rob? Has it been fun for you so far, or do you hate it?
I hate every second of it, and but fortunately, I'm a masochist, so here I am.
Exactly. I mean, we're cricket fans, mate, so that's expected, is it not?
I'm just angry at Safra still for not taking the catch off the last ball and pretending he couldn't see it and lying on the floor when it went to him. I'm still annoyed by that.
I think we'll take the other super chats as and when things proceed, and let's start with this match. The first ball goes for a single as Samson gets off strike of Jacob Duffy. Excuse me.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, there's the thing is with these chases, it's uncomplicated what they have to do, isn't it? They've just got to whack it, and sometimes that can really help. Guys like Sanju and Gaikwad particularly, not used to gunning from ball one, but they have to here. There's no, I know that they were only 51 after the power play, which sounds mad when you look back and they've scored 250. They're only 51 after power play, but it did loads in the first innings. If it doesn't here, this is the chance for Chennai to actually get into this chase. To have a chance, they got to smoke this power play because they don't have anywhere near the guns that RCB have got. And you can't leave it, you can't expect somebody to do a Tim David who isn't Tim David. How many did he get, Tim David? 70 or something. It's absolutely
70 or 25?
70 or 25. So they don't have someone that can do 70 off 25 at the end.
Yeah.
So they, if the conditions are easier, which it looks like they are, if the conditions are easier in this power play, then there's no point in doing what they're doing so far, which is knocking the ball around for ones.
Yeah, just 3 singles. Come on. I mean, fair. Maybe you want to play Jacob Duffy a little more cautiously and you want to see 1 over in. I get that reasoning. But once again, I just do not understand this, Rob. Why do they not open with Ayush Mhatre? I mean, you just split your 2 guys at 1 and 3. I mean, see, I'm not on your wavelength when I say that that Gaikwad has, he's not always the best. I get what you're saying. But the point being that Gaikwad can be on number 3 very comfortably. We talked about his ODI stuff and how he has the ability to use the gaps. Though he does get off to a proper cracking 6 and CSK would really, really love that. And Duffy goes short, 136.9 kilometers per hour there, and Gaikwad helps himself to a 6. So that is good batting from him, but that is not going to change the fact, even if they make 80 runs in the 6 overs, it is not going to change the fact for me that Mhatre should be opening in this team with Sanju Samson, with Gaikwad at number 3. You want a guy like him who is going after absolutely everything in the power play to utilize the power play. Like, these two are stroke makers. They are classical type batters mostly. But the other guy is not that, and Gaikwad is gone. He nicks off. Gaikwad and Jacob Duffy gets him proper test match length. we've seen this issue before with Gaikwad. He does tend to struggle a bit outside the off stump. So good work from RCB there. Good smart bowling from Jacob Duffy.
Yeah, going back to your point there, Cheyenne. Gaikwad is not used to whacking every ball at the start, and Matre
Exactly.
is anyway. So he's the guy
Exactly.
that did a bit off the seam actually.
Yeah, that was good bowling.
Good
And he
ball.
tried to hit it anyway.
Previous ball wasn't particularly good, but that one
Yeah.
was. And I mean, it's a big wicket, but it's not the biggest one. Like they've got the batting order wrong here, and
Exactly.
Matre had to be the guy that opened the batting.
Yeah.
He now kind of is anyway. He's coming in the first over.
I'll tell you another thing, Rob. If you remember the Matre innings against RCB from last season, he takes Bhuvi down for 6 fours in a single over. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, one of the IPL legends, arguably a top 5 bowler in the league all time, one of the highest in terms of wicket taking, he's done a job at the start, at the end. He just goes after him, and he had a good season, right? None of us is saying that Bhuvi had a bad season last time for RCB. He was very crucial in their victory last time, but Matre absolutely went after him, and that is what you want, right? You want that early in the power play, you have a guy that can take risks, but now they anyways have Matre to go, and they are one batter down, like they're Gaikwad down, right? I keep saying this again and again. They needed runs from one of Gaikwad or Samson, so it's like they need a decent chunk of their runs so the other hitters can hit around them. And it will be interesting to see how Matre goes against Bhuvi in the next over, which I expect him to be bowling.
He has to bowl it, doesn't he?
Yeah, especially with the new ball, you have to give him a go, right?
Yeah, it'd be like you say, it'd be interesting to see how he goes. But now we're going to see Booth against Matre because Matre's taken a single off that last ball. Good start, one bad ball that got put away for 6. Gaikwad now is somebody that traditionally for Chennai was just someone who was there to get 600 run seasons, churning it out and letting everybody else bat around him. Has huge questions to answer about his own batting and how he puts the team together and all that sort of stuff. Because it's pretty likely right now that they're going to get murdered in this game, and then maybe they have to do something and shuffle the pack and sort out the batting order, the bowling order, who's going to play where and all that kind of stuff. Because Chennai are getting it wrong at the moment. I mean, you could play this back in an hour and a half, and Chennai have chased these easily. But I very much doubt it as Bhuvi comes in to try and get rid of Matre early.
Yeah. Also, Rob, I just think with Gaikwad, we keep saying that he's their proper batter who can, do a job and score runs and deal with the tough situations. But we also know he doesn't like the moving ball particularly. Like we've seen that in, I think, a lot of cricket. I think even in first class cricket, whatever little I've caught of him, I was talking to the guys when we did the CSK All-Time 11, that this is my issue with Gaikwad. He looks like his at his best when he's playing good cricketing shots. He's really good, but he does have technical flaws. So I mean, he's not like a Yashasvi Jaiswal or Shubman Gill or like a batter of that level of talent. Right? He's a step below them. He's good. That's why he's always going to be in and around the conversations. I think talent level wise, he's probably around. And that is another wicket. Ayush Matre goes. And Bhuvi gets revenge for the last IPL, I suppose, where this is a massive, massive wicket for RCB. And in a sense, you can say they've, killed the game to a large extent. And these are just too many runs. I honestly don't see how they're going to make these many without Matre getting them off to a start. And now they've also lost Gaikwad, so Samson has to he has to pull off one of the greatest innings of his life, basically.
It's doing a bit off a length. Yeah. It's doing a bit, which it did in the first innings. And when you're coming in and slogging from ball 1, that can happen. Like Virat got lucky to get as many as he did. Salt got lucky to get as many as he did. And they're 2 that they've hit in the air and mistimed have gone straight at fielders. So they've lost 2 wickets now. And that's cricket, right? That's the game. And Sarfaraz is in already at number 4, who's done probably my least favourite thing in the IPL so far, of having an easy catch hit straight to him and diving onto the floor like it was a bloody grenade somebody had thrown at him. Which you shouldn't do if someone throws a grenade at you, by the way. You should throw it back as quickly as you can. Don't just...
Sorry, I couldn't catch the last line. What did you say?
If someone throws a grenade at you, this is just future life advice, Cheyenne. If anyone ever throws a grenade at you, right, throw it back as fast as you can. Don't lie on the floor with your hands over your head, because when it blows up, you get really hurt.
And that was actually Bhuvi's 200th wicket, Rob. Proper IPL legend, as we just said. Love watching the bloke all this while. I mean, I'm happy that he's now playing for the club I support, because for the longest time, he was the main reason why RCB did not win a title back in 2016. His bowling at the death with Mustafizur, like that 2016 Sunrisers team, that was special, right? They had such a strong bowling attack, and Bhuvi did it for them for so long. I would say his ability to take wickets sort of started declining. But even then, he was always in and around and doing a good job for them. But I think they also had to move on at some point. And RCB have essentially ended up getting him in place of Siraj, right? Who is the younger fast bowler, who you do expect to get more years out of. But in some ways, I still believe, I don't know if numbers always back this up, but to me it does feel like, and they've got 2 slips. Wow, that is like proper attacking stuff. So what I'm essentially trying to say is that what happens is when you've got someone like Bhuvi, I feel more like he's a more reliable bowler for me. I know it's hard to put that in numbers because he also had a few up and down games last season, funnily enough. And as did Siraj, their numbers, I was comparing them towards the back end of the last IPL, and they were very similar across phases, across the entire competition. And they more or less they did a good job. And Bhuvi obviously ended up winning the tournament with RCB. But for some reason, there's that sense of security. I don't know how to explain it. He's older. Possibly he shouldn't even be bowling as fast as he is now. But clearly he's done a good job. Although this ball was just under 130. But I mean, dude, this guy, he just keeps going on and on. Absolute T20 legend for me. He's done a solid job in T20 cricket.
He's been going for 15 years in the IPL.
Shame that his test cricket couldn't, I think really come to the fore, because if you remember the last game that he plays in test cricket, he wins player of the match because of his all-round performance. With bat, with ball, wins them the test in Johannesburg. And then he's not fit enough, I believe, to, get a consistent go. And that goes for another 4, but that is an edge. And RCB will more than take that start. 2 overs, they've got 2 wickets. And I mean,
drop
it looks
catch,
really,
Cheyenne,
really dire for CSK.
stop ignoring drop catches. Padikal put that down.
How is anyone going to take that drop? Even Glenn
Stop
Phillips can take
ignoring
that.
them.
Come
Like
on.
Padikal's really tall. He hit the ball straight to him and he dropped it. And nobody should be letting Sarfaraz off after he didn't even try and catch a ball that went straight to him 15 minutes ago. It should be 3 down. It's only 2 down, and it's a 4 instead of a wicket, which is a big deal normally. But Bhuvi is now the second guy to. You're not allowed to say this, Cheyenne, so don't shout. I know you know the answer. But don't shout it out.
I know.
So he is the second guy to get 200 wickets. The next 200 people that send in the chat who the first guy is to get 200 IPL wickets, Cheyenne will send you 200,000 rupees to your bank account from his bank account today. Right? He said that's a promise. As another chance goes begging in the
Drop?
I'm not calling that a drop because I don't think he could have got to it. Like you would have had to have
That
shot
was tough.
Romario out of the
It's
cannon. to
the
get that
no
one.
man's, right. It's the no man's zone in a sense, I thought.
Actually,
You
Romario did not set off as quick as he could because
true. You're right.
because he thought I didn't see who the other fielder was. He thought the other fielder was going to go for it. So if Romario was the only fielder there, he could have caught that because he didn't run towards
Kohli
the
looks a
ball.
bit disappointed.
It was Romario's catch. So they should be 4 down now that nobody can field properly. So it's only 2 down.
This is hilarious.
Uh-oh.
That
Ridiculous edge that has somehow been appallingly fielded on the road.
Man.
Cricket is not fair if you're the bowler, if that is 4 runs, right? He's totally done the batsman. And it's not one of those 4s that's like gone off the, that Sanju didn't bother catching earlier. It's not one of those 4s that just flown past somebody and gone for 4. It's completely squared him up. He's trying to hit the ball on the leg side. It's come off the edge. It's bounced once. It's gone straight to Bhuvi on the rope, who has had 3 attempts at stopping the ball from going for a very to the boundary. And the net result is 4. And these people are now annoying me, right? This is Easter Sunday. I could be doing many other things, and I'm watching highly paid pro athletes constantly drop the ball and misfield it, and I'm getting angry.
Yes. So Naveen
Stop
PD
it,
comes in
everyone.
with a super chat, and he says CSK has the most imbalanced bowling attack this IPL. I think I agree with you as well. I mean, Lucknow are looking really solid now, are they not? With the Indian pacers bowling like absolute guns. The way Shami bowled today, dude, his opening spell, and Prince Yadav looks like a handful. I mean, he's a proper bowler. They've got Digvesh Rathi. So that was the other team I was not sure about coming in because, you'd never know for sure which bowlers of them are fit to what extent, and they didn't have Hasaranga either. And that goes for a 6 for Sanju Samson. He'll be pleased to get that one away. And yeah, I think you do have a very valid point. Although, I still think Sunrisers might have a worse bowling attack. I know they had like a couple of decent games after the first horror one against RCB, but somehow their bowling attack does not inspire confidence to me. With CSK, I still feel like there's Noor and Khalil and Henry at their best can still get you polls early on. So their death bowling is a concern, but I know right now nothing seems to be going right for them. So who knows? On form, perhaps they are the most imbalanced. What do you think?
Yeah,
Rob?
I think they. It's easy to say so because they're playing now and they're playing rubbish.
And that's
Sanju
another wicket.
nicked off.
Samson goes. Jacob Duffy gets his second. He's having the time of his life at RCB. Just a couple of months ago, like just the last few months, we were all talking about Jacob Duffy getting tongued in India. But something's going right at RCB that everybody who comes here, it used to be the opposite, right? Whoever left RCB performed, and now everybody who joins RCB is somehow at their absolute best. They're giving career best numbers, whether they're old, whether they're young. Doesn't matter what it is. And that is essentially the game, I would honestly have to say, because even if someone plays an absolute blinder from here, you needed that. Samson had to go on and on, play the innings that Sudarshan did yesterday, right? I know not at the same clip because this is a higher target, but play innings of similar volume so the other guys can hit around him. But now, dude, I mean, 3 wickets early on. RCB again get 3 power play wickets, so they're looking primed.
If somebody gets 100 or 40 here, they still probably lose, right? That's where we've got to.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that is absurd. But that's where we are now. So they've just
honestly, like, who are their batters left, right? They've got Shivam Dubey and they've got Karthik Sharma, who I believe will be subbed in.
He's in
I believe
now.
if he hasn't already been subbed in.
Karthik Sharma's in now. Yeah, he's batting number
So
5.
he's their other batter. They've got Karthik Sharma and they've got Shivam Dubey, and then they've got Prashant Veer, Jamie Overton. It's not looking great, guys, is it? Like, it's honestly looking very dire for them right at the moment. And they've sent in Karthik, which I think is fair. You don't want to expose Dubey early on with the bowling that these two are doing, and it does feel like they're going to get a wicket. They're going to go for a few, but they're going to keep taking wickets. 1 wicket every over so far, and they are on 3 for 30 after 3 overs. Very symmetrical score for some weird reason, but
it's been an extremely eventful first 3 overs because they should now be 6 down, and it should be about 18 for 6 if anyone can feel properly, but it isn't. So Duffy's bowled very well. He bowled the half tracker and was like, that's not the right answer, so I'm going to bowl test match length. And that's basically what you have to do early here, because it's nibbling, right? It's doing a bit off a good length. So he's just bowling good length balls outside off stump, which is what Boovi was doing. And Boovi could have had Sarfraz already because he's been dropped. But look, the next ball he bowls, he knows what to do. But this is what 200 IPL wickets gets you, is the experience to work out conditions and know what to do. And right now, you've just got to land it on a good length. The pitch is nibbling a bit, and let the pitch do the work for you. When it stops, because it massively stopped doing stuff in the first innings, you then have to come up with different plans. And Chennai had no plans whatsoever. They now need 13 and over here. And it's the argument. I would never do this, right? I would always, as Sarfraz goes up and over and gets a boundary. I would never do this. Chennai should still try and win this game, but there comes a point where the 90 all out, which is reasonably likely, really hurts them net run rate wise.
Correct.
Got a super chat here, Cheyenne.
Yeah, so Sham Nair 8, thank you for the super chat. He asks, if we put one PSL team in this current IPL league, how do you see them going? I'll be honest, I have not been following the PSL much at all, so I don't think I'm primed to comment on this and the strength of their team. So Rob, if you have any takes.
Well, I'm not going to get drawn into talking about geopolitics and stuff because I'm not qualified. I don't know enough about it, right? Yeah. I just don't. And I've watched quite a lot of the PSL down the years, but I've never given it my full attention, right? I've never done a whole tournament as a gambler. So when I do a whole tournament as a gambler, as I always do with the IPL and have done with all the big bashes, I know everything. I'm really qualified to talk about it because I have to know everything for my job and for my gambling, right? So I know all the players, I know all the teams, I know how they set up and all that. Whereas I don't have that level of knowledge in the PSL. I think because of cricket and because of where we are between India and Pakistan and the ICC and politics and stuff, it's a complete mess now that the PSL happens at the same time as the IPL. The PSL isn't even on TV in the country that I live in anymore. Like, it's not on telly. And it used to be on telly all the time, and it was good times to watch it, and they had good players playing and all this sort of thing. As Bovey bowls a bad ball, which is put away over the leg side by
that
South
deserves to go for
six.
a-
So, but to answer the question, if I don't really understand how the auction works when you've got guys basically sacking off the PSL to play in the IPL if they get called up for it.
Exactly.
So it's an impossible question to answer if we don't know who's allowed to have which players, right? But I've watched PSL games that have been superb. I've watched PSL games that have been very high standard, just like I have in the IPL. But I've also seen shockers, where everybody's diving over the ball and misfielding. And I saw a final over, I think it was last season, they were chasing something like 14 off the last over, and they absolutely shouldn't have chased it. But there was 4 drop catches and loads of misfields and everywhere, and they got over the line. It was one of the funniest last overs I've ever watched. There was 2 or 3 years ago extremely high level players playing in the PSL. I don't think that's the case now because of this the sort of 2 fingers up to the IPL saying we're just going to play at exactly the same time, and everyone in Pakistan is going to watch this, and they're maybe not going to watch the IPL or whatever. Cricket fans want to watch cricket, right? Us neutrals, we don't really care what country anybody's from. It doesn't mean anything to me. I want to watch cricket. I want to watch good cricket. It's a shame that those 2 tournaments can't exist in the same cricket space, but I hate the amount of franchise cricket that's on. I hate it, and I hate all these tournaments that are popping up everywhere. It's too much for the players. It's too much for the quality. So as a result, the quality of cricket has suffered loads because the good players have to play way too much, and they have to travel way too much, which makes them tired when they do play. And then you get lots of inferior ones playing on the TV for money because they've just decided they're going to do another tournament in the Cayman Islands or in wherever else they want to do it in. There's another tournament on in Abu Dhabi or Sharjah's hosting another one, and I'm bored of it. I've seen too. There comes a point where you don't need to watch. You don't need to watch cricket absolutely constantly. Like you don't need to watch 3 games every day. There are other things to do in life than watch cricket.
So to just answer the question, I still believe. I mean, would you say
They
the
finished
10th best team in the
above
IPL?
Lucknow. That's where they finished. They finished just above Lucknow. If you put a good
The best team in the PSL?
Finishes just above Lucknow in the IPL.
Just above Lucknow. But then Lucknow, with their bowling attack, are looking certainly much better. And if their batting clicks, who knows? So, point being, I think actually a good PSL team would be when Lahore Qalandars got on a bit of a run. They had Shaheen, they had Rashid Bode doing pretty well. I believe if that team at their best, if obviously with the player availabilities and everything in a hypothetical scenario, things could be a lot different. But yeah, it's obviously a step down, right? With the Indian players not playing in the PSL for obvious reasons. And I think it's more than fair with the geopolitical tension between the 2 countries. And the point being that, and so many other players, like the overseas slot, they keep going up. Like whoever doesn't get to play the IPL is eventually ended up playing the PSL, right? Because it's both happening at the same time. So I just feel like for that reason, they can't really compete. And another thing is Pakistan's T20 cricket has fallen off a cliff. Big time. Like even 3 years back, you would say they are a solid T20 team. 3 to 4 years back, they made the finals in 2022. After that, like in any white ball cricket, honestly, their stocks have dropped massively. I would say they just do not. This World Cup, I would still say they looked like a decent enough team. They made the Super 8s. They did threaten a little bit, but it's been a dire situation, honestly.
Yeah, Pakistan cricket comes and goes. They have so many good players. It looks to me like the batting is struggling and the bowling is tired, is how I would sum up Pakistan cricket at the moment. But also, like a lot of boards, England's board, for example, just makes horrendous decisions, whereas Pakistan's board from the outside looks to be changing people all the time. There's so many comings and goings with the people that make the decisions that it gets.
We know why that is, right? There is so much like army control in that country that everything is going by them. Basically everything is run past them, and there is absolutely nothing in it for the players. Like they basically have to be, it's like they're corporate employees, and now they've started this new ridiculous thing of getting them fined. Like how are you fining players? Come on, that honestly that makes no sense. Like absolute nonsense going on there. So too much politics. The way they've treated Imran Khan. I mean, if we just go on and on about Pakistan, it's a different story altogether with the amount of flaws and lots of things that are going on there. But let's not go there, and let's go back to the super chat by Rudra Patel, who asks, Noor is bowling like current Rashid Khan. What do you think about that? Do you think he's going a bit too fast? Maybe? Or short?
Yeah, maybe. I
Short.
think it's the pitch. The pitches aren't suiting him. He got 24 wickets in the IPL last year, no?
Yeah, he was
and
very
he
good.
looked absolutely brilliant. A lot of that was because it was turning at Chennai a lot of the time. And if there's turn in the pitch, Noor is an absolute demon. And if there isn't, he just bowls sort of 60 miles an hour, not very threatening deliveries. And there are more and more great pitches. Duffy keeps bowling the same ball, and there's nobody protecting the leg side boundary. So he's just banging in short balls that are going down leg. And Sarfraz is just swatting them away as if it's the easiest thing in the world. I don't understand the plan this over at all. He's done it like 4 times.
Yeah.
He's bowling short balls that are angling sort of
And that's a no ball.
middle stump. And it's a no ball as well. Well done. This is a rubbish over from Duffy. Looks like there's no plan.
Front foot no ball.
Quite a big one as well. Poor effort.
So I think the issue with Rashid Khan, at least for me, is that he's started bowling a bit too shorter. And if that is the case for Noor, it will be worth seeing. I mean, it's obviously a very small sample size right now, so it's hard to make any big claims. But we'll be on Noor watch, then we'll see what he's up to this IPL and how the pitches and all suit him. Because Chepauk doesn't spin anymore, does it? That is the big thing. The idea behind it, they got Noor, they got Ashwin, they had Jadeja the last IPL after the mega auction, and the idea was that the wickets are going to spin and they're going to win all their games as they always do. But that did not happen at all, and they were nowhere.
That's the thing with Chennai is before the season, people ask me, what do I think about Chennai? And I kind of always say with Chennai, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's gonna turn up, because you never know with Cheaport what you're gonna get ground wise. As Kartik has just hit one extremely high in the air, and the thing is, Duffy is bowled and over there where he has no protection at all on the leg side, and the 2 bats have just gone, all right, well, what we'll do then is we'll hit every single ball over the leg side because there's no one there. And they've scored how many runs did they get that over? That was the easiest over of batting I think I've ever watched. And it's a team that's on toast.
That feels
3
like
down,
at least 20 plus runs. Yeah, 23.
Three down early, and they've got a guy that's getting wickets for fun bowling. And he just bowled everything either halfway down or on the leg side with no protection, and they just went, all right, then if you're going to do that as good as Duffy must have been feeling, that was an awful over of bowling. That was absolutely rubbish. And
both Bhuvi and him, actually, they've had a couple of bad overs now. Actually, since the wicket fell, they've scored 34 runs of the last 13 balls. So CSK have sort of recovered from the situation that they were in, so maybe it's not going to be as dire as getting 90 all out or something like that. Obviously, I mean, it has to be an absolutely horrendous effort for them to get there, but yeah, winning is still massively out of the question, I would still say. But who knows? I mean, if these two keep batting for like at least 5 overs and they put up 120 for 3, then maybe we have a game. It's still going to be very tough, right? I mean, even if they make 120 for 3 in 10, I think 130 with the batting that they have to come after this, it will be very, very tough. I feel like it's basically done. Yeah, did you see the bat?
yeah, it just flew out of his hands, didn't it? It's it looks pretty humid out there.
Did that ball bounce a little less, that first one? Unexpected?
I don't know. They're just teeing it now, aren't they?
Yeah, that goes for a 4. Yeah, there's a question from Blue Eagles 2021. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, CSK will need a Gaikwad masterclass. Clearly, we did not have that to get anywhere near the over par score RCB get on this pitch. Particle looks good to do a Rizvi. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, these two actually have been on quite the roll in the last few games, have they not? But yeah, Particle is more battle hardened in the IPL. He had one good season at the start, then he had a slow innings, then he was not retained by RCB, then he had a mid time at Rajasthan, bad time with Lucknow, and then he reinvented himself and came back, right? Rizvi is still much early in his career. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how he shapes up. As I say, they keep calling him the right-handed Suresh Raina. So I'm very interested to see how he goes, because Chennai clearly got him for a lot of money back then, right? When the 2024
auction happened, they got him for before the mega auction. This is the auction before the mega auction. They got him for 8.4 crore Indian rupees, which means like that's just ridiculous stuff for a player of that class. And that
So-
is another four.
They're bowling slot balls into the pads to Sarfraz, and he has got the easiest 43 off 21 I've ever seen anyone get, because it's slot length every ball and it's angling into the pads every ball, and there's nobody at deep square leg. So he is just basically hitting the ball towards the square leg umpire over and over again for either 4 or 6, and yet they continue to bowl the same ball. Like, as I've said before, though, if you catch people, they can't score any more runs. And now he's gone the pie wide
that is a
outside off, and he's
good
belted that
shot.
away for 4.
That is a 4 from Sarfaraz. Brilliant shot.
Yeah. So he was on what, 5 when they dropped him, and now he's. I mean, they're not going to chase these, but he's getting them back into the game. They've got they're way
At least
ahead
the
of where
net run rate stuff
RCB
could
were.
be sorted. Yeah. So, Vignesh, if we have any other super chats, you could bring those up as well. I am no one 5 says, thank you for the super chat. He asks, can we please talk about Shami being out of ICT in all formats? I don't see any justifiable cricketing logic to it. He was world class today. It's a very fair point because he's just had a gun domestic season as well. And if he is someone that is getting the job done for you still, no matter how old he is, if he has a good IPL, I think that should put him right back into the conversation, at least for one-day cricket. I'm not saying you definitely take him to the 27 World Cup because that could be a bit risky, right? But the last tournament he played, the Champions Trophy, he got a lot of wickets and they won that tournament. So since then he has not played a game, and if he really keeps himself fit, and which he has, and he has kept, and he's still got the pace, right? It's not like he's slowed down massively or anything. I know he's not as fast as he used to be, but it's not like he's become significantly slower in my opinion. And if they just keep going on with it in this regard, what can happen is that you keep Shami for home tests as well, or the tests in Asia, because they've also lacked a bit of wicket taking threat from their pacers in that regard. So I do agree, you don't want to move on from your old pacers, old players, just because they feel like they're done, and Sarfraz gets a half century here. Just 24 balls. Dude, how many ridiculous knocks have we seen today? Everybody is just coming in and having a hit. That's like, whoever has been in for a fair amount of time has done a good job, I would have to say. And yeah, I think what are your thoughts on Shami? Do you think India should at least keep him in the scheme of things? I'm not saying we play him every game, but surely if he's giving the performances, you get him back in the scheme, in the setup.
Yeah, he warrants it. It depends what you do as the kind of management group. Crunell's into the attack now, by the way, as the management group, because he's 35
on paper,
and he's had long injury layoffs throughout his career. There's an argument that you just plan for the future. You need to plan for the future because Bumrah's not going to keep bowling forever. You can probably get one more tournament out of him, Shami, or maybe 2. But how long is he going to last realistically? And he has had the good stuff when he's come back, particularly at the very start of the innings. What did he get today? 2 for 9 off 4 overs. If conditions
suit,
like
18 dots, I think.
If conditions suit Shami, he is unplayable. If he can get it swinging. Sarfraz is stumped.
And Sarfraz, Krunal does his job. Sarfraz gets out first ball right after the power play. Had to go for it. I mean, they really did not have much of a choice but to keep going after it. I know they're still going fine in terms of the run rate, but they've lost so many wickets. And this is a big, big blow. And now it sets them back a fair bit, does it not, Rob? Like, in terms of net run rate, this innings could have been, like, if he made this a 45 ball ton, we would be having a different conversation about the net run rate. Now things are much, much different. And this one was not as fast from Krunal. It was 90.9, which I would say it's low for a player of that class. And actually he gets stumped. So he did. Even Sarfraz perhaps thought that he can take it on and use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, but he did not. And that is out. And a 200 strike rate from Sarfraz, 200 strike rate 50 from Sarfraz. I am very impressed. I know even in domestic cricket, Robbie has been talking about a lot about Sarfraz and the need to play him and how CSK utilize him. His best work in the Syed Mushtaq Ali came at number 3. So the higher up he bats, I think the better off they are. Although he did do a job as a finisher too. So I mean, it will be interesting to see how things go.
Well, he kind of was a number 3 today, considering where he came
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Entry points.
I am not going to count that knock as something that is career defining for anybody or
No.
particularly brilliant or whatever. I think he got a lot of bad balls
Yeah, that's also true.
that
But
he
he
put
batted
away,
well. I thought he
and he
looked
was also
fine.
dropped when he was on 4. So a lot of top quality batsmen would have scored 50. And the thing is, if everybody gets 50 off 25, they don't win.
True.
They
That is
don't
very fair.
chase these. They need to get 250 off 120. So he is below par for this chase for 50 off 25. As mad
Big
as that
standards for
sounds,
this
that's where
chase.
we've got to
Yeah.
in cricket now. So Shivan Dubey has come in to face Crunell. I don't know what he's going to do. Like, he should try and hit every ball for 6, which is what he did the other day when they were under it, when he came in the first innings. He should try and hit every ball for 6, but let's see what he does. Here's his first ball.
And
It's a
he
massive
goes for
break.
it. No time wasted, as Ravi Shastri says on comms. That is the 6 of the very first ball. And we have another super chat. Thank you so much. Jerry Bancroft 9773. He says, current CSK are like the Florida Panthers in the NHL. I am so sorry, I do not follow the NHL, so I am not, an expert to comment on that. Rob, do you have any experience, any idea?
Nope.
None whatsoever. I'm so sorry.
I love the
guys, then
sport, but I don't have time to watch it, so I don't know what they get up to. I assume there's loads of comings and goings that they're shuffling the pack or the squad's changing or whatever. But sorry, no, I
not
don't know.
transitioning well is my guess then. If you would
I
like
like
to
the
elaborate
sport,
in the super chat, we're here to hear.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Crunell's bouncer here is hilarious.
Yeah, I love his bouncer, dude. That is a proper, option that he's got.
Dubey's
And
angry about it.
118.6. Did
That's
you
a
see the
great
change
ball.
of pace?
That's a great ball. Watch this ball back. It nearly took Dubey's head off as well. Like it's just gone past his left ear there. What a great ball that is. Now what's he going to bowl?
Yeah.
The same ball, which
Again.
Dubey respects.
Dubey's not Dubey's confused about how to handle this, I would say.
At
this
least
is fair.
at least Kartik Sharma knows he's not going to bowl the bouncer now.
Maybe he is. Who knows?
That's 256s, it says on the broadcast for Dubey in T20s. Good effort.
Solid stuff. He has actually gotten a lot better, would you not say? Like in the last 3 to 4 years, roughly. I know he had a bit of a lean period even within this good
Up the
period for him,
chimney.
but is that another wicket?
Yep.
And that is out. That is a simple catch, and actually not quite as simple. I mean, it goes pretty high up in the air, but you expect those to be taken, right? That if they drop that, even I am going to call that a drop catch, and Rob obviously would be mad if they drop that, but that is Chennai Super Kings 84 for 5 in 6.5 overs. Their run chase is going nowhere. Apart from Sarfaraz, nobody has looked the part, and as we said, even his effort, as good as it was under par for this run chase, which is what we are talking about.
It's crazy, isn't it? So that one was the reason why the catch looked more difficult than it was a really, really easy catch. But Jitesh suddenly started running in circles somewhere near where the ball was. And it was nothing like, just because he's got the gloves on, you don't go for the catch that's behind you. If it's an easy loopy one to the fielder that's standing there, just let him catch it, get out of the way. Luckily there wasn't a collision and nobody got silly there. But 5 down already. Who's going to come in now? Prashant Veer's in now.
Prashant Veer, I would imagine.
What he has a chance as a 20-year-old kid, what he has a chance to do here is show everybody what he's got, because they ain't going to win this game. His best in T20s, he's only had 8 innings. His best in T20s is 40. He's striking at 159, so he can play. What he needs to do here is show everyone what he's got, because, I mean, really, with Chennai certainties to lose this game, he's playing for his IPL future to a certain extent here. So let's see what he's got. Because this pitch, as we know, as we saw in the first innings, doesn't half flatten out towards the back end.
Yeah. Is there a case to be made that they went a bit too hard? I mean, they kind of had to with the run chase, but would you say that was... they had to do that?
I think so. I think you have to go for it, don't you?
Yeah. That's also fair. And to be fair, on the runs, they have not done too badly. They're ahead of RCB on runs, but that's 4 more wickets, and that is obviously going to set you back in a big run chase. So Abhay asks a question, and thank you for the super chat. He says, Rob, what does your work at Decimal involve? So even I was asking you the same question very recently. You can elaborate.
Everything. So when I got fed up with gambling for a living because I couldn't get enough betting accounts was basically it, and I got tired of chasing money and people running off with money and all sorts. It was very, very difficult to actually make a living from gambling. Like you're not allowed to make a living from fixed odds gambling anymore. So you can on the exchanges because there's no limit to what you can bet, but you can only bet on who's going to win the match and how many runs they get in the first innings. And there's loads and loads of clever syndicate people on there. Hundreds and hundreds of the cleverest mathematicians in the world are on there, and I'm not going to beat them. Coming into it as an old man when I've been doing fixed odds stuff for 25 years. So I couldn't make a living gambling because I couldn't find a way of getting bets on to win enough to support my family. So I got a job with Decimal a few years ago, probably 4 years ago or something. And I was running the trading team, which is like they have 50 guys that set odds on thousands and thousands of cricket matches around the world every year. We're up to 10,000 games, I think we're doing in 2026. And we'll cover every level of cricket from the top to stuff that you've never heard of and I've never heard of, to be quite honest with you. Tournaments all over the shop. And we have 50 guys that set the odds on those. And I was advising them on how to go about trading. They've not bowled to their field, have they? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
And this is the sort of stuff when you've won the game already. This is the sort of stuff you should be practicing. It's like, right, let's set fields, let's have plans, and let's let the bowlers do what they're meant to do. Anyway, so I've done a lot of work with traders, try and bring on new people, and give them whatever benefit there is of my masses of experience with gambling. And then now I do loads of integrity work because as you go down these leagues, it can be quite tempting for people to get into the nefarious stuff. There's lots of horrible characters lurking around at lower level cricket that are trying to get people to bowl deliberate bad overs that go for runs so they can bet on them, all that sort of stuff. So I'm doing whatever I can to help clamp that out because obviously cricket dies if it isn't clean, and we want to keep the game as clean as possible. So I do lots of work around that. Various other boring stuff that you have to do when you're work your way up a company that I'd rather not do, but reports and boring crap like that, as Abhinandan bowls a complete and utter full toss filthy pie that Dubey drills down the ground for 4. But what I like doing the most is watching cricket and talking to people about it, and I get to do that for a lot of my job, so that is definitely a good thing. What a horrible ball that is.
Yeah, I mean, that had to go for 4, right? Like, this is the sort of ball where even if you've lost the game, there is absolutely no hope and all of that, you still put that away. Like, it's almost like a moral obligation to put that one away for 4.
Definitely. Yeah, that's the sort of ball that Dubey gets 4 off when he's fast asleep in bed.
Abhinandan is interesting because when we were all looking at the teams ahead of this tournament, we all were expecting that Mangesh is going to start for them because he's a left-hander and he is also someone who can bat a bit. And he has not quite started yet. Maybe the reasoning is that they want their first change bowler to be someone that can be more hit the deck and fulfill that sort of a role, which they tried to do in the first game. I don't quite think he had a great game even in the first effort that he had. But the idea is he's not going to take the new ball anyway. And even if they play Mangesh, they're not going to give him the new ball. So maybe his effectivity drops a bit. So let's see how many games. I would still say you back the player you pick in the first place. At least I actually saw this on Twitter today. I can't remember who said this off the top of my head, but someone was basically like, you drop a player when they have 3 horrible games or 5 average ones, which I think makes a lot of sense for guys like these that have just come into the setup, right? You don't want to judge too soon.
So
and you're picking them for a reason, right? For their form in the nets and stuff.
The thing that jumped out at me when I did my brief work, to be honest, on Abhinandan before this tournament, because I didn't think he would play, so I don't spend loads of time doing numbers on people I don't think are going to play.
Exactly.
It surprised me that he's playing. But then when you do his numbers, you're like, well, he hasn't played any T20s of note since September 2024. He was playing in the Uttar Pradesh stuff. He's not played any. So how am I supposed to I unfortunately, I've not been out as Krunau is persisting with bouncers. and it's been hit directly to a
Good
fielder.
shot from
It's
Prashant
been hit
Bhat.
at a fielder, directly at a fielder, and it's gone straight through his body. So
Yeah.
RCB are now
Bad fielding, but yeah, I still
fielding
think
with-
like he picked the like he hit it well if you think about it, did he not? Because it bounces a bit too high, but yeah, you have
smooth,
to
I
stop
think.
that.
So why are they fielding with holograms instead of actual humans in this second innings? They're just doing it to annoy me. Now, Cronell's bowling has been quite effective so far with his 2 for 12, whatever it is. He doesn't need to keep bowling the bouncer. Fielders just need to wake up a bit, because it could come down to with basically a lot of teams about the same level in this IPL. It could easily come down to net run rate, who makes the playoffs.
For sure.
99 for 5 off 8.2 is not a scoreline you see very often.
Very. I think actually
Bouncer?
that is a proper bouncer, guys. Proper bouncer. How fast was that? Please show me the speeds. 118.4. I thought it was faster than that. His fastest apparently was 126 so far in this spell, which is ridiculous stuff. And he's gone fast, low, fast.
That's like 76 miles an hour or something. So that last ball was 73 miles an hour. He's now double.
And he was the bouncer again. Oh man.
So
Slowly, I
he's-
think Krunal's
he's just
bowling
having fun.
his bowling is becoming the second most watchable thing after Vaibhav Suryavanshi batting. If he's not doing this Lingam stuff, is it not? Get him to
I mean,
bowl
that's
bouncers.
crazy. What's he doing? Trying to bowl as many different deliveries as he possibly can.
But that also requires a lot of practice, and he's clearly been working on his stuff, right? Like he's reinventing his game. He knows that being a defensive spinner in the IPL is hard now because batters take risks versus everyone. And so the fact that he's been on it, I mean, even for Lucknow, if you look at his numbers, he didn't take a lot of wickets for them, but he was very, very economical. And he was the classic none for 24 in 4 overs bowler. Thank you very much. That is the level you expect from him. And today, and in fact for RCB in general, he's been quite the wicket taker, which is an interesting transition. And I am also going to be interested to see how they bring Suyash into this game, if at all. Like they maybe want him to, they want these guys to take risks of him and, you know, lose their wickets and get their NRR boost. But if you are RCB, how many runs are you aiming to win this by at least? I would have to say at least 70 to 80.
Yeah, you're trying to roll them as quick as you possibly can as Jubei gets a lucky 4 directly behind him off the bouncer. Such a mad game of cricket, this. Like this inning, they're 109 for 5. Are they? 109 for 5 off 9. 105 for 5 off 9. I don't even know what the bloody score is. 105 for 5 off 9 overs. And they could easily be all out by now. Nobody's fielded properly. Duffy bowled one of the worst power play overs that anyone's ever bowled. They're going to win anyway. It's just a ridiculous game of cricket. I think to answer your question there, Cheyenne, I don't know. Like you want to win this as quick as you possibly can.
Yeah.
So I would bowl my gun bowlers now and try and get rid of Jubei. And you're in, you know, you got Overton in the tail then, right? There's nothing after Overton, is there?
Absolutely.
So yeah, try and get your net run rate as good as you possibly can, and you know, get yourself in the bar afterwards or whatever, because they've got Henry, Cambodge, and Noor is what you've got after Overton. So wickets is what I'm looking for here. So what they don't appear to be doing is like basically Krunal bowled a bit of a joke over then. He was like, I'm going to bowl normal ball, bouncer, Kedar Jadhav, bouncer again. Then I'm going to, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's
Get
mixing it up,
plans.
dude. Like 118, 91, 118 for the first 3 balls.
Get plans,
That just
get
tells you.
fields, get them out, get the game won, right? Do it properly. It's funny, to be fair. Like if I was sat at home watching this,
So no, I just think like what they're probably looking to do is just get them to force a mistake, like by doing all of this different sort of stuff, right? Like they are going to take risks anyway, and even if you bowl bounces, what might just happen is they get a top edge off and you get a wicket. I think it's just him trying to do that. Maybe he's overdoing it. Who knows? Time will tell us that. But Kaushal Talapadi, thank you for the super chat. He asks us if they should sub in a pacer RCB. That is a tempting option, actually. You know, who are their impact subs for pacers?
It'd be Rasik Salam, wouldn't it?
Ooh, I quite like his bowling, actually. You know,
I do. If he's fit, I don't know how fit he is, because I thought he might get in their team anyway. I saw enough of him. It's also his birthday. I saw enough of him last couple of years to think that he has something, right? His numbers don't look all that. He's going at 10
He
and a
bowls
half.
the tough overs, Rob. I mean, obviously he's going to have high economy rates, right? He's done some good work for Delhi, I would say. That 2024 season, I was very impressed. Especially against, I believe, even against RCB, I think he had a good game at the Chinnaswamy. So, two good teams that Mumbai were trash that season actually, but I mean, he's done it against two big teams in the tournament where everybody was going after runs. So, there is maybe something there. Let's see what happens.
I like the shout though. As they go back to Abhinandan for his third. Yeah, Overton next. So what score do you think they finish on here? Could be anything. Could be any number.
170, I think.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, if they win this by 70 to 80 runs, as someone who is an RCB supporter have said that many times, I would take that. But it can be done sooner, right? It's a matter of one wicket. Like, if they just get Dubey out right here, they can possibly mop it up by less than 150. So, who knows? I think actually, Patidar has shown pretty solid captaincy like since the last season, has he not? He has this thing where he looks to chase wickets, unlike some other captains. I mean, Gaikwad is the other example right in front of us, right? He does do that. But also, I remember the CSK game last time where RCB won in Chepauk, and what happened then was that CSK actually ended up getting a few at the end that they perhaps shouldn't have. So it will be interesting to see what happens today, how much of a net run rate equation comes into the picture.
Yeah, there's like a game within a game now, isn't it? Because we all know what the result is. So it's what do they do? I'm just looking to see if Jube's got any interest in middle over numbers. Not massively. Offie's actually keep him quiet. In the middle overs, according to my numbers, strike rate 122 against right arm off break. Lefties he gets rid of. But the big stat that everyone gets wrong about Jube is that everyone thinks that he's this spin destroyer and he doesn't play pace very well. Since 2023, and all my numbers here, his strike rate against spin is 151 and his strike rate against seam is 156 and his average is about the same. He's actually averaging more against seam. So this whole he's only a basher of spin is nonsense. He's actually better against seam bowling in the last 3 or 4 years.
I'll tell you why that is the case, right? I'll tell you, you're right, and even the true values I think support that he actually for CSK his true strike rate versus pace is better than it is versus spin. Some of that is because they are so spooked to bowl spin to him, they just get junk pace, and he can destroy junk pace. We all know that very well. But against good high quality paces, you still, like if he's facing the best pacers in the world, you're not going to back him, right? You're not going to expect that he's going to get you out of jail many times. I know he's evolved himself as a batter. He's definitely improved against pace too. But I still think at his best, it's the aura that we talk about, right, with Shivam Dubey, that teams are so scared to bowl spin. It happened in the T20 World Cup in 2024, actually, if you remember, where Australia were just not bowling spin to him. Like, they were so scared of what he's going to possibly do. And he was not having a great World Cup, right? After a great first half of the IPL, he tapered off a bit, and then he wasn't in form in the World Cup. And then finally, is that out? Did he make that?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. That is out.
Wow. What a take. What a great catch.
Finally,
bloody hell.
That is something
you don't see that very often. So good ball, right? It's carved Jube in half. Good ball, we've got to say that. But Jitesh is going the wrong way, and then he's dived back, stuck a glove out, and plucked it. And this is brilliant, right? It's I don't know why Jube's standing there, because this is a properly good catch. And believe me, I don't say that very often. That was great. He actually did really well to hold on to it after his elbow is bouncing on the floor as well. Please be a catch after I've said all that. yeah, he's gone. That was superb.
No, he's given it out. Yeah.
What a great catch. And that will do Abhinandan's confidence the world of good, won't it? Because like I said earlier, it's kind of game within a game now that we've got guys playing for their futures for the rest of this. So people like Prashant Veer, he will probably have a bit of a net now, but I hope that he lights up at some point. I hope that he just tries to show us what he can do, because he's playing for his future here. Like Overton marshaled them pretty well, just knocking it around for his 46.
Exactly.
So what do Chennai do here, Cheyenne? Do they try and score 160? Which 160 they will get easily if they want.
160 you meant the score, yeah.
on this deck. Do they just push the ball around and score the 160 that will be offered to them, or do they try and smack it and give the crowd a bit of entertainment?
I suppose they at this point they know that they're not going to win this game, right? I think now with Dubey out, the net run rate is the main thing, and you try to reduce the deficit as much as you can. Honestly, this game is too far gone, right? Like 14.3 runs and over, they're not going to chase that many with the amount of wickets they've got left, and with the strength that's there. So Sham has a question for you, and would you like to take this one? It's aimed at you.
This
directly.
one, what's the orange fizz drink I have during these Watchalong? Today, I stole this from my mother-in-law's house where we were doing an Easter egg hunt before. This is called San Pellegrino Aranciata, which I assume is Italian orange fizzy drink. I can't afford to be drinking this stuff. This is high-level posh drink. So now that we've just shown it on a watch-along where there's several million people watching, I expect lots of cases to be sent directly to my office of that stuff. But normally, I have a terrible addiction to diet cola drinks. Terrible addiction to it because of the caffeine, which keeps me going when I work 100 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's what it is. What is my bet win? So when I'm betting fixed odds, which is betting against people like Bet365 who don't let you bet ever anymore. They've died. Bet365 and Ladbrokes again don't let you bet. Those sort of people, high street bookmakers in the UK, I would expect to win 15-20% ROI, which sounds really impressive. But when they don't let you put a bet on, it's actually really difficult. Do you know what I mean? But as Suyash has been subbed in for Padikal here, so he's going to roll his arm over. But yeah, the betting stuff, it's I'm very qualified, I think, to know what value is, which is and that's the whole game of it, is being able to work out. So Cheyenne, you'd be able to do it. You'd be able to work out what the percentage chance of something happening is based on loads of stats, right? That's what it is. And then the bookies put out their percentage stats. Their percentage number, and I go, well, I think their one's wrong and my one's right, so I'm going to bet. And that's basically what it is. And over a long period of time, that one turned quite a lot, his first ball, Suyash, into the pads of Overton. Over a long period of time, I will definitely beat them because they're not very good. But I can't get bets on, so I don't win any money. It's a catch-22. Cheyenne, there, you're awesome at sending in these chats, though, by the way, mate. I remember you from last year, so thanks.
So he also asks if you are a George Carlin fan. I had to Google that one. I didn't have an idea who he is. What about you?
I know who he is. I think he's like
Stand-up.
a comedian who's like quite outspoken about loads of stuff and has loads of opinions. But I don't know what those opinions are, so I don't know whether I am or not. I'm guessing because you mentioned him, he says the sort of like gets angry about things like I do. But I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'll watch 10 minutes of him later on and come back to you about that because I don't really know. I bet Jared knows who he is.
He seems to be a dark comedy guy. Just looking at his Wikipedia,
Seems like the sort of thing that I would like.
maybe that's why he recommended that.
Ball is, as we watch the 48th misfield of this innings, roll away
that?
to the boundary.
It was
that was
Abhinandan, I think.
Yeah, it was Abhinandan, yeah. Yeah, so fielding with holograms doesn't work. So AI cannot replace fielders. It might be able to replace lots of things, but it definitely can't replace fielders. So turn the holograms off, put the humans back, and they would have scored 30 runs less by now if anyone could field in this team. And that is going to decide one of the knockout games, by the way, fielding. Trust me, it will do. It always does.
I do think like generally RCB are a decent fielding team. Like last year, I think they fielded well. Like they were not. I don't think they were like outstanding, like a New Zealand at their best or something like that. But they did fine, or South Africa at their best. But they were fine. Like they were not bad. I think with fielding, what I believe is you shouldn't be worse than par. If you are at par, I would take that honestly. Like I get the fact that you like as Robbie was saying in the chat that we were having on the watch along, right, with him, that even as a professional cricketer, you're bound to have a few failures. I think that is why I'm okay to allow that much leeway. 80% for me is, I think 75 to 80% I'm fine with. Less than that gets concerning for me too. And more than the tough ones, you got to catch the easy ones, right? Like those, that is the absolute basic that Rob also keeps going on and on about. We have another super chat from Udeshya, thank you very much, who says, is CSK going through the MI 2021 to 24 phase? That is an interesting parallel because Mumbai actually do make the playoffs in 2023. It's no idea how they do it without Bumrah, but they do. They had insane batting that season. Green got lots of runs. Everybody chipped in. Sky had a gun season. So that was one good year for them in the middle. 2021, I believe they were mid-table-ish. 22 and 24, though, they were horrible. And they seem to have got some of it back in the mega auction. So it could be a similar case, although if you're looking at it, yeah, 24 CSK were also close to making the playoffs. They were mid-table. So 21 Mumbai and 24 CSK, I think, are comparable to an extent. 25 CSK would be like one of the bad MI seasons. And if CSK again have a bad season, then yeah, I sort of see the argument here, right? Where big star teams won lots of titles and then falling off a cliff. I mean, you follow football, right? You obviously know about Manchester United and what's been happening with them. Though, speaking of football, apparently Arsenal lost another trophy, which has again united all the football fans. It's always one of those things, right, where people just come in to, troll them in numbers. Doesn't matter who you support. Even guys like me who are absolute football casuals, they're all like, and I was just telling my brother who's like, he hates cricket, but he's absolutely into football. He's a Bayern Munich guy, so he watches lots of football all the time.
Okay.
And yeah, so I sent him the Arsenal one, and he was also just laughing at it.
I watched half an hour of that. They lost to Southampton, which is
they lost to quarters, right?
That's my dad's team, Southampton. So I got family from down there, and I
so
think
you're happy, I would assume.
Southampton were like 12 games unbeaten or something before yesterday, and Arsenal benched like 4 of their main starters, I think, and Southampton went 1-0 up, and then Arsenal brought all of those guys on. Then they equalised, and then Southampton went up at the other end and scored. So that was really, really fun.
Another thing, since we are already, this game is sort of gone, done and dusted, and we're just talking about random things. So, do you think Arsenal also have a chance to bottle the league once again?
It'd be funny if they did. They're so far ahead this time.
Yeah, 9 points is a bit much, right? And this is not the city of old, I would say. I don't follow it much, but
in years gone by, they've got themselves into winning positions and then buggered it up in recent history. And City usually finish like a runaway train, as Romario does what he always does and bowls an absolute dross that gets pummeled away for 6.
But he will get wickets too, Rob. You just wait.
Yeah, he's going to get 16 for 1 this over probably. But the thing about Arsenal this time is they've got themselves into a position where they basically won. They just need to turn up for the rest of the season because City aren't breathing down their necks by winning.
9 point difference, right?
City aren't the force they were in terms of being. There was one season where City beat Liverpool. What was that? 7 or 8 years ago now, probably, where City beat Liverpool and they needed to win like the last 12. As Romario bowls another absolutely dreadful ball, which is hit straight down the ground.
Overton is enjoying it.
I mean, I hate this sort of cricket. Like one farmer bowling to another, isn't it? And he's bowling him a bloody aubergine, and he's just stood there with a spade, just belting it over the barn for another 6. It's like, this is crap.
It's not even that fast, is it? Right?
This
if
is
you
crap.
go at that length and it's fast.
I don't want to watch this. I turn it off. I don't want to watch it. It's nonsense. It's just rubbish bowling. And somebody standing there without moving his feet with no technical skill whatsoever, just bludgeoning it back over his head for 6. Like, you can watch this in any back garden in the world if you like watching cricket. Like, you don't need to tune into the IPL to watch this. As Romario bowls another absolutely terrible short ball, which is put away for 4 because there's no fielders anywhere for that short ball. So don't bowl it there. What are you going to bowl next, Romario? Shorter and faster, and then he'll hit it even further for 6. And City won like the last 11 games in a row, and like I think Company scored a worldie in one of them to win 1-0 or whatever. But City aren't doing that right now. So Arsenal have actually mucked up quite a few games recently, but City haven't won their games in hand or their games at the same time to put them under the pressure. So it could be really close now if City had played ball, but they haven't. So I assume this is someone with absolutely bugger all football knowledge, by the way. I assume Arsenal get it done this time. But it's funny that they're not going to, they keep crashing out of all the other tournaments. I tell you what, I'd be very surprised.
Right? Everybody was mocking that.
I'd be very surprised.
That is good fielding. That is Kohli, right? Yeah, good fielding.
I'd be very surprised if Arsenal win the Champions League, put it that way. I'm not commenting on this over anymore. I'm bored of it.
Rob, what are your thoughts on that fielding? Good fielding, finally.
A good fielding by the fielder that stopped the ball. Was that Virat that stopped it?
Yeah, that was Virat.
So that's very good. And then he passes it to Patidar, who
Yeah.
actually did quite well to stop it with his ankle. All right, acceptable fielding. First bit of acceptable fielding in the inning so far.
Actually, if you have watched, like we've been watching this game for a while, right? Virat has seemed very missing in the field. Like we've somehow not had the camera on him. We've not had a lot of balls go to him either. Like if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you also feel that?
Yeah.
It's been that sort of a day.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, this is very easy batting conditions again now, like it was in the first innings.
But they've lost too many wickets. That's what I was telling you, right? When you lose that many wickets, and you know the wicket is going to get easier. Like I'm not saying they had no they basically had no choice but to go hard. But I think that Kronal over essentially, completely kills this game for them. Because at the power play, and if they don't lose wickets at that point, if they are 4 down at this point, things could be a lot different. I mean, they were probably still not going to win, but for net run rate, it could mean a whole lot. Could it not?
Absolutely, that is the game now. So I don't think it's the time that you just roll through random overs. You should try and get them out.
Just get your game main guys.
They're one wicket away from the tail here, right? So get at them. Get this wicket. And bowling over that's just gone for 20 or whatever it was that Romario did doesn't do your season any favours. So get proper bowlers on, try and get them out.
My guess is with Romario, their reasoning would have been that okay, he can go for a few, but in going for a few, he might just get a wicket, and that is essentially what they're chasing. But just get your proper bowlers now. I feel like that's true. So yes, is fair. I think you give him a go. You've just subbed him in. He's a spinner. He's not going to go for as many you would think, and you don't even have Dubey anymore to tong the spin. So I think that's all right. So this over, I will be interested to see what happens if they can get a wicket. That was a good ball.
Just seeing the bird cam view of the biggest 6 of this competition. Like getting it out of the ground at the Chinnaswamy is pretty impressive hitting, isn't it, Tim David?
Yeah. I would assume it's more than 100 meters.
Though, now. Veer's prodded around for his net and got 17 or 15. It's time for him to start lighting up. Because
either he needs to go.
If he ends this innings right, 30 not out of 30 balls, who cares? Like what's he proven to anybody? What's he done for his career?
He's
right?
not proven anything. Then my guess is what they could be thinking is that maybe Prashant Veer keeps going on till the end, so they don't get all out till the end of the 20 overs and just Overton at the end and can keep doing his thing. Who knows if that is the line of reasoning? I mean, let's see. I believe we have a few super chats. We can do a rapid fire with those. It's better to get all out swinging for NRR. What would you do right here, Rob? Like, do they aim for 180? It is very tough actually. Let's say 170 and go very slow and add a single here and there.
So
or do
the run line now, the median run line that the bookies have got up is in the 190s. That's what they think they're going to get. They think they're going to score 190 something. I would be lower than that because I think the all out is very likely. As whenever they get one, then going bang 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 after that is quite likely because when they've got Noor and the others batting, they should bring the Booth back and just try and get it one right and finish the game. I would be surprised if they got 190, but that's what the number is. They're basically saying they get another 53 here from the 7 overs. If they bat all the 7 overs, they'll definitely get another 53. They'll get 220 or whatever. For net run rate, you want to get as many as you can, basically. So how do you think you're going to do that? Being bowled out doesn't help you, does it, when you're for the net run rate? But I don't know.
For net run rate, they might just have to play normally. That's what I'm saying, because they don't have a choice now. If they lose a wicket here, the tail is exposed. So I think if they keep that in mind, maybe one of these guys keeps knocking it about and the other tries to hit while they can do it, I suppose. And then
I think Overton.
Maybe when it's completely hopeless, like let's say it's Prashant Veer, 28 not out of 28 there. They just need one more wicket to win. Then he can start swinging wildly, or even if they're 2 down for that matter, like even if they're 8 down for that matter. But I think right now they'll probably look to score as many as they can for their net run rate. Karthik catch was worse fielding than Sarfaraz drop. What do you think about that? I will leave that to you entirely.
Which catch?
I'm not quite sure which one he's referring to, the Karthik catch. When does Karthik drop? I'll look this up quick. I'm very bad with fielding, guys. For some reason, this is Rob Barron's alley completely, and I'll have a
I mean,
look still. I'll see.
I'm not quite sure which one you're referring to there, Kanish.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Did he drop a catch? I don't honestly remember. Because I can see
Here
on
comes-
Crickbuzz there's 2 drops, and obviously Rob has his bunch of extra drops added to the system. But Crickbuzz have basically got the Ruturaj drop and the Dubey drop as the drop catches in their system. I believe they don't count the Samson and Phil Salt one, which I believe was probably an easier one compared to the Ruturaj one, perhaps. But there's not much in it. Both of them were half chances for me. And the Dubey one was obviously a sitter, which he shouldn't have dropped at that point. And as we've seen now in this game, right, like if RCB lost a wicket there, anything could have happened, right? Like if the ball is doing a bit, you lose Kohli, and then maybe you lose a couple, you won't be as primed to score as much as they did, right? That's what happened with RCB. They kept putting partnerships all along, and that is a 6 for Prashant Veer. So
He's coming to play.
Yeah, he can play for sure.
So this is what I wanted to see from him. He set himself up now with the knocking it around, and that doesn't.
Correct.
No one's going to remember that if he just gets a run of ball innings. But if he hoofs every ball he faces to the fence now, then they'll be like, "Oh right, this guy is somebody that's going to get in our team from now on." Right? If he keeps doing this for a while,
Yeah.
He's doing his career the world of good. So he's gone past Overton all of a sudden with 10 off his last 2.
Yeah.
They've got 9 sixes now in this innings. They've still got a way to go to catch up the. They need 11 more to go past what they got, but he's another ball for 4.
Yeah.
Terrible last 2 overs this from RCB.
Yeah, dude.
Not last 2 from this end. I mean, the one before from Suyash was excellent. He only
Yeah,
went to 3.
that was a solid over. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But from this end, Romario got
Romario
pelted,
and
and now Cronell's
correct.
getting pelted from this end.
Yeah.
So Simon, the housewife's favourite poker dealer who worked for us a lot, or worked with us a lot, sorry, on Cricket 8, he has just told me that guy, Carlin, was it? Apparently he was in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures, which I've definitely seen. So I remember him from that. I've just Googled him. So I know who he is at least. And apparently I will enjoy his humour, so I will go and look him up. Can Cronell get out of this over without going for another boundary? He bowled a good ball there. That's the Kedar Jadhav round arm.
I said 70 to 80 runs. That would be good for RCB. I still hope they can do that. I would like be fine with that, more or less. Less than 70, and I think that's a bit of a waste. Like this is the sort of game where you bump your NRR up big time.
Kedar Jadhav comes into bowl again.
And that's a 4.
It's wide. It is edged. It is 4. Quite low quality cricket going on here.
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
It's filthy wide ball, just edge past the keeper, and away it goes for 4. Ball getting quite wet now, I think.
Yeah, I would assume there is some dew. Although if Saurabh was around, he can't possibly be around, guys. I mean, obviously, if he's at the stadium, there's no way he's going to set all this up. But if, let's say, he was on the chat and he was telling us what the dew is like, we would have an idea. But yeah, look, maybe you're right. Maybe it is the wet ball. Oh, what is that?
He may have just
Is
been
that
stumped
out?
off the bouncer.
I feel like his feet are inside. His foot is inside the back foot.
I know his hand's inside. I think his foot's outside the crease, but his hand is inside the crease. You don't see that very often. Yeah, he's got back in with his hand. His feet are completely outside of the crease. His bat is a yard away from the crease, and he has just plonked his left hand back and got in. So that was nearly a which what we've all come to see, a stumping off a Cronell bouncer nearly just happened.
We need that.
But Veer did amazingly well to put his hand down.
Smart stuff from him.
And stay in.
He's increasing his stock, is he not? If
Fun
he
ball
just
this.
has something
So-
people remember, they're going to keep playing him. This is good for
Full
him.
bouncer,
and the team.
excellent take from Jitesh. Veer is completely out of his crease, and he just slams his left hand down, and he's safe. Good effort. Yeah, like you say, Veer's stock is rising a lot here. He's gone what did he get? 18 off 6 that over, having been knocking it around for 19 off 18 before that. And Overton's come to play, but he did get to face Romario. So now Veer faces Suyash.
That will be interesting. He's just taken down spin.
I mean, I'll read out Blue Eagles' super chat there. Is Sarfaraz legit? Don't know, is he?
I mean, his recent stuff looks promising, right? He's just had a blockbuster, smart as well as Vijay Hazare. So maybe this is coming of age in wide ball cricket. I still feel we need to see a bit more at the IPL level. And obviously for the Indian team, it's going to be really, really hard to compete with all of the blokes that are in the team and outside it. And they don't even have Shreyas Iyer in their team, right? And he probably makes most teams in the world right now in the form that he is in. And I still think we need to see how he goes against both fast bowling and spin bowling this entire season. Probably work out a role that is perfect for him. And I'm definitely very excited for him. I think we were all talking about him in our chat, right? We all wanted to see how they're going to fit him in. And it seems they have for now. And if that makes them a better team, and with Brevis also coming back in, let's see what is the best that CSK can do with Sarfaraz if he has a good season.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like he's obviously been chopping it up in domestic cricket for relentlessly. Did he play SMAT? I don't know if he did. If he did, he didn't get many.
He was averaging 60, striking at like 200 something. He was going berserk
this year because I don't have him. I'm looking at everyone. I don't know how many runs he got. Then he can't have played that much because I'm looking at the top run scorers.
No, I'll tell you. Syed Mushtaq Ali 2024, 2025, 26. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't see his name.
Not a strange fit. I'll just look
as Veer just smashes Suyash straight back past him.
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Looking good now.
Yeah,
we're seeing something here, which is good. We're learning something that Veer's got some stuff.
Oh yeah, Sarfaraz is at 329 runs in 7 innings. Average of 66, strike rate of 203. Maybe you're getting confused because he's listed down as SN Khan, which I believe is
that's why I can't tell who he is. Thank you.
Fair.
So, that's pretty good then, isn't it? But there's lots of guys on that list. The thing that stands out there compared to everybody else is his strike rate. And he's going at 203, whereas, somebody who got 350 in 7, which is nuts, exactly 50 average, Chandela, is striking at 150. Now, 203 is a hell of a lot better than 150. And somebody like Dalal, who got 400 runs in his 10 innings, striking at 148. Do you know what I mean? But
Salil Arora is in 190
at the top, and he was going at nearly 200, wasn't he?
Yeah. His redemption started from there itself, right? Kumar Kushagra had a decent year. We just saw him play yesterday. Rahane actually had a solid year at the domestic level. We know that he keeps doing it for Mumbai, but at the IPL level, it's the post-power play stuff that's where lots of people have their question marks, and rightly so. It has become a bit concerning that KKR have to rely on him to regularly get the job done, and more importantly, teams just now know they can bowl spin to him in the power play. So if there is Finn Allen at the other end, he'll just knock the strike back and give it to him. But if Finn Allen is out, like anything can happen. Then if Rahane is not going at a good clip in the power play, that is concerning for KKR. 86 of 30, this game has dragged on a fair bit, dude.
So Boo's back now.
Yeah.
Shine, if you need to shoot off for a minute, no problem. I can talk the guys through
for
this.
a couple of minutes, I'll be back.
Sorab is shouting Rob at me. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because I've been moaning at the fielders too much. As Veer goes to an actual good catch from Patidar. So Boo comes back, proper bowler back, wicket first ball. Who would have thought it? Just bowls pretty routine delivery outside off. Veer goes after it. He played very well in the last 2 overs. He didn't have a look at Booth. He just attacked his first ball. He's driven it on the up, and Patidar has taken a very straightforward catch. Saurabh says, does this make up for all the drops? Absolutely not, because he definitely should have caught that. And all the people that dropped those other catches, they should have caught those. So Fleming's hand goes to his head. He has a lot of thinking to do with this Chennai team. But what Bhuvi has done there, he's removed the biggest danger of them smoking loads as we go to a tie break, because they need to think about what tactics they're going to have to get another 86 runs from 29 balls with no bats left. What he's done there is he's exposed the tail now, and so it's Nor, Cambodge, and Henry, which is not very much. Cambodge bats next. He can hold a bat, can keep an end up. What's he got in his first class career? He's got a first class 50, Cambodge. I thought he looked all right when he was knocking it around the other day with Overton, which he's going to do now. And Overton will be swinging like a rusty gate for the rest of this innings. He's already 27 off 11 2-4s, 2 6s. Question here from Kaushal, hope I'm pronouncing that right, or Kaushal. Is Fleming getting fired at the end of the season? Probably not. I think it's easy to say like Fleming's style of cricket doesn't work right now, but Chennai are in a huge amount of transition. Chennai are a team in transition now. Dhoni is on the way out. He's really, really old, and he's been an amazing servant, but the franchise has revolved around him, and to a lesser extent Jadeja. For a long time Jadeja's moved on, and Dhoni is, he's only good for 8 balls of junk pace hitting a game anyway. They've now got to do a total revamp of the franchise, of the Chennai franchise. They don't have the identity anymore. I've kept saying that you don't need 2 anchors in your top 3, so sort that out. They need to sort the overseas composition urgently, because they're turning up with 2 or 3 overseas and not knowing where to bat or bowl any of them, and they look like a mess. So I don't think he'll get fired, but they need to sort it out, don't they? Chennai need to sort out what they're about and what they're meant to be doing, because they've got murdered in this game. The scoreline of how they've scored 165 runs is almost exclusively down to RCB mucking about rather than them having any particular ability. It'd be interesting to see how Chennai develop, but they are missing. And, if you put Ellis and Brevis into this side, which they would both be in if they were fit, they become a lot better and a lot better balanced. They've got an actual death bowler who can. It doesn't mean that Ellis is going to be brilliant at the death in the IPL, because he looks great in the Blast and he looks great sometimes in the Big Bash, but the IPL is a big level up from those. It doesn't mean that Ellis is going to bowl 4 overs, 2 for 28 at the death every time, because he bloody won't. But if they had Ellis and Brevis completely transformed Chennai as a cricket team when he came in last season. He got the most runs, like 4 games out of 6 or whatever it was, and looked the business. They become a better team just by having their injured guys back. But there isn't a team in this IPL that hasn't got injury worries and overseas.
I mean, look at KKR.
Right,
They are down and out.
And none of the Aussie bowlers want to play or are allowed to play, as Bhuvi should get another one, but no one bothers catching it.
Which just reminds me, as I left the studio for a couple of minutes, and I just saw a great take, and I wonder what your reaction to that was. Were you like, yeah, job done, or were you impressed?
It was fine. He should have caught it, and he did catch it. And then they should have taken a catch off the next ball, but nobody did, and no one cares about that. Do you know what I mean?
That was a weird one. Yeah, you're right. I just even Cambodge can bat a bit, I believe, like not like a proper batter, but he can hold a bat at least.
Wide filth to Overton. Nobody there. 4.
Yeah.
This is frustrating me, because this should be over by now. And I'm watching relentlessly bad cricket everywhere.
Indeed. I mean, dude, RCB, like, obviously it feels like they're going just absolutely nonsense in the second innings with the fielding and stuff, but dude, they're looking like a really strong team, and with Hazelwood back in, are they just looking like the best team in the competition at the moment? After today, I feel like I'm tempted to say they are.
No ball, of course. Are RCB the best team?
Mumbai are strong on paper. I will give you that.
I think RCB are the best alongside Punjab so far for me.
Yeah, correct.
I think Punjab
Agreed.
have been a side that look to. They're not going to be passed by how T20s are played currently.
Yeah, for sure, for
Punjab.
sure.
They're set up really well. They've got lots
That's
of
what I
people.
was telling you, right? They've got options in every phase, and which is what
Yeah.
seems to be the case for RCB as well. They've got guys in every different part of the game, which some teams don't seem to be, ticking all of those boxes. And RCB and Punjab have done a solid job at that. Sham has a question for you if you would like to take that.
I think the warning labels on alcoholic beverages are too bland. They should be more vivid. Here is one I would suggest, as Cambodge plays a nice shot into the leg side for 2 if they can be
Go ahead,
bothered,
good
or
bat.
1 if they can't. Alcohol will turn you into the same asshole your father was. That's George Carlin. I'm going to look him up. I'm going to watch. I'll watch 10 minutes of him tonight when the family's in bed and see what he's about. He looks like he's quite a funny guy, but if he was in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, which I've not watched for a while, that's good enough for me to overlook. You seen that film, Cheyenne?
No, I don't think I quite have. I've
How
not
old are
even
you?
heard
You're
the
really
name of
young,
this
aren't
film.
you?
I'm 25.
Yeah, a bloody child. Right, okay. I mean, you probably weren't even born when that came out. This is unacceptable. So you won't have seen all the best films because you're way too young to have. You probably don't know what Bill and Ted is.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. I actually am not quite great when it comes to movies and consuming a lot of great what do you call cinema. I have watched a couple of good solid shows. Both of them are more contemporary shows, of course, but I've watched BoJack Horseman, which I quite like. I know you'll say it's very depressing if you know about it, but I think that is one of the best writing that I've seen in any show, and I quite like Succession
show?
as well. BoJack Horseman.
Not seen it. Is that a cartoon?
That is a
Is that a cartoon?
It's an animated show, yes, but it's
Yeah.
a proper show. It's the best writing that I have seen in a TV show. Again, I will say I have not seen a lot of the great ones, the Breaking Bads and the Game of Thrones and all of that. So I am not an expert on this at all, guys, but that's my favorite show certainly, and I quite like Succession as well. So those two would be top of my table if I'm ranking it. And
Who's gonna
somehow
top
I
this
have
one?
this thing where whenever I watch a show, and that's a catch.
Ah,
Jacob
they
Bethel
brought
takes
on
a
someone
snap,
that can
takes a catch.
catch. Good idea.
He is a good fielder, to be fair. You would be impressed by Bethel, I would imagine.
They
With the
bought
field
on
in the field.
Bethel. He didn't field well in the World Cup, Bethel, but they bought on an actual fielder, which is a good idea. So they've turned the holograms off,
Yeah.
and they bought on a real fielder. And Suyash, who's bowled very nicely amongst all this complete rubbish that we've been watching, has got rid of Overton, who has
Correct.
overhit that ball. He tried did it too hard, and he's hit it
Yeah.
to a man that can actually catch. And that's what you do with an easy catch. You keep your eyes on the ball, and when it comes
And
to you,
take
you
it.
catch it. You just put your hands up, and the ball goes into your hands. It's really, really easy to do.
Absolutely.
So
I was just saying on the shows that I have this habit whenever I like a show a lot, I go to YouTube and I watch a lot of those breakdowns where they're talking about how all the different things, how these things are happening, why are they happening. I think my brain is sort of wired like that. It's like I mean, I've worked with Jared. This is the sort of content I watch in cricket. So I think if I really like something, that's the sort of content I like to consume. I know I'm wired way differently from a Rob or a Jared, and we've got loads of different people with loads of different, upbringings and cultural differences, and of course also their taste, right? But I think what really all unites us is cricket, and it's why we watch the sport. And today we are watching some appalling fielding to Rob's dismay, but yeah, I suppose that's how we're all united. That's what I keep saying. Jared has collected some of the most random people on planet Earth in one group. I just cannot believe it. There is an ex-cricketer, guys. In our group, there is an ex-cricketer, ex-international cricketer, two-time IPL winner. There is someone like Deepak who cracked one of the toughest entrances exams in the world. The same exam I tried to attempt and couldn't crack, and was more like a mid-level, guy when it came to those top colleges. And he was at the best college in the country. And
he never talks about it.
Jared never passed high school. So, and then apparently Saurabh went to some school where they never really had exams. So it's just crazy how he's collected all of these different people. We've got someone like Himani who's really smart with the numbers and stuff, and is a cosmologist. So dude, like, it's crazy out here, I must say.
It's just a bunch of weirdos, isn't it? And everyone likes cricket. as
Reunited by cricket.
Another
Is
one
that
should
going to be
out.
caught? Please catch that. Oh!
Jesus!
Come on. Rob has to go home, guys. Catch the ball. We need to do a podcast right after this as well. Let's not forget that.
Okay, so the difficulty level of that catch is about 3 out of 100, I would say.
I thought you were going to say 3 out of 10. I was like, are you being very kind?
Yeah, 3 out of 100. I
Yeah,
think
that's fair.
if you said you have to back yourself at 1.01 to catch that, how much do you want? I would have everything I've ever got on myself to catch it, 100 out of 100. It's impossible.
I think I would drop it because I'm a horrible fielder.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
a appalling
you
fielder.
don't get paid money
I don't.
to do it as your job, right? And these guys do.
True.
And it's
Exactly.
the equivalent of just like chucking an orange to somebody and go, there you go, mate. And professional athlete can't catch it. I just don't. I will never understand it. I will never understand it. I thought he'd been bowled 2 balls later.
I
but
thought the same, dude. Exactly.
Somehow that has missed
How
the
has that
stump.
missed everything? Wow. I genuinely thought that was out for a minute. Crazy. So Rob, if you just have to do like a quick power rankings, and we'll obviously, I think we'll be doing that piece. We are still among Jared and I, we are still deciding who's actually writing it. So I told I'm going to write, and then he's like, no, I'm writing it, and then he's saying, okay, I'm confused, guys, who's doing it? So I suppose after the shows we'll find out who is. But if you would rank all the teams from 1 to 10 in all of the cricket we've seen so far, and looking at what is going to happen in the future roughly, I know you might not have the schedules handy in front of you, or you might. I honestly don't know, but just a quick power rankings 1 to 10. I think since this game is anyways dead, there is not really much to be discussed in terms of the actual cricket.
What, of this IPL?
Yeah, so far in this IPL.
I'd probably go Punjab, RCB, Delhi, Mumbai. That'd be my top 4 so far. And then
Fair.
Rajasthan, another drop catch. Brilliant. Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah.
Then the rest, basically. Then maybe GT or SRH. And then, I don't know, KKR are in with them, really. And then
You're still
CSK,
quite low on Lucknow, right? Like, they
I
had a
still
decent
think
game
they're-
today.
I still think they're the worst team, yeah. I don't think one game
Fair.
completely changes that for me. At least they did win it, though, to be fair. They beat
Yeah.
But who would you rather be moving forward, with the resources they've got at their disposal? Would you rather be Sunrisers or LSG? I think I'd still rather be Sunrisers. They need to put it
It's interesting
together.
to look at. I'd have to look at the schedules coming up as well, because that really changes things a lot. I know you're saying this off the top of your head, and I largely get what your reasoning is, so that's fair. But
I like the look of
they
I thought before the tournament Lucknow were overrated and Punjab were underrated by the market. That's where my money went. But since the tournament started, we should get another wicket here. Oh no, it's been hit for 6.
Noor can hit a couple of sixes at times. You remember that Afghanistan game, the Afghanistan South Africa game in the World Cup? That was a ridiculous one.
Yeah, Noor can whack it, but he's
Yeah.
everybody gets basically it's like playground cricket. If you get out, you're allowed to come back. If you're the little kid or whatever, you're allowed to have another go. He's now hitting the ball away with just the one hand. It's such a stupid cricket match, this. Right. To answer this one,
64.
this super chat. As a Chelsea fan, our current situation makes the old Punjab nonsense in the IPL look professional. So Chelsea are a team that conned their fans into thinking they were going to be good because they had quite good results at the start of the season.
They had a lot of backing as well, right? A lot of
They
money.
just started yeah, they've got all the money. And they also sign every 9-year-old in the world is currently on the books of Chelsea, and their philosophy is we're going to sign absolutely everybody and then we'll farm them all out. I think they're contributing quite strongly to spoiling the game, but the rules let them do it, so that's what they do. But the funny thing from somebody who knows nothing about football, funny thing from my point of view is they get a man sent off every single game, which is really funny. I mean that feels like something that could be dealt with internally. Don't get everybody sent off all the time. And if you play 11 against 11, as we see another wide.
Come on, guys, just end this. End this.
This is torture, right? I've got things to do. This is torture, just watching good people do rubbish things. So where are we now? Who's got wickets here? Duffy's got 2 for 44.
Yeah.
Cronell's got 2 for 36. Boover's got 2
Boover's
for
got
41 with a ball to go. Suyash 1 for 21. He's finished. He actually bowled very well today, Suyash.
He bowled quite well.
And Nora's hit another one right into the sky. Should be taken. Is taken remarkably.
Is taken. Kohli takes the catch. Is it not?
So
And
Booth
that's
gets
Salt
his
at the boundary
third.
with him. Yeah, that's good work. Finally, a catch for Rob.
Who was that? Phil Salt underneath that one.
I think it's Kohli.
Oh no,
who
it's
caught
Kohli.
that
Sorry.
and- yeah, and
Salt was
Salt
next to
who
him.
comes in. Yeah, the two opening partners. Kohli has been fine in the field. I mean, the ball has barely gone to him for some reason, and he had that save, and he now takes a catch, which is obviously regulation catch for him. Okay, no, he does cover a fair bit of ground, so I'll give him a few points. You do expect him to take that catch, but yeah.
So the reason why Salt went with him there is for the relay catch if it was required. So that's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah,
that.
he's good at that, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
remember the last your agenda? I just remembered. Your agenda is catching, right? You want fielders to take as many catches as possible, and that's what RCB won. When RCB won the final last year, it was that Salt catch and the Livingston catch, both at the boundary, at the different boundaries, that eventually ended up winning it for them.
Absolutely. Duffy's back. So Boo finishes with, what does he get? 3 for how many? 3 for 41. So Duffy has got a wicket in the offing if he wants it. So obviously he bowls a wide instead. This is a joke, right? If you're playing for net run rate points here, and you're bowling at a tail of Cambodge, who can hold a bat, Nor and Matt Henry, don't bowl wides. Just get them out. You know, fast Yorker at the stumps probably does it, or a slower ball in the slot probably gets you the court long on or long off. As obviously he gets a really lucky boundary.
How have they managed 200, Rob? Almost 200 runs. This is ridiculous. I am not fuming on this live, and obviously I'm not like 5 years ago. If I was an RCB fan and seeing this game, I'd be like, just end this, just end this. Lots of nonsense has happened, but I feel like now I've become probably a bit calmer with age, and I have an actual job and I'm in front of a camera, so I can't really be fuming. But I suppose if I was still watching this with my friends, I'd be mad at what they're doing. Just end the game already, lads. Come on.
Yeah, it's mad that they've allowed this many runs. It's been awful, hasn't it? This game, like in terms of the second innings effort from. I mean, the Duffy over to Sarfraz was absolutely dreadful. I'm glad Prashant got some runs. I've learned nothing about anybody else really.
Sarfaraz, I'm still a bit, that's a good innings. I'm happy with that. But yeah, apart from that, Overton against log a few, you know that. I think Overton, see, the issue with Overton is he is good enough to be your number 8, and I think he's good enough to be like a 5th or 6th bowler. But that's not really adding a lot of value to your team, is it? Like, in a sense, that you need more from your bowlers than, and you basically need more from your frontline bowlers than, which they are not getting at the moment, especially the death bowlers. So we said that at the start, before this tournament, when we did the Hindi preview stuff as well. My issue with CSK was obviously their death bowling. I mean, they had no one that you could rely on. And we're seeing that same issue over and over again. And Henry hits that one up in the air, and it goes for a couple of runs. KP is on comms, and he was also like, it's a boundary, no it's not, type. I like what I can hear from here. Which reminds me, like, since we are on this chat, we've talked about KP's commentary and all the other off-field stuff, but did you enjoy watching him play a lot? Because he was one of my first favorite cricketers when I got into cricket. It was Sehwag first for me, and then it was Kevin Peterson. So these two blokes I really, really enjoyed watching play. And
massive 6 for
both of them.
Cambodge. Yeah, Peterson. The batsman, absolutely brilliant. Badly mismanaged by nearly everyone he came into contact with, I think.
Exactly.
England, I mean, he couldn't get on in his own country. I don't know how much of that was Peterson and how much of that was the system and all the rest of it. So he came over to England. I know that he's clearly a very difficult guy to get on with on a personal level because multiple dressing rooms couldn't handle him. But when you play for you're playing international cricket and you're at least one of, if not the best player, then it doesn't matter if you're a dick, right? There are looking at football, there are countless dressing rooms that accommodate complete idiots and people that are impossible to get on with because they're really good at what they do and it's a huge money business and they're just allowed to do what they do on the sports field and then they have to try and cope with what they're like off the field afterwards. It's two very different things. And the England cricket team, who are catastrophically run now and have been, for most of my life, couldn't handle him, right? And of course he was doing ludicrously awful things like sending
Textgate, right?
shit banter about his own teammates to his mates on the other team that the country that he was born in. It's desperately bad. It's a desperately bad effort. But to sack Peterson because he didn't fit in or because he's a knobhead is it's professional sport and he's the best player. Your job is to put the people on the field. If they've done awful things like that are bad against humanity, which we're dealing with some of the cricketers on the circuit right now, one of whom's not allowed to play for this team in the IPL, quite right too.
Exactly.
Then of course you should be kicked out, right? I'm not standing up for people that do depraved and horrible stuff to other humans. But if you're just a knobhead, which would be the accusation that Peterson faced quite a lot during his career, then that's not a good enough reason for you not to be able to play for England when you're going to average 50 odd, right? It's that's mental. But to watch the guy bat, he was extraordinary. He was brilliantly talented. He brought in stuff to the game which we've never seen before when he's starting to do all the switch hits and everything. It was amazing. He took on when England won the T20 World Cup, even though he flew home in the middle of it, another drop catch, even though he flew home in the middle of it, he came back and was one of the best players in that tournament. And if England accidentally ended up with an attacking team for that World Cup because they tried their best to pick a load of blockers and then they played an inter-squad training game.
Then, no? He could hit the ball, I think.
Well, Lum and Keyswetter.
Yeah, Lum could also hit it. Yeah.
But they weren't in the team. And then they had
Keyswetter was there in 2010, was he not? When they won the World Cup.
But they weren't going to be in the team for that World Cup, Keyswetter and Lum. And then they played an England game, the England first team, a few months before the tournament.
And RCB have won the game.
Lions.
207 for Chennai Super Kings as RCB win this game by 43 runs. Honestly speaking, that seems like a very, very, the extent to which this game had gone, I honestly thought 70 to 80 odd runs. So I am not so sure if RCB fans will be pleased with how this has ended. But I mean, it's a win, and it's a win against a team that has got one of the most heated rivalries in the league at the moment. Not just for cricketing reasons, but there's also some off-field stuff, and just generally, it's like got two of the biggest guns, two of the biggest fan bases going up against each other, and so we see all sorts of stuff on social media and I mean, obviously it's a high draw game, right? But RCB are clearly better right at the moment, and we expected them to win, and they have. So Sameet Khan asked us a question. Cheyenne and Rob, what should CSK prioritize now? Back youth, Brevis and Urville, and invest in Sarfaraz, Brevis, Urville and Dubey getting reps as the middle order engine room so that they mature for next season? That's an interesting question. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, I think that the trap is easy to fall into when you answer questions like this is like people that aren't playing suddenly being amazing. I think a lot of people do that. They go, well, you should just be this guy.
The other side, right?
and Urville's played 3 games in the IPL and he hasn't scored that many runs. Like he's looked brilliant and I love him.
68 runs, I think, 200 odd strike rate.
Right. This is a guy that's whacked it a bit. And I thought it was really fun and he was high intent and hitting sixes and stuff, which is great. But what if he plays 4 innings now and gets no runs? Then what do you do? Do you say he's the worst player and you've got to bin him? And do you know what I mean? It's very difficult. I think Dubey probably has to take more responsibility, considering now he's a really big name in this middle order.
Yeah, he's a senior bloke in this team now.
Sarfaraz has obviously got the domestic numbers to justify his selection, and now he's got some runs right in this IPL. Yeah. Let him have the season, and tell him that you're going to let him have the season, because I don't think Chennai can win this tournament. Chennai have won the tournament with worse sides than this, though, so they kind of can. But
exactly
I'd be
that
very
they have.
surprised. I'd be very surprised if they do. But say to Sarfraz, right, we're backing you now. You know, you've not been backed in the past. It's a miracle he's not played that much IPL, considering his domestic numbers down the years. Back him.
Yeah.
So and go. We're gonna give you this entire season. You're gonna play every game. You're gonna be number 4, or your entry point's gonna be over 7 to 9 or whatever. And this is you. Like, show us what you've got, and like work with him, and they've got enough guys there that can help him improve and stuff. Great. Brevis is obviously has an extremely high ceiling, and he's really good now, so no issues with that. They just need to sort out the tactics, right, and the composition of the side, I think.
Agreed. I would also say Urvil, it will be interesting to see how they get him in the picture eventually, but just for the time being, it's just the fact that Brevis comes in, so that automatically makes them a better team. It will be interesting to see how they manage the entry points, like you said. First thing, in my opinion, I have been going on and on about this, just make Ayush Matre open, please, and get one of your senior guys at 3. If you get both of your top guns at the opening position, if they both get out, that is automatically putting you in a bit of a spot, right? And the other issue is you want Matre to use the power play. And I've said that a million times now on million shows, so I'm not going to go on again. So sorry, but we've got PG back 3620 who has a question, who says NRR from runs per balls faced, so all out better often. That is a interesting radical suggestion, I would say. I don't think I agree with that. I mean, if you get all out, that's your fault, right? Like, that's sort of the gig.
Yeah, I think what he means is it's mathematically it's better for you on a run rate to get all out sometimes, because it's calculated by the number of runs you get divided by the number of balls you face. So it's better to go out all
No. But
blazing.
see,
Is that not,
let's
is that
say
not
you
the
get.
case?
No, I was just saying, let's say they got all out for 200 runs in 18 overs. So that's a higher run rate than they have right now, right? But they will calculate it for the full 20 overs. They will not calculate it for the 18 overs. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So getting all out is eventually going to penalize you. And I'm not quite sure if it was framed as a suggestion or if it was just an observation. But yeah, I think this current system, I am okay with it. Like, if you get all out, you should be penalized for it, in my opinion. And we have another last super chat from Gang Dead, who asks, how many years till spinners and medium pacers start bowling at the same speed with how it has been going? I mean, Lungi Ngidi is a slower ball master and Krunal Pandya is bowling bounces out here, right? It's entertaining stuff. I am here for it. I want to see bowlers do something to, stake their claim back in this world of patriarchy and, all of these things where batters are going nuts. So I quite like seeing all of these different things. Even in the women's game, actually, there's Hayley Matthews who bowls quite a ridiculous bouncer at times. I always like seeing cricket like this, where, the bowler's always thinking and try to come up with something different. And the last question that is addressing me is, it's about food. It's essentially 2 places in Lucknow. It's Idris and Lalla. They're both famous for their biryanis. Honestly speaking, I must have had from both. I have from Idris, I'm certain. Lalla, I can't remember when I last had, but I feel like I've had it more often from Idris, so I would go with that. But maybe I need to try Lalla soon enough. My favorite would probably still be Tunde Kababi, or at least right up there. That's the most famous when you get the best kebabs and you get like biryani and all of that stuff. So, I mean, Lucknow is famous for food. So, Rob, if you ever come to India, you have to come here and you have to eat the best food in the world. I will tell you that.
I look forward to that.
And on that note, we shall leave you on this watch along, and we'll obviously, both of us will be hopping on to the post-match podcast where we'll talk about both the games that happened today. So join us there. Goodbye, and thank you so much.
Combox. The game lives on.